Chapter 341. Waves of heat were rolling around in the magma pool. As they continued diving deeper into the magma pool, those combat soul geniuses started feeling uncomfortable. Their blood and chi were violently moving, and even breathing had become difficult for them. No, I can't see the bottom of this magma pool. I can't even sense it with my divine sense. The deeper I go, the higher the pressure and temperature will be. I can't hold on any longer. Although Shangguan Yilong had a yuan energy barrier around his body was covered in sweat and he was panting heavily. The rest of the men weren't in a good condition either. Aside from Wu Lang and Wu Tsong, who were able to remain calm, the rest of them were in the same situation as Shangguan Yilong. I can't go any deeper. This is my limit. If I go any deeper, my body will suffer serious damage. I don't know where that Jiangqin has gone. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll just search for the magma's heart at this level. If I'm lucky enough to find the magma's heart, that will be my true fortune. Ling Du from the Myriad Sword sect thought to himself. He quickly stopped diving deeper and started searching the level they were at. Wu Tsong was still diving deeper. Not only did he want to find the magma's heart, he also wanted to find Jiang Chen's location and kill him. Those combat soul geniuses couldn't use their divine sense to sense anything in the magma pool, so they could only search for it bit by bit. However, with the help of the great soul derivation skill, Jiang Chen was able to clearly sense everyone's movements. When he found out what they were doing, a grin immediately emerged on his face. What a bunch of idiots. The magma's heart is the hottest part of the magma pool, and the place with the magma's heart is the place with the highest temperature. These guys can't even reach the bottom of the magma pool and they still want to find the magma's heart? What a joke. Jiang Chen said with a mocking expression on his face. Not only was the place where the temperature of the magma pool was the highest, it was also the place where the pressure was the greatest. In the depths of the magma pool, the temperature wasn't the only thing that mattered. What was even more frightening was the pressure coming from the magma pool. This pressure was extremely hot and it was more than enough to destroy all living beings. Under such pressure, only Jiang Chen's body, which had been tempered by the dragon transformation skill, could withstand it. Even Wu Tsong and Wu Lang, who were both at the mid-combat soul realm, couldn't withstand it. After determining that his position would not be disturbed, Jiang Chen was completely at ease. He sat cross-legged at the bottom of the magma, a fire dragon constantly rotating around his body. Above his head, a fiery red crystal constantly rotated. That was the magma's heart. Magma's heart, let me absorb it. I'll need you to break through to the late divine core realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the magma core began to melt bit by bit, turning into a fiery red light that entered Jiang Chen's body from the top of his head. Boom. Right when the magma core entered Jiang Chen's body, a heat wave immediately burst out from his body. This heat wave was sudden and powerful, and if it was any ordinary man, perhaps all his internal organs would have been burned away by this heat wave. However, Jiang Chen had many different types of flames in his body, and together with the powerful true dragon flame, he had a certain level of immunity towards flames. Therefore, after the magma's heart entered Jiang Chen's body, the scorching hot energy contained within it was immediately absorbed by the dragon transformation skill. Buzz. Right after the magma's heart was absorbed, a buzzing sound could be heard from Jiang Chen's body, and many new dragon marks started forming. The magma's heart contained all the essence of the magma pool, and it was extremely powerful. It made Jiang Chen feel so comfortable that he wanted to shout out. What a powerful energy. 3,200 dragon marks, I'm about to break through. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. It had only been 2 minutes and he was about to break through to the late divine core realm. All 3,200 dragon marks had been formed, and the god core in his chi started violently trembling. Jiang Chen knew that he would need an enormous amount of energy to break through, so he dared not waste any time. A huge amount of mortal elixir was devoured like it was worthless. Right now he had once again become a bottomless pit and he needed a massive amount of energy to fill it. The energy created by me breaking through is too powerful. If Wu Tsong finds out, he will definitely come and stop me. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He immediately unleashed many mysterious defense mechanisms, which merged with each other and formed a formation. Then Jiang Chen deployed it all around him, completely concealing his aura. If this formation was hidden in the outside world, no one would be able to detect it with just their divine sense. But inside the magma pool, divine sense couldn't reach very far, so it was more than enough to ensure Jiang Chen's safety. Within the magma pool, Wuxia was swimming around like a fish. His speed was extremely fast, but too bad he couldn't find Jiang Chen at all, let alone the magma's heart. Damn it, even I can't withstand this depth. Don't tell me that Jiang Chen can still fly? I don't believe he can go deeper than me. Wuxia's face was covered with sweat. Obviously, even he couldn't adapt to this place, and if he kept going deeper he wouldn't be able to withstand the magma's pressure and temperature. Damn it, he must be hiding somewhere. I'm going to find him and tear him into a million pieces. Wuxia gnashed his teeth in anger, then he continued searching in other directions. But he just stopped at this level, he didn't dare go any deeper. Trying to find Jiang Chen at this height was just a dream. My yuan energy is being consumed too quickly and my qi and blood are in a frenzy. I have to leave this place now. Ling Du from the Myriad Sword sect leapt out from the magma pool. At the same time, all the other combat soul warriors leapt out from the magma pool one after another. After leaping out from the magma pool, all of them were panting heavily, and their bodies were soaked in sweat. We can't stay here for too long. If we stay here any longer, our bodies will explode. Yang Yun was panting heavily. The temperature and pressure in the magma pool were simply too high. Suddenly, Shangguan Yilong sensed something was wrong. He turned his head and looked into the distance, and what he saw was a pile of corpses lying in a pool of blood. When he saw the clothes these corpses were wearing, an indescribable anger immediately erupted within him. Bastard! Shangguan Yilong furiously shouted. With a step forward he arrived next to the corpses. Right at this moment all the combat soul warriors saw these corpses, and they immediately flew toward Shangguan Yilong furiously. Who did this? Ling Du roared out. Most of these corpses belonged to the Myriad Sword sect. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Su Shuang was furious as well. This was a blatant provocation. No disciple of the Myriad Sword sect had ever dared do this to them. All those who came to the Island of Ice were rare geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect, and each of them had extraordinary talents. They all had the potential to break through to the combat soul realm in the future, but now all of them had been killed by someone. Zhoush. Shangguan Yihong threw his glance at one of the men. With just a single glance, the man immediately started trembling, as if he had just fallen into an icy pit. Sta Huang Dog Han Yen and the others. The man quickly explained, not daring to hide anything. When you all entered the magma pool just now, those two men and a dog fought with them and they killed all of them. They're all dead. The man continued speaking in a timid manner. Bastard. I was so focused on entering the magma pool that I forgot about those three bastards. Shangguan Yilong furiously shouted. Damn it. We should have killed them before entering the magma pool. If we had killed them, none of this would have happened. Ling Du was furious as well. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. Where did those three bastards go? Yang Yun asked. They went that way. But it's been a long time, I'm afraid they're long gone. One of the warriors said. They won't be able to run away. The Island of Ice isn't open yet, and when it does, they'll have to leave through the center of the Island of Ice. I'm sure they'll come back here. Shangguan Yilong coldly harumphed. Tear them into pieces. We must tear them into pieces. He was furious, completely furious. He had never been so furious before. As disciples of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, he had always been a superior existence, and no one had ever dared to treat him like this. We have to settle this score. Now we have to kill Jiang Chen. Shangguan Yihong, let's work together and enter the magma pool to find Jiang Chen, then we'll kill him together. What do you think? Yang Yun looked at Shangguan Yihong. All right. Without hesitation, Shangguan Yihong immediately agreed. This was the first time the disciples of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect had worked together, and it was all because of Jiang Chen. Both of them knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if they fought him alone, it would be extremely difficult for them to kill him. But if they worked together, it would be a completely different story. Including the combat soul warrior from the Qingyi sect, 6 combat soul warriors attacking at the same time was not something a divine core warrior could handle. Therefore, the group who had just jumped out of the magma pool furiously once again jumped into the magma pool. This time their main goal was to kill Jiang Chen. At the bottom of the magma pool, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late divine core realm, and more dragon marks were forming. He had only absorbed a small part of the magma's heart. I've broken through to the late divine core realm, and in order to break through to the combat soul realm, I'll need at least 5,000 dragon marks. This magma's heart can help me break through to the peak late divine core realm. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. However, there was one thing that confused him. All this time, every time he broke through to the next realm, the number of dragon marks he would need would double. But this time he only needed 1,800 dragon marks to break through to the combat soul realm, so he just needed 5,000 dragon marks. Xianxia didn't know how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the late divine core realm. He only knew that he needed 100,000 dragon marks at the peak, and he would only know how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the next realm. Just like now, after he broke through to the late divine core realm, he immediately knew how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the next realm, the early combat soul realm. Chapter 342. During the next 2 days, all the combat soul warriors who had entered the magma pool would come out from the bottom of the magma pool every hour. After regulating their breaths, they would dive back into the magma pool again. It looked like they had made up their minds to kill Xianxia. Damn it, what is that Xianxia made of? This is insane. He has been in the magma pool for 2 days and he hasn't come out even once. Don't tell me he died in there? Impossible. If he couldn't withstand the heat, Xianxia would definitely come out. But 2 days is just too long. Even the 2 mid-combat soul princes have come out 5 times in the past 2 days. What an abnormal monster. However, Wuxia, the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect are determined to kill Xianxia. I'm sure they won't let him go so easily. Many people were discussing the situation. The island of ice hadn't opened yet and they couldn't find the way out. Therefore they had been staying here for the past 2 days as spectators. Seeing all the combat soul warriors coming out from the magma pool one after another, but none of them could find Xianxia. As for those combat soul warriors, after 2 days of searching, they had almost searched every inch of the magma pool, but they still couldn't find a single hair on Xianxia's head. Damn it, did this guy just disappear into thin air? Don't tell me he went straight to the bottom of the magma pool? Shangguan Yilong said in a gloomy manner. Impossible. The magma pool is more than 300 meters deep and the temperature is incredibly high and the pressure is tremendous. Even the princes couldn't reach the bottom, let alone Xianxia, who is just a divine core warrior. In my opinion, I think Xianxia has already died in there and he has been burned to ashes by the high temperature. If not, there's no way he could stay in there for 2 days. All the combat soul warriors were gloomy. They had been searching for Xianxia for 2 days, and they had used all their strength to search every inch of the magma pool. But let alone finding Xianxia, they couldn't even find the magma's heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a pillar of fire shot up from below. It was Wukong. Wuxia's expression was even more unsightly than 2 days ago. Although he had obtained some treasures on this trip to the island of ice, he had lost a great deal of face. Now he had been searching for Xianxia for 2 days, but he couldn't even find a single hair of Xianxia's. How could he not be furious? Crown Prince, we can't find Xianxia. What should we do now? Yang Yun asked. Humph. That Xianxia might have already died in the magma, but just in case, let's wait here. Wuxia coldly harumphed. I've heard from the Emperor that the island of ice will remain open for 7 days, and after 7 days the exit will be opened. There's only 1 day left, and this place is the center of the island of ice. We might as well wait here, and if Xianxia still doesn't come out after 1 day, we'll leave the island of ice. Prince, what if Xianxia doesn't die? Shangguan Yilong asked. Humph. I'll kill him no matter what. At that time I'll guard the exit of the island of ice, and as soon as he shows up I'll kill him. If he doesn't show up, it means he's already dead in the magma. The island of ice only opens once every 100 years. I believe that Xianxia won't let himself be trapped here for 100 years. Wuxia coldly harumphed once again. No matter what, he would never let Xianxia go. Not just Xianxia, there's also that De Huang dog and the other 2 bastards. I want to kill them all. I want to burn their bones and scatter their ashes. Ling Du said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Crown Prince, we've been searching for 2 days, but we still haven't found the magma's heart. It looks like the magma's heart hasn't formed yet. Shangguan Yihong said. The magma's heart is the hottest part of the magma, and even if there is one, it would be at the deepest part of the magma. We can't go to the deepest part of the magma, and that's why we can't find the magma's heart. Wulang said. Wulang, you've helped that Xianxia again and again going against me. I hope you won't interfere again or else I'll fight you to the death. Wuxia threatened Wulang. Wuxia, don't threaten me. You have no right to tell me what I want to do. Wulang sneered. He didn't give Wuxia any face. At the same time, at the bottom of the magma pool, Xianxia's body had undergone a tremendous change. After 2 days he had completely absorbed the magma's heart. The benefits that the magma's heart brought to Xianxia were undoubtedly enormous. Right now, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from within Xianxia's body. Blood-red dragons were flying around his body, and the number of dragon marks in his qi had reached 4,500. The magma's heart had given Xianxia 1,500 dragon marks, and not only had he broken through to the late divine core realm, he had also broken through to the peak late divine core realm. He was just one step away from the combat soul realm. From the late divine core realm to the combat soul realm, one would need 5,000 dragon marks. In other words, Xianxia was only 500 dragon marks away from breaking through to the combat soul realm. However, forming the last 500 dragon marks was not an easy task. Crack crack, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, producing cracking sounds. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, he felt like his body was filled with endless energy. Only Xianxia knew how strong he was after forming 4,500 dragon marks. With my current combat strength, I don't think Wuxia is a match for me. If I can refine the Heavenly Saint Sword, I'll be able to kill him in an instant. A bright light flickered in Xianxia's eyes. It was a powerful feeling. Killing a mid-combat soul warrior with just a peak late divine core cultivation base, and a genius on top of that in the entire Saint Origin realm, perhaps Xianxia was the only one who could do this. In fact, with Xianxia's current combat strength, he could easily kill an ordinary mid-combat soul warrior. But when facing a genius like Wuxia, there wasn't much of a difference. But if he could refine the Heavenly Saint Sword, it would be a completely different story. With it, Xianxia's combat strength would be doubled. Although my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, not only did it not affect my foundation, my body has actually become stronger after being tempered by the magma's heart. Now I can use the environment here to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword. Xianxia thought to himself. The benefits he had obtained from this trip to the Island of Ice were incredible. It was something he had never dreamed of. Now that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, the next thing he needed to do was to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword. With a flip of his palm, Xianxia retrieved the 2 broken parts of the sword from his storage ring. After that, Xianxia took out all the combat weapons from his storage ring. Voila! Hundreds of combat weapons appeared at the same time. Just their auras alone were enough to cause the magma to shake violently. Some of the lower-ranked combat weapons showed signs of melting when they touched the magma. Refine all of them. Xianxia shouted out loudly. He unleashed the true dragon flame, and with the help of the magma's temperature, it transformed into a huge flaming net, covering all the combat weapons within it. There wasn't much difference between alchemy and combat weapon crafting. The process and steps were similar. As the once greatest saint in the world, not only was Xianxia an expert in alchemy, he also had a certain level of attainment in combat weapon crafting. It was very difficult to refine a perfect ranked combat weapon, but the environment here was unique, and with the guidance of the Heavenly Saint Sword, the process was much easier. The magma flowed, and with the help of the true dragon flame, many of the combat weapons started to melt. The 2 broken parts of the sword were the easiest to fuse as they were originally one. Furthermore, with the help of Xianxia's aura, it was extremely easy to fuse them together. According to the condition of these 2 broken parts, the Heavenly Saint Sword should have a total of 7 broken parts. I wonder where the other 5 parts are, but it's already not bad to have 2 of them. I can use them to forge a real godly weapon. As for the other 5 parts, I'll just have to look for them in the future. Xianxia knew the Heavenly Saint Sword too well. Based on the degree of the 2 broken parts, he was able to tell how many parts of the Heavenly Saint Sword were broken. He had already found 2 of the 7 broken parts, and he would have to look for the other 5 parts slowly. Xianxia was forging the new Heavenly Saint Sword at the bottom of the magma pool. He had poured all of his attention into crafting the combat weapon, and he had completely forgotten about the time. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Wuxia and the others were still waiting outside the magma pool. It had been 3 days, but Xianxia still hadn't come out. This situation caused their expressions to turn extremely ugly. It's been 3 days but that guy still hasn't come out. I'm guessing he must have died inside and was burned to ashes by the magma pool. That's right, with his cultivation, it's impossible for him to stay in there for more than 3 days. But dying like this is really too easy for him. The people from the Xianxia clan and Myriad Sword sect hated Zhou Xian to the extreme, and they wished they could eat him alive. Therefore they felt that Zhou Xian dying in the magma pool was a good thing for Zhou Xian. 7 days have passed. I'm guessing the island of ice will open again. Everyone get ready. Wuxia said. Right after his words left his mouth, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from afar. Black smoke suddenly appeared several tens of miles away from them, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble. In the next moment, an ancient black altar appeared in front of the crowd. On top of the altar, a black door was slowly opening up. Next to the black door, there was an ancient teleportation formation and no one knew where it led to. The door to leave the island of ice has opened. Let's leave this place. Someone said. The island of ice has finally opened. We've obtained a lot of benefits this time. Once we leave this place, I'll immediately enter secluded cultivation and break through to a higher stage. Let's go, don't waste any more time. I'm afraid that Zhou Xian has really died on the island of ice. I don't think we'll be able to enjoy the show anymore. At this moment the crowd started flying toward the black altar. Prince, what should we do now? We don't know if Zhou Xian is dead or alive, and those 2 men and dog have disappeared as well. Shengguan Yihong asked. Let's go, let's leave the island of ice first. I'll block the exit, I don't believe those 3 guys won't come out. Wu Tsong took another glance at the magma pool, then he flew toward the altar. Chapter 343. An ancient black altar that looked like a gigantic black mountain appeared out of nowhere on the island of ice. The altar was surrounded by a black fog and it was filled with an eerie aura. On top of the altar, there was a black door that led to an unknown place. When the crowd looked at the door they couldn't help but tremble. What an eerie door. If I wasn't sure that this is the exit, I would have thought it was the door to hell. This is the exit to the island of ice. Since this is the only exit, I don't think there will be any danger. Many people looked at the door with their hearts trembling. Everyone stopped right below the altar. None of them dared to be the first to rush up. Right at this moment, many warriors suddenly appeared in the deepest part of the island of ice. Their faces were filled with puzzled expressions. What's going on? I was fighting with the monsters in the 9 tunnels just now. Why did I suddenly appear here? That's right, I just entered the island of ice for a day. Why did I suddenly appear here? All the newcomers had puzzled expressions on their faces. They were still walking in the 9 tunnels and some of them had even entered the gate of life and death. However, they were suddenly teleported here by an unknown force. After the exit to the island of ice was opened, the entrance to the island of ice was completely closed. You guys came in later, that's why you haven't reached the center of the island of ice yet. However, once the exit is opened, all of you will be automatically teleported here. If not, you'll be trapped here for at least 100 years, waiting for the next island of ice to appear. Someone said. The crowd finally understood. They were teleported here because the island of ice had opened. Rumble. The black altar kept emitting rumbling sounds, and the black door on top of it looked even more eerie and eerie. Right at this moment, in a corner far behind them, 3 figures sneakily appeared, and they were staring at the black altar. These 3 figures were none other than the 2 men and a dog who had killed all the disciples from the Xianxia clan and Myriad Sword sect. The exit to the island of ice has opened. What should we do now? Should we go there directly? Han Yen said. Are you stupid? If you go over now you'll be torn to shreds. Nangong Wentian glared at Han Yen. Saying something like that at this moment, Han Yan's head must have been kicked by a donkey. Wu Tsong and those combat soul geniuses from the Xianxia clan and Myriad Sword sect wished they could eat them alive, and if they appeared in front of them now they would definitely be killed on the spot. We can't go there now. Let's wait for little Qinzi to show up. De Huang Dog said. Little Qinzi has been in the lava for 3 days and he still hasn't come out. Could something have happened to him? Han Yen was a little worried. Not only him, even Nangong Wentian was worried about the current situation. Don't worry, little Qinzi is protected by the true dragon flames, and his body is incredibly strong. The lava won't be able to hurt him. If my guess is correct, that guy must have obtained the magma's heart and he's currently absorbing it. Once he comes out, his cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and even Wu Tsong won't be his match. De Huang Dog said as he nodded his head. He knew Jiangchen too well. Underneath the ancient black altar, mist could be seen everywhere. Everyone were holding their breaths and no one was talking. What should we do now? We need to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise the exit will close soon. Shengguan Yilong said. I'll go first. A genius from the martial palace leapt onto the altar, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared into the black exit. The black exit shook for a moment, then returned to normal. It's alright, this is just an exit to the island of ice. Let's go. After someone took the lead, more and more people followed. All of them dashed toward the black door and disappeared from the scene. In just a few minutes, all the divine core warriors on the island of ice had stepped onto the black altar and left the place. Wu Tsong, the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were still looking at the direction of the magma pool, but it was completely calm. Prince, I'm sure Jiangchen is dead in there. Ling Du said. It's a pity about that emperor weapon. Shangguan Yihong shook his head. Damn it, those two guys and that damn dog still haven't shown up. Are we going to stay here for another 100 years? Shangguan Yilong cursed. This trip to the island of ice had been a really depressing one. All the geniuses they brought with them had been killed, including the Myriad Sword sect. Only a few combat soul warriors were left, and they had suffered such a huge loss. They couldn't even find the murderer, and if they just went back like this, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves, and they might even be punished by their families and sections. Just keep waiting, I don't think they'll come back. Wu Lang let out a loud laugh, then he turned around and disappeared into the black door. Wu Tsong had a gloomy expression on his face and he felt really dejected. He threw his glance at the calm magma pool once again and the empty space behind him. After that he said, Let's go, I'm afraid Jiangchen really died in the magma pool. As for those three guys with us standing here, I'm sure they'd rather be trapped here for another 100 years than come out. That's right, they know they'll die if they come out. Let's leave the island of ice and wait outside. I'm sure those three bastards won't be willing to be trapped here for another 100 years. I'm sure they'll come out at the end, and at that point of time they'll still die. Yang Yun from the Myriad Sword sect said with a grin on his face. After that, Wu Tsong was the first one to enter the black door. Following him, Shangguan Yihong and the others disappeared from the island of ice. The chaotic and restless interior of the island of ice had suddenly become extremely quiet. Three figures suddenly appeared outside the magma pool like ghosts. Rumble. The black altar suddenly started shaking violently, and the door above started shaking even more violently. It started becoming dimmer and it looked like it was going to disappear at any moment. Look, the door is about to disappear. Why hasn't little Chinzi come out yet? If we can't get out, we'll be trapped here for another 100 years. Han Yen said. You guys wait here, I'll go down and have a look. De Huang Dog said. Fight, be careful. Nangong Wentian said. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to reach the bottom of the magma pool. However, De Huang Dog's body was extremely strong, and together with his dragon horse bloodline, he would have no problem entering the bottom of the magma pool. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard coming from the bottom of the magma pool. After that, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and together with the pillar of fire, a long sword that was emitting a bright light could be seen. Screech! The long sword let out a sharp cry. The three men and the dog were shocked. They immediately raised their heads and looked at the long sword. The long sword was 7 feet long and 5 fingers wide. Its entire body was emitting a dazzling light, and when the sword swung its body, a boundless divine light would sprinkle down. The long sword itself was emitting a supreme aura, as if it was above all other swords, and was the most honorable existence. What a mystical sword! This sword has reached the peak of the ultimate rank, yet it gives off a noble aura that surpasses all other swords. Judging from its aura, it's probably strong enough to fight against an ordinary ruler weapon. Nangong Wentian's attention was instantly attracted by the sword. Damn it, this is a peerless godly weapon. Could it be a life weapon forged by little Chinzi? De Huang Dog was astonished as well. At this moment, a series of wild laughter could be heard coming from the bottom of the magma pool. A figure covered in a fiery glow dashed out like a sharp sword, then turned into a handsome young man in white robes. Screech. Sensing the aura of the young man in white, the long sword let out another cry and happily spun around the young man's body, as if it was very intimate with him. What the fuck, what a sentient sword, it can recognize its master on its own. Nangong Wentian was even more shocked. This sword's name is the Heavenly Saint Sword, my life weapon. A bright smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face as he grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Saint Sword. The joy in his heart had reached a new peak. Right now, the Heavenly Saint Sword was just a peak superior grade combat weapon. Although the two parts of the Heavenly Saint Sword contained the Great Saint Law, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he couldn't use it at all. He could only use the Heavenly Saint Sword's own strength. Even so, it was still incredibly powerful. In front of the Heavenly Saint Sword, ordinary superior grade combat weapons were nothing but dog farts. Right now, the Heavenly Saint Sword's power was comparable to an ordinary king weapon, and it might even be stronger. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saint Sword was connected to Jiang Chen's life, and it would continue to improve along with Jiang Chen's cultivation. Once Jiang Chen broke through to the Combat King realm, the Heavenly Saint Sword would immediately become a king weapon. This was because the other 5 fragments of the sword hadn't been found yet. If they were found, the Heavenly Saint Sword would truly be reborn. Little Chenzi, the aura you're emitting is really powerful. What's your cultivation level now? Nangong Wentian could sense the aura unleashed by Jiang Chen, and even he felt terrified. After obtaining the magma's heart, I've broken through to the peak divine core realm, just one step away from the combat soul realm. Together with this sword in my hand, if that Wu Tsong dares to provoke me, I'll kill him without hesitation. Jiang Chen was exuding unparalleled confidence from head to toe. Abnormal. The trio said at the same time. As truly abnormal geniuses, they rarely admired anyone because they were all prideful men. However, Jiang Chen's existence was something they couldn't help but admire. With just a divine core cultivation base, he was able to kill a mid-combat soul warrior. Perhaps only Jiang Chen had such combat strength. Little Chenzi, where's the emperor weapon you found? Han Yen asked curiously. It's merged with the Heavenly Saint Sword. I used a few hundred combat weapons and the Broken King weapon I found on the Blissful Island to merge with the Broken Sword, creating my natal weapon. This Heavenly Saint Sword is invincible and its sharpness is unstoppable. Jiang Chen said. What? Chapter 344. Damn it, a broken piece of an emperor weapon, a broken piece of a king weapon, and a few hundred combat weapons to create a combat weapon. This is truly heaven-defying. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. This was too much. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to create a combat weapon, but Jiang Chen had the ability to do so. They couldn't help but admire him. Rumble. The black altar shook even more violently, and the black gate above it grew dimmer and dimmer. Seemed like it was going to disappear soon. Let's go, the gate is going to disappear soon. Han Yen cried out in alarm. I didn't expect the Island of Ice's portal to open already. Wu Tsong and the others must have left already, let's leave now. Jiang Chen put away the Heavenly Saint Sword and flew toward the black altar. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men and the dog arrived on top of the altar. Little Chenzi, Wu Tsong and the others must be waiting for us outside. We need to be careful. Nangong Wentian warned. Don't worry, they'll be doomed if they mess with me. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew toward the black gate. Suddenly, his gaze fell onto the huge roulette next to the black gate and his eyes widened. There's a teleportation array here, but it seems like it hasn't been used for a long time. I wonder if it's still usable. There's a hidden slot in the center of the teleportation array. It looks like a bronze plate. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the ancient teleportation array, and he saw a hidden slot in the center of the teleportation array that looked exactly like the bronze plate. It reminded him of the bronze plate in his hand. No one knew that he had another bronze plate in his hand. This bronze plate was different from the 9 bronze plates that opened the ancient pagoda, because this bronze plate was the result of the fusion of the other 9 bronze plates. It seemed like this bronze plate had something to do with this teleportation array. Little Chenzi, let's go. What's so interesting about that broken roulette? The gate is going to close soon. Han Yen urged. Jiang Chen finally realized what was going on, and he saw the gate in front of him shaking violently. It had already dimmed down and it seemed like it was going to disappear in the next moment. If the gate disappeared, they wouldn't be able to leave this place and would be trapped here for 100 years. Let's go. Jiang Chen's gaze left the teleportation matrix, and his body disappeared into the portal. There was no more time. He could only study the bronze plate and the teleportation matrix when he had the chance. As for the bronze plate in his hand, Jiang Chen had always felt that it was not simple, and that it would definitely be of great use. 3 people and a dog entered the black portal at the same time. The moment they entered the portal, the black portal completely disappeared. The black altar stopped shaking as well, and the entire island of ice returned to normal. The 3 people and the dog were ejected by a strong spatial force. They immediately circulated their origin energy to stabilize their bodies. Only then did they realize that they had left the ocean and arrived at a desert outside the boundless sea realm. There was no sign of the ice island behind them, only a calm surface of the water. The people who came out earlier had not left yet. When they saw the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, many people's expressions immediately changed. It's Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen didn't die. This is going to be a good show. They're done for. Wu Tsong, the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect are waiting for them here. They're going to die without a grave this time. But that Jiang Chen is really lucky. He stayed in the magma pool for 3 days and he's still alive. What a miracle. Many people were shocked. Initially, many of them thought that Jiang Chen had died in the magma pool just like Wu Tsong and the others. The reason why they didn't leave was because Wu Tsong and the others were waiting for Han Yan and the other 2. They were waiting for a good show, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would follow them out. Jiang Chen, you're really lucky. You're still alive. Very good, hand over the broken piece of the Emperor weapon, and I'll consider giving you a quick death. If not, I'll make sure you die without a grave. Wu Tsong threatened. When he saw Jiang Chen, not only was he not disappointed, he was actually excited. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, and only then would he be able to save his face. Besides, the Emperor weapon was still in Jiang Chen's hands, and it was the most precious treasure in the world. He had to get it, and once he brought it back to the Imperial Emperor, he would definitely be handsomely rewarded. Wu Tsong, I don't want to become the Martial Saint Dynasty's enemy. I advise you not to provoke me because I don't care about your identity as a prince. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. This was his last warning. If Wu Tsong didn't know what was good for him, then he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Ah, Jiang Chen, you're really funny. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You're just a tiny ant. What makes you think you can fight me? I'll make you kneel down right now. Wu Tsong shouted out loudly. He wanted to use his supreme authority and status to suppress Jiang Chen. He wanted to make Jiang Chen submit to him, and that would give him an indescribable pleasure. He wanted to use this arrogant way to show off his noble status as a prince. Wu Tsong's eyes lit up. Wu Tsong, that's enough. With your identity, you're bullying a rogue cultivator. What a joke. Wu Lang said. Wu Lang, I'm going to kill Jiang Chen today. If you dare to stop me again, I'll fight you to the death. Wu Tsong pointed his finger at Wu Lang. Seemed like he was really angry. Since the Island of Ice, Wu Lang had been protecting Jiang Chen and opposing him. Now he was still standing on Jiang Chen's side, which made Wu Tsong lose a lot of face. Prince, you have a noble identity, but you have to consider the feelings of our Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Because of these 4 guys, we've lost a lot of elites. Prince, it's fine if you don't want to help us, but now you're helping the enemy to attack us? Could it be that in Prince's eyes, and in the eyes of the Martial Saint Dynasty, our Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are inferior to a mere Jiang Chen? Shangguan Yihong spoke. He was talking to Wu Lang. Wu Lang had been protecting Jiang Chen and the others, and Shangguan Yihong and the others couldn't stand it anymore. If it wasn't for Wu Lang's identity, they would have already turned hostile. That's right, we, the Myriad Sword sect, will fight to the death with these 4 fellows. If Prince doesn't respect our Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan, please attack us. We'll just stand here and not fight back. Yang Yun from the Myriad Sword sect looked at Wu Lang as well. All the geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were looking at Wu Lang as well. Wu Lang furrowed his brows and his expression turned dark. The current situation was something he didn't want to see the most. Not only had Jiang Chen offended Wu Tsong, he had also offended the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Even the Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't ignore these 2 superpowers. The Shangguan clan's clan chief and Myriad Sword sect's sect chief had been personally received by the current emperor, and even his father, the ninth emperor, had to give them some face. Although Wu Lang was a prince, he wasn't at the level where he could look down on these two superpowers. Looks like Wu Lang is in a difficult situation. He really wants to help Jiang Qin, but now the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are making things difficult for him. Even though he's a prince, he can't just ignore these two superpowers. That's right, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect have suffered a huge loss this time. All the people on the Blissful Island were killed, and all the young geniuses who came here are dead as well. They have to kill Jiang Qin no matter what, and if Wu Lang tries to stop them now, he'll be publicly declaring war on these two superpowers. I'm afraid Wu Lang can't interfere in this matter. The Shangguan clan's clan chief and Myriad Sword sect's sect chief aren't easy to deal with. Even the ninth emperor has to give them face, let alone a prince like Wu Lang. Many people started discussing amongst themselves. It was obvious that Wu Lang was in a difficult situation. He wanted to protect Jiang Qin, but the current situation had forced him to back out of this conflict. Jiang Qin appreciates Prince's kindness. It looks like there's no way to settle this peacefully today. Since that's the case, we'll have to talk with our strength. Jiang Qin is very grateful for Prince's help. However, for now, Prince, please don't interfere in this matter, lest we fall into a difficult situation. The conflict between me, the Shangguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect, I'll settle it myself. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Wu Lang. He had already guessed Wu Lang's identity. Wu Lang's father, the current ninth emperor, was most likely Wu Jiao. The reason why Wu Lang had helped him so many times was most likely because of Wu Jiao's instruction. Jiang Qin appreciated Wu Lang's kindness, but in the current situation he couldn't let Wu Lang fall into a difficult situation. After all, the conflict between him, the Shangguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect was irreconcilable. He had already killed so many of them, so killing a few more wouldn't make a difference. Fine, Jiang Qin, you're a real man. Let me, Shangguan Yihong, see what kind of powerful abilities you have. Shangguan Yihong shouted out loudly. As long as Wu Lang didn't interfere, Jiang Qin would definitely die. Boom. Shangguan Yihong was the first one to attack. He transformed into a trail of light and charged toward Jiang Qin. His killing intent soared into the sky, and a huge blade appeared in his hand. He swung it down from above, and it looked like it could even slash the void in half. Without hesitation, he swung the blade toward Jiang Qin's head. The entire process was extremely fast. If it was any other ordinary man, perhaps he wouldn't even have the time to react, and would have been sliced in half by Shangguan Yihong's blade. Shangguan Yihong's strength was slightly stronger than Shangguan Yilong's, but compared to Jiang Qin's current strength, the gap between them was huge. With 4,500 dragon marks, Jiang Qin could easily unleash a force of 45 million jin with just his physical strength alone, and he could even shatter a mountain. Swoosh! Jiang Qin waved his arm, and the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. As if it could sense Jiang Qin's fighting spirit, the Heavenly Saint sword started vibrating violently, and a joyful emotion could be sensed from its body. The Heavenly Saint sword itself was a sword of slaughter. In Jiang Qin's previous life, it had followed Jiang Qin and fought countless battles, and it had been stained with countless amounts of blood. Now, after 100 years of silence, it could once again fight alongside Jiang Qin, and it couldn't wait to drink blood. Today, I'll use the blood of these geniuses to temper the sword in my hand. Jiang Qin's killing intent sword. The Heavenly Saint sword had been reborn. It was a sword of slaughter, and it needed to be tempered with fresh blood. Chapter 345. As soon as the sword was unleashed, it unleashed a devastating sword energy. Jiang Qin simply raised his hand and unleashed a sword attack. It was a simple attack, but it was extremely fast, as if it was the fastest sword in the world. It only left behind an afterimage. Clang! The Heavenly Saint sword collided with Shangguan Yihong's blade. With a loud clang, the blade was broken in half. With the Heavenly Saint sword, who could compete with Jiang Qin? Swooshed with just a single strike, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the sword in Jiang Qin's hand, as if they had just seen a ghost. What? Shangguan Yihong immediately cried out in shock. His heart was filled with great waves. This was too shocking. The blade in his hand was a genuine perfect-ranked combat weapon. Even if it wasn't a top-tier perfect-ranked combat weapon, it was at least a perfect-ranked combat weapon. What kind of concept was a perfect-ranked combat weapon? It was something only combat soul warriors were qualified to use. But right now his mighty perfect-ranked combat weapon had been sliced in half by his opponent. What kind of sword was that? It was simply a divine weapon. Heavens! What exactly is the origin of that sword in Zhou Xian's hand? It's so frightening. This is unbelievable. Even a perfect-ranked combat weapon was destroyed by that sword. Could it be a king weapon? Impossible. There are only a few combat king warriors in the entire eastern continent, and all of them are in the Martial Saint dynasty. There's no way Zhou Xian would have a king weapon. But that sword is just too frightening. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. That's a divine weapon. Destroying a perfect-ranked combat weapon with just a single strike. How frightening is that sword? Many people cried out in shock. The scene was simply too shocking, and if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Shangguan Yihong, face your death. Zhou Xian shouted out loudly. With a swing of his arm, he slashed his sword toward Shangguan Yihong. It was a sword attack that was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Shangguan Yihong, aiming right at his forehead. Shangguan Yihong was shocked. He never expected Zhou Xian's combat strength to be so formidable. Just the aura he unleashed was enough to make anyone's heart palpitate in fear. The sword strike in front of him gave him a great sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he quickly unleashed a yuan energy barrier around his body and used the remaining short blade in front of him to block the incoming attack. Clang! With one strike, the broken saber was directly pierced through. Puff! The momentum of the sword didn't slow down at all, and it destroyed Shangguan Yihong's yuan energy barrier. After that, it pierced through Shangguan Yihong's forehead. The sword pierced through Shangguan Yihong's forehead and came out from the back of his head. Shangguan Yihong opened his mouth, but no words came out. His life force was quickly draining away and the light in his eyes was fading away. At the last moment, a look of fear and unwillingness could be seen in his eyes, but most of all, it was a look of disbelief. He had never thought that with his combat strength he would be killed by a divine core warrior, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. He was killed with just a single strike. Puff! Zhou Xian pulled out the Heavenly Saint sword, then he casually shook off the blood on the sword. Shangguan Yihong's body fell to the ground, and blood kept flowing out from his forehead, dyeing the ground red. Silence, a deathly silence. Among the huge crowd, no one was able to say a word. Everyone had their eyes wide open as they stared at Shangguan Yihong, who was lying on the ground. Apart from shock, there was also fear in their eyes. Even Han Yen and Nanmen Wentian were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They knew Zhou Xian was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. His opponent was Shangguan Yihong, a peerless genius from the Shangguan clan, but he had been killed so easily. This was really shocking to them. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saint sword was even more monstrous. Perfect-ranked combat weapons were just like tofu in front of it. Only the best perfect-ranked combat weapon would have a chance of resisting the Heavenly Saint sword. But it was just a resistance, as the power unleashed by the Heavenly Saint sword was comparable to a king weapon. Wu Lang's mouth was wide open. Only now did he realize why Zhou Xian didn't appreciate his kindness earlier. Turned out that Zhou Xian was actually this strong. Back when he was fighting the 9th Emperor, Zhou Xian was the #1 genius he had ever met. At first, Wu Lang didn't want to admit defeat, but now that he had met Zhou Xian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. At least when he was at Zhou Xian's level, the gap between him and Zhou Xian was like heaven and earth. Brother Yihong! Shangguan Yilong roared out. He stared at Zhou Xian with bloodshot eyes, and the long sword in his hand was clenched so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. However, he didn't have the courage to attack Zhou Xian directly. The 3 disciples from the Myriad Sword sect and the genius from the Qingyi sect had the same expression on their faces. All of them had been clamoring about killing Zhou Xian, but now it seemed like they had all lost their courage. Next, who is it? Zhou Xian raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the few people in front of him. Zhou Xian, I didn't expect you to have such a huge improvement in your cultivation. Looks like you found the magma's heart. Wu Tsong coldly harumphed. Right now only he had a chance of suppressing Zhou Xian. That's right, you're not stupid after all. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. I have to admit, you're the most abnormal man I've ever met. But no matter how strong you are, you're still just a divine core warrior. You were able to kill Shangguan Yihong, but when facing me you can only wait to die. Wuxia said with a loud voice. Why don't you give it a try? I can guarantee you that if you dare attack me I'll kill you. Jiang Qin said with a cold expression. He didn't want to become the martial saint dynasty's enemy. After all, the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect were enough to give him a headache, and if the frightening martial saint dynasty was added to the mix, how could he survive? However, this Wuxia was very aggressive and he didn't know what was good for him. Once Jiang Qin attacked, he wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Yun, Ling Du, leave this Jiang Qin to me, the two of you go kill those 3 men. Wuxia's expression turned cold as he told Yang Yun and the others. All right. The few men unleashed their energies, then they threw their gazes at the trio. Although they couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, these 3 men were a piece of cake for them. Zhoosh. Right after their words left their mouths, Jiang Qin struck like a ghost. His speed was incredibly fast and his opponents didn't even have a chance to react. Or they didn't expect Jiang Qin to attack them at this moment. Puchi. The heavenly saint's sword rippled in the air, and in an instant, it pierced through Yang Yun's body. An early combat soul genius had no chance of fighting back in front of Jiang Qin. You killed my brother, die. Jiang Qin's words were extremely cold. In his past life he was a lonely man and he was a martial arts maniac. In this life he wanted to live like a real man and he cherished everyone around him. The father-son relationship with Jiang Zhenhai, the romantic relationship with Yan Qinyu, the brotherly relationship between Han Yan and De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian. They were the most important people in Jiang Qin's life, and Jiang Qin would never forgive anyone who tried to harm them or kill them. Therefore Yang Yun was the first one to die. Sensing the life force in his body leaving his body, Yang Yun finally realized how frightening it was to offend an abnormal monster like Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with fear. Only when a man was faced with death would he know how frightening death was. Bastard, how dare you kill someone in front of me? Wuxia roared out. Right after he gave the order to Yang Yun, Jiang Qin had killed him. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a prince, a mighty mid-combat soul warrior, but he couldn't even protect his own subordinate. This was an insult to him. Boom. Wuxia unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a dazzling gigantic palm. It looked like a gigantic mountain as it smashed down toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed, then he swung the heavenly saint's sword upward. In an instant the gigantic palm was sliced in half as easily as cutting a piece of tofu. It was too frightening, too sharp. No matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. Chaotic golden palm. Wuxia's black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted out once again. Then he once again unleashed a palm strike toward Jiang Qin. The gigantic golden palm carried a mighty force as it smashed down from the sky. Let me see how strong you are. True dragon palm. Wuxia's formidable strength had aroused Jiang Qin's fighting spirit. Without hesitation he put away the heavenly saint's sword and unleashed the true dragon palm toward Wuxia's chaotic golden palm. Boom. 2 powerful combat skills collided with each other, causing the entire desert to shake violently. The air trembled and a huge hole was torn open on the ground, causing thick smoke to billow out from the impact. Everyone were shocked. There was no way for them to not be shocked. Jiang Qin's performance had really shocked them. A peak divine core warrior was actually able to fight a mid-combat soul genius so fiercely that even the sky darkened. Windless waves. Wuxia was shocked as well. He never expected Jiang Qin to improve so quickly. It looked like the magma's heart had given him a huge benefit. Jealousy filled Wuxia's heart and he immediately shouted out once again. Swoosh. Invisible waves swept across the place, carrying with them powerful attacks as they swept toward Jiang Qin. 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Qin's energy was unstoppable and his fighting spirit was unparalleled. The flood dragon bloodline in his body started circulating, and this time he unleashed 5 flood dragons, shattering Wuxia's attack. On the other side, Ling Du and Shangguan Yilong from the myriad sword sect exchanged glances. After that, they brought Su Shuang and another genius from the Qingyi sect and dashed toward Han Yan and the other 2. You're courting death. A cold killing intent shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. He had been paying attention to Ling Du and the other 2, and when he saw they were about to attack Han Yan and the other 2 he immediately became furious. Jiang Qin moved his body and dashed toward Han Yan with lightning speed. However, Wuxia stood in front of him and blocked his path. Your enemy is me, those three are dead for sure. Let's see how you're going to save them. Wuxia said with a grin on his face. Is that so? Xianxia sneered. With a shake of his body, 9 identical Xianxias appeared in front of Wuxia at the same time. What? Wuxia was dazzled. He never expected Xianxia to have this ability, and he couldn't tell which one was the real Xianxia. Chapter 346. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Han Yan and Nan Gong Wentian. Gnashing their teeth in anger, they were determined to kill these 3 men and dog in front of them. Their original plan was not to let these 3 men die easily, they wanted to torture them to death. However, Xianxia was too strong and it looked like even Wuxia might not be able to kill him. Therefore, while Wuxia was entangled with Xianxia, they wanted to kill these 3 men as quickly as possible, without giving them any chance to breathe. But Xianxia was too strong and it looked like even Wuxia might not be able to kill him. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked their path. A pair of ice-cold eyes, like a bloodthirsty venomous snake, caused the trio's hearts to tremble. Not good. Ling Du had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately stopped moving, turned around and fled. This monster in front of him was too powerful. Even the powerful Yang Yun and Shangguan Yihong were killed with a single strike. If they were to encounter this monster, they would definitely end up like Yang Yun. Puchi. But too bad, right after Ling Du turned around, an ice-cold long sword pierced through his body. Ling Du lowered his head and looked at the long sword that had pierced through his back and came out from his chest. The fear in his eyes reached its peak and he immediately cried out in fear, "No!" Unfortunately, it was too late. From the moment he attacked Han Yan and the others, his fate had been sealed. Bang! The heavenly saint sword shook, and a destructive sword chi instantly shattered all of Ling Du's internal organs. After that, Ling Du's body exploded into a bloody mist. It was a terrifying scene. Bastard! Wuxia had destroyed all 8 of Xianxia's doppelgangers, and when he saw Ling Du's death he was instantly enraged. He unleashed the mixed element Vajra palm once again and lunged toward Xianxia. Humph! Xianxia coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, 9 doppelgangers appeared once again, easily dodging Wuxia's attack. At the same time he appeared behind the Qingyi Sex genius, and with a shake of his long sword he thrust it forward like a snake. The Qingyi Sex genius was already prepared, but when he thought about Xianxia's methods and the terrifying sword in his hand, he was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation he unleashed all his yuan energy and injected it into the combat weapon in his hand to block the heavenly saint sword. Clang! Without any surprise, the battle weapon broke into 2 halves. The sword light was like a dragon, and without the slightest bit of hesitation, it pierced into that genius body. With a flick of his sword, the man's body was cut into 2 halves. Out of the 4 geniuses, only Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan Yilong from the Shangguan clan were left. All of them were killed by Xianxia, none of them were able to fight back. Both Su Shuang and Shangguan Yilong were scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. Xianxia's fearsomeness had completely exceeded their understanding. There was no way they could fight as this was a one-sided massacre. Swoosh! The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed in different directions. At this time, nothing was more important than escaping for their lives. You want to run? Stay here. Xianxia let out a loud shout. He couldn't let any of these people live as they would become a huge threat to him. Xianxia was very clear about one thing: the enmity between him and the 2 superpowers of the Jian province was irreconcilable. Since they had become mortal enemies, he might as well poke a hole in the sky and not let any of them escape. Xianxia, you've killed so many people, are you still going to kill someone in front of me? Wuxia was completely enraged. He felt like he had lost a lot of face today. With his cultivation he was unable to pin down Xianxia, causing the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect to lose so many geniuses. Clang! At the same time, a powerful combat weapon appeared in Wuxia's hand. It was a 3-meter-long silver-white halberd, and it was glowing with a cold light. With just a glance one could tell it was no ordinary weapon. The halberd was filled with killing intent, and without hesitation he swung it toward Xianxia. I'm going to kill all of them. Let's see if you can stop me. Xianxia made up his mind. He swung the heavenly saint sword and collided with Wu Tsong's halberd. At the same time he unleashed the 6 profound solar fingers towards Su Shuang, who was fleeing for his life. 6 huge golden fingers appeared out of thin air, then they quickly merged into a single gigantic finger with incredible destructive speed. It bypassed Wu Tsong and caught up to Su Shuang in the blink of an eye. "Ha!" Su Shuang shouted out loudly. He raised the combat weapon in his hand and attacked the 6 profound solar fingers. But too bad, the gap between Su Shuang and Jiang Chen was just too huge. The 6 solar fingers was a powerful long-range attack, and even if Su Shuang took out his perfect-ranked combat weapon, he still wouldn't be able to defend against it. Bang! The surrounding space became extremely violent. The combat weapon in Su Shuang's hand was knocked away by the 6 profound solar fingers, and the gigantic golden finger smashed into Su Shuang's body like a gigantic mountain. Everyone heard a miserable shriek, and the gigantic golden finger turned into a bloody mist before disappearing into the distance. Another combat soul genius had fallen. Everyone were struck dumb by what they saw. The scene in front of them felt like they were dreaming, and they couldn't believe what they just saw. Those were all peerless combat soul geniuses, the top geniuses of the entire Eastern continent, the heroes of the Martial Palace. For ordinary people, they were existences that they could only look up to. But right now these dazzling heroes were killed like ants and they couldn't even fight back. This made the crowd suddenly feel that these combat soul geniuses were actually so weak. After killing Su Shuang with his 6 profound solar fingers, Jiang Chen was stopped by Wu Tsong, and he couldn't move on to kill Shangguan Yilong. However, right when Jiang Chen was about to attack Su Shuang, Han Yan, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian had already attacked. Especially De Huang Dog. With a pair of wings on his back, his speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time he had caught up to Shangguan Yilong, who was running away at top speed. "Damn dog, get the hell out of my way." Shangguan Yilong had been scared out of his wits by Jiang Chen, and all he could think about was running for his life. He didn't have any thoughts of revenge. When he saw De Huang Dog standing in front of him, he immediately swung his sword toward him. Kaka! De Huang Dog let out a loud laughter. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden beam toward Shangguan Yilong. With his current cultivation, although he had the dragon horse bloodline, he was still no match for Shangguan Yilong. However, De Huang Dog didn't think he could kill Shangguan Yilong. All he wanted to do was to stop him and stall him. De Huang Dog knew Jiang Chen's temper very well. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill his enemies, but once he did, his enemies would die for sure. He would never let anyone who could threaten him go. Therefore Shangguan Yilong had to die. Furthermore, he had already killed so many of them, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Rumble! Big Yellow's body was knocked away by Shangguan Yilong's sword. However, his skin was tough and his muscles were extremely tough, so the impact from the sword didn't cause any damage to him. Because of this, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian had caught up with them. The trio stood in front of Shangguan Yilong, blocking his path of escape. "You 3 bastards, how dare you stop me?" Shangguan Yilong roared at the 3 fellows in front of him. At the same time he couldn't help but look behind him. When he saw Wu Tsong and Jiang Chen were fighting fiercely, he felt relieved. However, it seemed like it was impossible for Wu Tsong to kill Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen obtained the magma's heart, he had grown to a point where they couldn't even fight him. What they needed to do now was to run for their lives. Shangguan Yilong unleashed his energy. He raised the sword in his hand high up in the air and swung it toward Han Yan and the other 2. "Keep him busy, there's no need to fight him face to face," Nangong Wentian said. The myriad star ruler in his hand was glowing with a bright blue light that resembled the stars in the sky. In an instant, it unleashed a rainbow-like attack toward Shangguan Yilong's long sword. Han Yan unleashed a black devil dragon, and De Huang Dog unleashed the soul-crunching tune. The trio was fighting Shangguan Yilong alone. If it was a group of 3 ordinary peak late divine core warriors, it would be impossible for them to fight Shangguan Yilong. Shangguan Yilong could kill them with just a single finger. However, Han Yan and the other 2 were no ordinary late divine core warriors. With their current combat strength, any one of them could fight an ordinary early combat soul warrior. If the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't have to worry about fighting a genius like Shangguan Yilong. Rumble! The entire desert had turned into a battlefield. Jiang Chen and Wu Tsong were fighting each other with their combat skills. Both of them had unleashed their powerful skills, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Countless people were frightened by the scene. So strong, so strong. Is he still a human? Xianxia is definitely the strongest monster I've ever seen. He's not even a combat soul warrior, but he has such incredible combat strength. He's strong enough to fight Wu Tsong, who is a mid-combat soul warrior. Looks like it's impossible for Wu Tsong to get revenge and save his face. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect have suffered a great loss. All the geniuses who came here have been killed, and only Shangguan Yilong is left. But he's being held back by those 2 men and a dog. Those 3 are abnormal monsters, and although they can't kill Shangguan Yilong, I'm sure Xianxia will be able to kill him once he's free. Everyone were shocked. A battle like this was something that could only be seen once in 100 years. This was the first time a monster like Xianxia had appeared in the Eastern continent. As long as a genius like him didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Wu Lang and the other 2 geniuses from the Martial Palace were shocked to the extreme, especially Wu Lang. All of them were staring at the battle between Xianxia and Wu Kong. Both of them were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. What kind of abnormal monster is he? He still hasn't broken through to the combat soul realm, and once he does, he'll be even more frightening. Wu Lang murmured to himself. Rumble. Once again, Xianxia and Wu Lang violently collided with each other. Both of them were knocked back at the same time. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so strong. But since you've offended me, you're going to die for sure. Now I'll let you die under my halberd. The silver-white halberd appeared in Wu Tsong's hand once again. Now it's time for you to die. Chapter 347. Buzz. 2 extremely powerful perfect-ranked combat weapons produced buzzing sounds, and the cold killing intent that was leaking out from them was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Xianxia and Wu Tsong stood facing each other. Everyone were holding their breaths at this moment. Everyone knew that the battle between these 2 men had come to an end. Who do you think will win? My guess is Wu Kong. After all, he is a peerless mid-combat soul genius, and he is also the Martial Saint Dynasty's prince, the son of the 10th emperor. He has extraordinary abilities. Although Xianxia is an abnormal monster, he is still just a divine core warrior. There is still a huge gap between them. I don't think so. I think Xianxia will win. You guys have all seen what happened in the previous battle. Xianxia and Wu Tsong are equally matched. However, the sword in Xianxia's hand is obviously stronger than the halberd in Wu Tsong's hand. If they really fight, Wu Tsong won't have the upper hand. Many people started whispering to each other. Some of them thought that there was an insurmountable gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, and although Xianxia was a formidable warrior, he still wouldn't be Wu Tsong's match. Some of them also thought that Xianxia was stronger. After all, in the previous battle, Xianxia and Wu Tsong were equally matched. However, the sword in Xianxia's hand was clearly stronger. Now both of them were competing with combat weapons, and with that, Xianxia had the upper hand. Heavenly halberd / Wu Tsong's black hair was dancing in the wind. He suddenly shouted out loudly, then he swung the silver-white halberd in his hand, unleashing a tremendous amount of energy. It was extremely powerful, and it transformed into a huge net made of energy, trying to trap Xianxia within it. Furthermore, the silver halberd was extremely sharp, and it struck down with an incredible momentum. I'll let you witness the true power of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in hand, Xianxia's momentum was like a rainbow. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in hand, his confidence was simply off the charts. If he didn't have the Heavenly Saint Sword with his current combat strength, he would at most be on par with Wu Kong. If he wanted to defeat Wu Tsong, he would need to use some tricks such as the Great Illusion Realm. However, now that he had the Heavenly Saint Sword, he was confident that he could defeat Wu Tsong head-on. Xianxia was enraged. He raised the Heavenly Saint Sword high up in the air. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a shrill cry that shook the surrounding, and a rainbow-like sword chi shot up into the sky. Shua. The sword chi was like a dragon. Xianxia slashed out a sword without any fancy moves. His sword did not have any complicated sword moves. It was just an extremely simple sword, but it contained Xianxia's own sword will. It was fast and fierce. Rumble. The Heavenly Saint Sword and Wu Tsong's Heavenly Astral Halberd collided with each other. The sharp Heavenly Saint Sword was truly invincible. It forcefully tore the energy net created by the Heavenly Astral Halberd in half. After that, the 2 perfect-ranked combat weapons collided with each other in the most violent manner. Plang. A huge amount of sparks were produced and a shocking scene appeared. Just like the previous combat weapon, the powerful silver halberd was destroyed in half by the Heavenly Saint Sword's attack. Tap tap tap. Wuxia staggered back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He stared at the halberd in his hand with eyes wide open. The shock in his heart had reached a point where he couldn't even describe it. No, this is absolutely impossible. It was as if Wuxia had just witnessed the most frightening thing in the world. The silver halberd in his hand was given to him by his father when he broke through to the combat soul realm. Among all the perfect-ranked combat weapons, it was considered one of the best and its sharpness was unstoppable. He never thought that it would be destroyed today. This was simply unimaginable. Bastard, how dare you destroy my halberd? Wuxia's eyes had turned red, and he was enraged like a lion who had just lost its cub. This halberd was his most precious possession, and it could be said to be the most precious part of his life. Furthermore, the Tiangang halberd combat skill he was cultivating was perfectly compatible with this halberd. But now it was destroyed by Xianxia, causing Wuxia's heart to bleed. I'm not just going to destroy your halberd, I'm going to destroy you as well. Face your death. Xianxia unleashed an imposing manner. Sword energy rippled in the air as he turned into a beam of light and shot toward Wukong. The Heavenly Saint Sword was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Wuxia and was pointing right at his forehead. Hua! Right at this moment the crowd once again burst into an uproar. Everyone were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. It looked like Xianxia was going to kill Wuxia, and this was too daring. He even dared to kill a prince of the Martial Saint dynasty. This was no different from making the entire Martial Saint dynasty his enemy. This was too ruthless. He was simply a madman. In the Eastern continent, offending the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan was already a sign of destruction, and if a man offended the Martial Saint dynasty as well, he was simply courting death. Windless waves. Wuxia was shocked. He could sense a great danger from the long sword in Xianxia's hand. What kind of divine weapon was this? Its power was comparable to a king weapon. It was useless. No matter how powerful a combat skill was, it was useless in front of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With just a single strike, Xianxia shattered the windless waves created by Wuxia. Then he thrust his long sword forward like a poisonous dragon. Poochie. A poochie sound was heard. The sound meant death. However, Wuxia was a powerful cultivator and he managed to avoid being hit in his vital spots. Therefore, Xianxia's long sword only managed to stab into Wuxia's shoulder. You dare hurt me? Wuxia glared at Xianxia angrily. His body swayed and he was knocked back dozens of meters. A stream of blood shot out from his shoulder. So what if I hurt you? I'm going to kill you. Xianxia said with a sneer on his face. I'm a prince of the Martial Saint dynasty and my father is the 10th emperor. How dare you kill me? What a joke. Wuxia sneered. There wasn't a single trace of fear on his face. With his status, who would dare to kill him in the Eastern continent? However, Wuxia was still feeling extremely gloomy. Today he had completely humiliated himself, and Xianxia's strength was truly frightening. Too bad you won't have the chance to laugh anymore. Xianxia was merciless. He swung the Heavenly Saint Sword once again. It seemed like he was determined to kill Wuxia this time. Stop. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded out. A powerful force suddenly appeared from the side and collided with the Heavenly Saint Sword, causing Xianxia's Heavenly Saint Sword to miss its target. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia, blocking Xianxia's attack. It was none other than Wu Lang. Brother Jiang, give me some face, don't kill him, Wu Lang said. At this moment Wuxia's face had turned pale, and his previous arrogance had disappeared. Xianxia's actions had told him that his status as a prince was completely useless against Xianxia. If it wasn't for Wu Lang's timely intervention, Wuxia would have been killed by that frightening sword. Xianxia held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. His gaze fell onto Wu Lang and a slight frown appeared on his face. Wuxia had tried to kill him time and time again, and if he didn't kill him now, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. Brother Jiang, listen to me, you can't kill Wukong. His status is different and he came here on behalf of the Martial Saint dynasty. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Brother Jiang, you can't do anything reckless. Wu Lang's voice was transmitted into Jiang Chen's ears using his divine sense. Jiang Chen didn't say a word, but the sword in his hand began to slowly lower. Wu Lang's words were very clear. Jiang Chen couldn't kill Wu Tsong right now. After all, he wasn't alone. He had his family, his brothers, and his sect behind him. With his current strength, he was far from being able to fight the Martial Saint dynasty. If he killed Wu Tsong today, he would no longer have a place to stand in the entire Eastern continent, and he would even implicate the people around him. From the previous situation, it wasn't hard to tell that the relationship between Wu Lang and Wu Tsong wasn't good. Wu Lang's action of protecting Wu Tsong was actually to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see through Wu Lang's good intention. "Ah, I knew you wouldn't dare kill me." Wu Tsong burst into laughter once again when he saw Jiang Chen's reaction. "Shut up." Wu Lang shouted at the top of his lungs. Even the surrounding people felt that Wu Tsong was an idiot. How could he not know what kind of person Jiang Chen was? He was a madman. Now that Jiang Chen was hesitating to kill you, you still dared to add fuel to the fire? If you offended Jiang Chen, he would just kill you with his sword and you would die in vain. Wu Tsong, brother Jiang has spared your life. Now get the hell out of here. After saying that, Wu Lang grabbed Wu Tsong's shoulder and leapt into the air, flying far away. "Brother Jiang, once you're done with your trivial matters, come find me at the Martial Palace." Wu Lang's words were transmitted into Jiang Chen's ears using his divine sense once again. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. In the end, he gave up on chasing after Wu Tsong and slowly sheathed the Heavenly Saint's sword. Putting aside everything else, he had to give Wu Lang some face. Wu Lang had asked him to go to the Martial Palace as soon as possible for Jiang Chen's sake. What Jiang Chen had done today had completely offended the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Not long after, he would have to face the wrath of these two superpowers. Only by entering the Martial Palace would he be safe. This was also the reason why Wu Lang didn't allow him to kill Wu Kong. If he hurt Wu Tsong, the Martial Saint dynasty might be enraged, but with Wu Jiao's status, he might be able to protect Jiang Chen. However, if Jiang Chen killed Wu Tsong, even Wu Jia wouldn't be able to protect him. Therefore, although Jiang Chen didn't want to let Wu Tsong go today, he had no choice but to do it. Rumble. On the other side, 3 men and a dog were still fighting with Shangguan Yilong. With a leap, Jiang Chen arrived in front of Shangguan Yilong. "Jiang Chen, don't kill me." When he saw Jiang Chen, Shangguan Yilong felt his throat go dry and his heartbeat doubled. He had never been so scared before. He had clearly witnessed the fight between Jiang Chen and Wu Kong. Even Wu Tsong wasn't Jiang Chen's match and was nearly killed, let alone him. "Humph." Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw tightly trapped Shangguan Yilong. "I've killed so many people from your Shangguan clan, do you really think I'll let you go?" Jiang Chen had a cold expression on his face. With the true dragon palm pressing down, Shangguan Yilong let out a blood-curdling scream, and was crushed into a blood mist. He died on the spot. "Let's go." Jiang Chen waved his hand at the trio, then he flew far away and disappeared from their sight. Chapter 348. Looking at the 4 figures disappearing into the distance, everyone couldn't help but breathe heavily. This trip to the island of ice had allowed a peerless genius to soar into the sky. Today's battle had completely established Jiang Chen's unshakable status amongst the younger generation. The trip to the island of ice was not something Inferno Hell could compare with. Everyone who came here were peerless geniuses. What Jiang Chen did today would definitely make his name known across the entire Eastern continent. At the same time, everyone could predict that the Eastern continent wouldn't be peaceful in the future. Putting aside the fact that Wu Tsong and the 10th Emperor hated Jiang Chen, even the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan wouldn't let Jiang Chen go. The loss of these 2 major powers was too great. Every single one of their geniuses was nurtured with a huge price. But now all of them were killed by Jiang Chen. Such a loss was simply immeasurable. This was equivalent to cutting off the future of these 2 major powers. Sigh. The weather is changing, let's go back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen killed our men in Inferno Hell as well, but I have to tell the sect to give up on revenge. With Jiang Chen's current strength, we have no way of getting revenge. That's right, I have to tell the sect to give up on revenge as well. With the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan's help, Jiang Chen won't have a good time in the future. The future will be between Zhou Xian and these two superpowers. We can only watch from the sidelines. Many people still couldn't recover from the shock. Zhou Qian's ferocious and domineering actions had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. The island of ice had disappeared. Without a doubt, Zhou Qian had become the biggest beneficiary of this trip. As for the rest of the men who made it out alive, they had more or less obtained some benefits as well. As long as they cultivated diligently when they returned, their future achievements would be limitless. Soon all the people in the desert had disappeared. As for Master Blissful, Golden Lion and the others, they didn't even enter the island of ice. A few days ago they found the exit and left the ocean. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? In the distant sky, four figures sped as fast as lightning. Han Yan asked as he flew. Back to the Black Sect, I need to save little you. Zhou Qian said. He couldn't wait any longer. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Today not only did he obtain the 9 solar holy water, he also obtained the crystallized Arctic ice silkworm. Apart from that, Zhou Qian also had a lot of ice demons' demon souls and a black ice talisman. All these things were prepared for Yan Qinyu. Furthermore, after Yan Qinyu woke up this time, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and the potential of her 9-yin body would be fully developed. Zhou Qian hoped that Yan Qinyu would become stronger, because Zhou Qian was very clear about his future path. It would be a long and arduous journey filled with dangers and hardships. Anyone who wanted to be by his side would become the main character of this path. Only when Yan Qinyu became stronger would he be able to be at ease. Wakaka, this trip to the island of ice is so exciting. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. He was still in a state of excitement and hadn't recovered from the trip to the island of ice. It's quite exciting, but I'm afraid we won't have a good time in the future. Nangong Wentian said with a smile on his face. That's right. Putting aside that Prince Wu Tsong, I'm afraid the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan are going to be furious, and they will definitely want to eat us alive. Han Yan said. Don't worry, when I left the Black Sect, it was already under the protection of the Martial Palace. The Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan wouldn't dare do anything to us. Besides, with the status of these two superpowers, they won't stoop so low as to attack a sect like the Black Sect. Their target is me. Once little Yu wakes up, we'll head to the Martial Palace immediately. Zhou Qian said. He had already made his next plan. You're planning to rely on Wu Jiao's identity, right? De Huang Dog said. That's right. Compared to the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan, our current strength is still too weak. There's no way we can fight them head-on, and the Martial Palace will be our only shelter. Furthermore, I also want to have a look at the Martial Palace. This is the promise I made with Brother Jiao. Zhou Qian said. Little Chinzi, who is Wu Jiao? Nangong Wentian asked. If my guess is correct, Wu Jiao is Wu Lang's father, the current 9th emperor, and the palace chief who controls the Martial Palace. Zhou Qian said with a smile on his face. He had a rough idea of Wu Jiao's real identity. If he wasn't mistaken, Wu Jiao was the palace chief of the Martial Palace. In fact, there was another important reason why Zhou Qian wanted to go to the Martial Palace. It was for Han Yan, Yan Qinyu and the others. These were the people closest to him, and he had to find the safest place for them. With his relationship with Wu Jiao would definitely do his best to protect them. As for himself, Zhou Qian didn't think too much about it. With his own strength, he really didn't need to worry about the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. If he decided to fight with these two superpowers, they would be the ones who would suffer in the end. There were many people who wanted to kill Zhou Qian, and none of them had a good ending. But Zhou Qian wasn't alone right now. He had to think about the people around him so he wouldn't have to worry about anything. What the fuck, so fierce? Little Chinzi, it looks like saving this Wu Jiao in Inferno Hell was the right decision. You've left yourself a way out. Han Yan was shocked. He had heard about what happened in Inferno Hell from De Huang Dog, and the most important person was this Wu Jiao. However, he didn't know Wu Jiao's real identity, so after hearing what Zhou Qian said, he was shocked. Brother Jiao has indeed helped me a lot. If not for him protecting the Black Sect in the name of the Martial Palace, perhaps the Black Sect would have been razed to the ground by now. Zhou Qian replied with a smile on his face. Wu Jiao was a loyal man, this was something that no one could doubt. Wu Jiao had protected the Black Sect and eliminated Zhou Qian's worries. However, Wu Lang's help today had proven everything. With Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog leading the way, the group's speed was much faster than when they came here. When Zhang Qin came to the North Ocean from the Black Sect, it took him more than 20 days. Now Zhang Qin, De Huang Dog and Han Yan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and their speed had increased by more than a few times. Also, they were now at the border of the ocean, so it would take them at most 1 or 2 days to return to the Black Sect. The Black Sect. Right now, the Black Sect's relocation had been completed. The huge Black Sect was now located in Red Sun Town. The underground dragon vein had been completely activated, and this place was covered with white fog all day long, making it look like a paradise. With just a glance, one could tell that this was a perfect place for cultivation. Numerous luxurious palaces could be seen, and rows upon rows of exquisite houses could be seen. The entire Black Sect was emitting a noble aura. The current Black Sect was no longer the same as before. The current Black Sect was the true overlord of the entire Qi province, the one and only. It turned out that because of Zhang Qin, all the people of Red Sun Town's younger generation had joined the Black Sect. Some old people and ordinary people had also been settled down, and they were now under the protection of the Black Sect. In the center of the Black Sect there was a special square. On top of the square a tall statue could be seen. The statue was made entirely from precious rocks, and it was a young man wearing white clothes. He had one hand placed behind his back and he was looking into the sky. He had a majestic posture and he looked heroic. This young man was none other than Zhang Qin. This statue was built by all the townspeople of Red Sun Town, and it was later repaired by the Black Sect. For everyone in the Black Sect, this young man was like a god. Without this young man, the Black Sect wouldn't exist today. During that ultimate war, if not for Zhang Qin's timely appearance, the entire Black Sect would have been annihilated. Every single person in the Black Sect was reborn, and there was a god living in their hearts. Right now the Black Sect was at its peak. It had merged all the resources from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate, and all the disciples were cultivating in an intense and high-spirited manner. Taoist Black was also breaking through to the combat soul realm, and because the Black Sect was highly valued by the Martial Palace, even the sects from the neighboring provinces had come to support them. In the center of the Black Sect there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak was designed according to Guishan's mountain peak, and there were courtyards and herb gardens on top of it. Right at this moment 2 men were standing side by side in front of the herb garden. They were Taoist Black and Guishan. Zhang Qin has been gone for more than a month and he still hasn't returned. I wonder if he encountered some trouble. Taoist Black worriedly said. He has always been facing a lot of troubles. After killing so many people in Inferno Hell, it's impossible for him to be free from troubles. However, those who seek trouble with him are the ones who end up in trouble. Guishan said with a smile on his face. He was very confident in Zhang Qin's abilities. This young man was simply invincible and there was nothing he couldn't do. All those who sought trouble with Zhang Qin, none of them had a good ending. Not long ago the Island of Ice reappeared. I'm guessing Zhang Qin must have entered the Island of Ice. With his abilities, if he can come out from the Island of Ice unscathed, I'm sure his cultivation will have improved again. Taoist Black said. The news of the Island of Ice reappearing had spread across the entire eastern continent, so of course the Black Sect knew about it as well. With Zhang Qin here, the Black Sect will rise sooner or later. Guishan said with a bright smile on his face. Right at this moment 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them like ghosts. Both men were startled, but when they saw the faces of these 4 people, a joyful expression immediately emerged on their faces. Brother, you're back. Guishan was overjoyed. What powerful auras. I didn't expect your cultivation to have improved so much. Taoist Black threw his glance at Zhang Qin, Han Yan and De Huang Dog. Even with his cultivation he could still feel a slight pressure coming from them. The cultivation of these 3 men and dog was completely different from when they left the Black Sect. Sect Chief, Sect Elder Gua, we've obtained great benefits from this trip to the Island of Ice, and our cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Little Chinzi even killed a combat soul warrior. Chapter 349. What? He killed a combat soul warrior. Taoist Black and Guishan both cried out in surprise at the same time. They stared at Zhang Qin in shock. Killing a combat soul warrior, what did that mean? The combat soul realm was something they had dreamt of for their entire lives. Look at you two. A combat soul warrior is nothing. Little Qinzi can now easily kill a mid-combat soul genius from the martial palace. De Huang Dog said with an arrogant tone, as if it wasn't Jiang Qin who had killed those combat soul geniuses, but De Huang himself. What? Daoist Black and Guishan were shocked once again. Aside from being shocked, they didn't know what else to say. Sect Chief, it's like this. Han Yen told them what had happened in the Blissful Island and the Island of Ice, including how many powerful warriors Jiang Qin had killed, how he had obtained the magma's heart, and how he and De Huang Dog had broken through to the next realm. Daoist Black and Guishan were having a hard time breathing, and their eyes almost popped out from their sockets. Just by listening to Han Yan's story, they were unable to calm down. Shangguan Clan Myriad Sword Sect Martial Saint Dynasty's Prince. This Daoist Black was shocked by Jiang Chen's progress. This was the greatest monster he had ever seen, and also the Black Sect's greatest pride. This was supposed to be something that would make anyone excited and happy, but Daoist Black couldn't feel happy at all, because the enemies Jiang Qin had offended were simply too strong. How were they going to live in the future? Sect Chief, don't worry. Once we've settled Little Yu's matter, we'll head to the Martial Palace. With the Martial Palace's protection, the Black Sect won't be in any danger. As for the grudges with the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan Clan, that's my own business. Sect Chief, all you need to do is manage the Black Sect well. Jiang Qin said. Brother, can you guarantee your safety in the Martial Palace? The Martial Palace was built by the Martial Saint Dynasty, and the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan Clan are the Martial Saint Dynasty's biggest vassals. You've offended them and the Prince of the Martial Palace. If you go to the Martial Palace, won't you be walking right into a trap? Guishan said worriedly. Brother, don't worry. I once saved the Martial House Master's life in purgatory. Only by entering the Martial House will I be safe. Jiang Qin smiled. All right. In any case, brother, you're no longer the same person you were back then. You've improved so fast that it makes one speechless. I've always thought that those who choose to be your enemy are all unlucky. Guishan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. To him, being able to meet such a young man was the luckiest thing in his life. Jiang Chen, who is this? Daoist Black looked at Nangong Wentian, who was standing aside without saying anything. Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian cupped his fist toward Daoist Black and reported his name. Sect Master, we met Anan on the Blissful Island. We are now brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Han Yen patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder and said. All right, let's cut to the chase. Where's Xiaoyu? Jiang Qin looked at Guishan. Still in the room. Guishan said. All right, I'm going to treat Xiaoyu now. You guys stay here and don't let anyone come near. Jiang Qin said. Don't worry. Han Yen patted his chest and promised. Jiang Qin turned around and walked toward the courtyard. The layout of this place was exactly the same as the layout of the Black Mountain Range. He didn't feel strange at all. When he arrived in front of the door, Jiang Qin took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and he suddenly felt a bit nervous. After pushing open the door, Jiang Qin walked in and carefully closed the door behind him. His movements were very careful, as if he was afraid of waking up the person who was sleeping soundly, although he knew that no matter how loud he moved, he wouldn't be able to wake her up. On the soft bed, a girl in a white dress was lying quietly. Her brows were relaxed and her face was calm. She was sleeping peacefully. She was an extremely beautiful girl. Even though she was lying on the bed, she still looked like a beautiful fairy. Xiaoyu, I'm back. Jiang Qin stood in front of Yan Qinyu's bed and said with an extremely gentle voice. After that, he flipped his palm and 3 drops of 9 solar holy water floated out. As soon as the 9 solar holy water appeared, the entire room was filled with a masculine aura. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's yuan energy, the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water turned into a golden mist. After that, Jiang Qin sprinkled the mist onto Yan Qinyu, who was lying on the bed, and all of it entered her body. Using the 9 solar holy water alone was definitely not enough. The masculine aura of the 9 solar holy water was too strong, and it would immediately clash with Yan Qinyu's 9 yin body. However, Yan Qinyu had already consumed the profound 6 solar pill. Now, as long as the 9 solar holy water was infused into her body, it would be the same as consuming the profound 9 solar pill. There were many elixirs in the profound 9 solar pill that could be mixed with the 9 solar holy water and the 9 yin body. It would not only wake Yan Qinyu up with the 9 solar holy water, but it would also not harm her. Buzz. After the 9 solar holy water had completely entered Yan Qinyu's body, her body began to tremble violently, and a buzzing sound could be heard from her body. What? Yan Qinyu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly sat up from the bed and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a reaction from the impact of the water and not Yan Qinyu's own consciousness. In other words, Yan Qinyu was still in a coma. After that, Yan Qinyu's body started trembling even more violently. Her face was twisted and it was easy to see how much pain she was going through right now. Jiang Qin stood beside the bed, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, Yan Qinyu could only rely on herself to solve this problem. Moreover, this situation was very normal. Using the 9 solar holy water to activate the source of the 9 yin body was an extremely painful process. However, Jiang Qin believed that Yan Qinyu would definitely be able to endure it. This was a very strong girl, and the pain she had to endure was incomparable to anyone else. After experiencing the pain of the 9 yin body's transformation 9 times, Yan Qinyu's willpower was incomparable to anyone else's. Her bones were strong and it had already reached the depths of her soul. This kind of pain lasted for half an hour. During this half an hour, Jiang Qin stood beside Yan Qinyu without moving an inch. He circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique to the maximum. If Yan Qinyu showed any signs of danger, he would be able to help her. After half an hour, Yan Qinyu's trembling body suddenly stopped. An extremely cold qi suddenly burst out from her body. It's done. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but let out a long breath. This situation meant that the source of Yan Qinyu's 9 yin body had been completely awakened. Next, the blood of the 9 yin body would automatically help Yan Qinyu reconstruct her internal organs and meridians in exchange for a new life. Moreover, the medicinal effect of the mysterious 9 solar pill would also be slowly absorbed by Yan Qinyu. This was a great transformation of a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. It was hard to imagine what kind of growth Yan Qinyu would have once she was reborn. The cold qi was getting thicker and thicker and it overflowed from the room. The entire room was frozen and a layer of white mist covered the entire room. What a frightening cold qi, the 9 yin body really lives up to its name. Outside the courtyard, Taoist Black was shocked. Ah, good, it looks like the 9 yin body's bloodline has been completely awakened. Little you can be saved now. Wuxian burst into laughter. He finally felt relieved. He didn't protect Yan Qinyu well and he even dragged Han Yan down with him. He had been brooding over this matter for a long time. Now that Yan Qinyu was going to wake up, Wuxian was finally able to rest assured. I wonder how strong little you will be after she wakes up? Han Yan sighed. I've heard of the 9 yin body. It is the coldest body in the world and it can only be found in women. According to the records, it is a divine body. When a bloodline is completely awakened, one's future will be limitless. Nangong Wentian said in shock. His trip to the eastern continent had allowed him to meet a group of abnormal people. Inside the room, even the air had condensed and the temperature had dropped to the lowest point. On the bed, a huge silvery white cocoon had formed around Yan Qinyu's body, completely covering her. Jiang Qin was the closest to Yan Qinyu, so he allowed Yan Qinyu's cold energy to land on his body as if he couldn't feel it at all. His current body was too strong and his qi and blood were abundant. His entire body was filled with yang energy, so he was not afraid of the cold energy at all. Right at this moment, a noise came from one of Jiang Chen's storage rings. Jiang Chen was startled because it was the Ice Demon King. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, he immediately released the Ice Demon King's head, leaving the rest of its body in the storage ring. The Ice Demon King was over 30 meters tall, and if he released all of its body, a hole would immediately appear in the room. What a powerful cold qi. This is the source of the cold qi between heaven and earth. The Ice Demon King's thoughts reached Jiang Chen's ears, and its tone was filled with shock. At this moment, the Ice Demon King had already found the source of the cold qi, and its featureless face was facing Yan Qinyu. Ice Demon, this is the true inheritor of the Ice God. I told you that I wouldn't lie to you. Jiang Chen said. A human is actually able to release such a strong source of cold qi. This is simply shocking. It seems like this person is indeed the inheritor of the Ice God. You really didn't lie to me and allowed me to find the true inheritor of the Ice God. Thank you. The Ice Demon King nodded its head at Jiang Chen, and its tone was filled with gratitude. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. What's so good about you staying in that sealed glacier? If you can follow the true inheritor of the ice god, your future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Chen said. Yes, you are right. It is my great honor to be able to follow the true inheritor of the ice god. However, what about the black ice talisman? The Ice Demon King asked. Don't worry, the true inheritor of the ice god is my wife. You following me is the same as following her. She is currently heavily injured and has yet to recover. Once she recovers, I will give her the black ice talisman. I know that only the true inheritor of the ice god is qualified to possess the black ice talisman. Chapter 350. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the Ice Demon King felt relieved. It retracted its head and went back into the storage ring. Ever since it promised Jiang Chen to follow him out of the world of glaciers, the Ice Demon King had been feeling uneasy. It didn't know if the ice god's inheritor really existed, or if it was just a trick that Jiang Chen used to fool it. But after seeing Yan Qinyu today, the Ice Demon King felt relieved. It firmly believed that this young girl in front of it was the real inheritor of the ice god, and if it followed the inheritor of the ice god, it would be much better than staying in the sealed world of glaciers. One day later, cracks suddenly appeared on the silver-white cocoon around Yan Qinyu's body. After that, a loud explosive sound was heard, and the cocoon shattered into pieces. Endless cold energy shot out in all directions like sharp, cold swords. Bang! The entire room was destroyed in an instant, and even Guishan's mountain peak was shaking. The endless cold energy covered the entire sky, and in just a few breaths' time, the entire black sect was enveloped by the cold energy. Many disciples who were cultivating were caught in the cold, and their expressions changed dramatically. What's going on? Such a cold energy, it seems like it's coming from sect elder Guishan's mountain peak. What happened? It must be because senior disciple Yan Qinyu has woken up. I heard that she has the rare 9-yin body. It is the coldest body in this world. She has been in a coma ever since she was injured, and it looks like she has woken up. That's why she is releasing such a strong cold energy. This is terrifying. Just the energy she is releasing is enough to make people feel terrified. The 9-yin body is so powerful it's hard to imagine. I heard that senior disciple Yen needs the 9 solar holy water to wake up, so senior disciple Jiang went to the ocean to look for it. It looks like senior disciple Jiang has returned. If senior disciple Yan Qinyu wakes up, I wonder how strong she will become. Our black sect will have another peerless genius. All the disciples of the black sect were shocked. The cold energy had caused the entire black sect to fall into a freezing cold environment, and the temperature had dropped to an extremely low level. When all the sect elders and disciples realized the source of this cold energy, not only did they not feel worried, they felt happy instead. On Guishan's mountain peak, Han Yan and the others were shocked. After the house collapsed, Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu's situation had been exposed. They walked up to them and stared at Yan Qinyu without blinking their eyes. Right now, Yan Qinyu was like a spring that was emitting cold air. Her body was constantly releasing cold air. She was cold and holy, like a goddess that was sleeping in a glacier and was about to wake up. What a beautiful woman. When Nan Gong Tian saw Yan Qinyu, he couldn't help but exclaim, only a girl like this is worthy of little Qinzi. No wonder little Qinzi is so devoted to her. The 9-yin body's bloodline has been completely activated. Look, little Yu's aura is gradually rising. De Huang Dog said. Everyone on the scene widened their eyes and stared at Yan Qinyu, who was lying on the bed. They could clearly feel that Yan Qinyu's aura was constantly rising. When Yan Qinyu was injured, she was only a late mortal core warrior. But now she had broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Voila! What happened next made everyone dumbfounded. They had witnessed a miracle. Yan Qinyu's aura began to rise unceasingly, like a surging wave. 1 minute later she was at the peak of the early heavenly core realm. 2 minutes later she was at the mid-heavenly core realm. Another 2 minutes later she was at the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. After that she broke through to the peak of the late heavenly core realm. Heavens, can one really break through like this? Taoist Black felt like his brain was cramping. As a man who had cultivated for more than half of his life to reach the peak divine core realm, he knew how difficult it was to break through. Yan Qinyu's current situation was a huge blow to him. Little Yu has consumed the profound 6 solar pill and 9 solar holy water, and the 9-yin body's bloodline has been completely activated. can be said that she has gone through a life and death transformation. This transformation has brought her far more benefits than what she has shown. The heavenly core realm is far from her peak. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Look, little Yu's aura is skyrocketing again. Wuxia shouted out in shock. Crack. A loud and clear sound of breaking through a bottleneck sounded out from Xianxia Yu's body. Xianxia Yu's aura broke through to the early divine core realm in an incredible manner. However, this didn't end just like that. It was as if Xianxia Yu's breakthrough had ushered in a new wave of energy that couldn't be stopped. In just a dozen minutes she had broken through from the early divine core realm to the peak of the late divine core realm. Oh heavens, this Taoist Black felt dizzy. He felt like he was going to faint on the spot. What did he just see? A girl had broken through from the late mortal core realm to the peak of the divine core realm in just half an hour? This was simply unbelievable. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone beat him to death. Wuxia, who was standing next to Xianxia Yu, wasn't any better. Just like Taoist Black, he was so shocked that he couldn't even breathe. Xianxia Yu's breakthrough had made them feel like they had wasted their lives. Not only them, even Han Yan and Nangong Wentian were drenched in cold sweat. Both of them could be considered as peerless geniuses, but they had never seen such a frightening way of breaking through to the next realm. When Xianxia Yu's cultivation reached the peak of the divine core realm, she finally stopped. This made everyone feel relieved. If Xianxia Yu broke through to the combat soul realm in one go, they might have fainted on the spot. Xianxia Yu slowly opened her eyes. Two cold beams shot out from her beautiful eyes, causing the air around them to tremble. Right at this moment, Xianxia Yu had completely woken up, and she had completed the ultimate transformation of her 9 yin meridians. Little Yu still has enough energy to break through to the combat soul realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had seen through Xianxia Yu's situation, and he knew that there was still a chance for her to break through to a higher realm. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took out the Arctic Ice Silkworm's crystal from his storage ring. Little Yu absorbed this crystal and break through to the combat soul realm. Jiang Chen quickly placed the crystal in front of Xianxia Yu. Xianxia Yu gazed at Jiang Chen. Being able to see the person she wanted to see at first glance after waking up was undoubtedly the happiest thing. However, Xianxia Yu didn't have the time to experience this happiness right now. She immediately grabbed the crystal in her hand and swallowed it. Buzz. After swallowing the Arctic Ice Silkworm's crystal, Xianxia Yu's body began forming ice shards. At the same time, her aura once again skyrocketed. Soon, a tiny man the size of a palm appeared above Xianxia Yu's head. The tiny man was wearing pure white clothes and he looked cold and holy. It was like a smaller version of Xianxia Yu. When the tiny man appeared, the people on the scene once again cried out in shock. Combat spirit. She actually formed her combat spirit. Heavens, this is too frightening. Taoist Black nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. He had been cultivating his entire life just to form his combat spirit and become a true combat soul warrior. He knew how easy it was to take this step. But this little girl in front of him, in just half an hour, not only had she completed the path that he had been walking on for most of his life, she had even surpassed him. So this is a combat spirit? So magical. Han Yan threw his glance at Xianxia Yu's combat spirit. He had a strange feeling about it. The combat soul realm is the most important step for a warrior, and it is also the most difficult step. At this step, the god core in one's chi will transform into a true combat spirit, completely breaking away from the basic realm. When a peak combat soul warrior comprehends the dimensional force, his combat spirit will evolve once again, and it will contain the aura of a king, allowing him to reach the true combat king realm. At this realm, the warrior's chi will transform into a dimension, and at that point of time he will no longer need to carry a storage ring with him, as he can store everything in his chi. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, how can you know so much about this? It's as if you were a mighty combat king warrior before. Both Han Yan and Nangong Wentian were shocked, especially Nangong Wentian. Han Yan had followed Jiang Chen for a long time, and he had long since experienced Jiang Chen's omniscient abilities. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't answer their questions. For him, a combat king warrior was nothing. He was the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, the strongest man in the entire saint origin realm. Xianxia Yu's combat spirit was dancing above her head, like an ice goddess descending from the heavens. Clearly, Xianxia Yu was very curious about this combat spirit, so she immediately controlled it and started playing with it. Little you, quickly retract your combat spirit, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Swoosh. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the tiny combat spirit immediately entered Yan Qinyu's body. After that, all the cold energy hovering above the black sect was retracted by Yan Qinyu. In the blink of an eye, the entire black sect had returned to its peaceful state. The pressure that all the disciples were feeling had disappeared as well, and they couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. Being suppressed by that cold energy was really unbearable. Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu immediately leapt up from the ground and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She tightly hugged Jiang Chen's back with both arms, and she pressed her pretty face against Jiang Chen's shoulder. She couldn't help but tear up. She looked like a wronged child who had just seen her dearest loved one. All right, little you, it's all right now. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Cough cough. Han Yan lightly coughed. He reminded Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu that there were still a few living people standing here, and they shouldn't treat them lightly. Only now did Yan Qinyu notice that there were people standing next to them. She immediately jumped out of Jiang Chen's arms like a frightened rabbit and her face blushed. Chapter 351. Little you, when you were unconscious, we were really worried about you. De Huang Dog walked up to Yan Qinyu. He couldn't hide his happiness. Both he and Yan Qinyu came from the other side of Mount Origin, and just like Jiang Chen, they had built a relationship with each other. When little you was unconscious, De Huang Dog was really worried about her. Puppy dog, how long have I been unconscious? Yan Qinyu asked. More than half a year. De Huang Dog said. What? More than half a year? So long? Where is that bastard Fan Kun? When Fan Kun was mentioned, Yan Qinyu couldn't help but show a hint of anger on her face. Her memories were still from before she was unconscious. She knew nothing about what had happened in the past half a year. Haha, little you, do you really think that Fan Kun can still be alive? The Qi province has changed. Let little Qinzi tell you what happened. Han Yan laughed out loud. Let's go, we'll leave a place for them. Guishan pulled Taoist Black Han Yan and Nangong went in and began walking towards the exit of the courtyard. These two lovebirds had been separated by life and death for such a long time, and it was really inappropriate for them to stay here. Big Yellow stuck out his tongue and was still licking his face. He didn't have any intention to do anything to Big Yellow. Han Yan and Nangong went in, who had just left, turned around and pulled Big Yellow's ears, dragging him out. You two bastards, why are you dragging me? De Huang Dog was extremely dissatisfied. Can't you see they are showing off their love? Why are you licking your dog face and standing there? That's right, you have no eyesight at all. Both of them forcefully dragged De Huang Dog out of the courtyard, then they closed the door behind them. Brother Qin, tell me what's happened in the past half a year or so. After they left, Yan Qinyu was left alone with Jiang Chen. Suddenly she became very lively. She pulled Jiang Chen's hand and sat down in front of the stone table in the courtyard. I have to start from the Blood Devils in Yellowstone. When I accepted a mission from the Black Sect, I went to Yellowstone to kill those Blood Devils. After I killed Lord Blood Moon and returned to the sect, I heard the news about you and Brother Yan being killed by Fan Kun. Then Jiang Chen said. He started telling Yan Qinyu everything from the chaos he had caused in the Black Sect, to his trip to the Qian province, his trip to Inferno Hell, the drastic change in the Qi province, the destruction of the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the wars he fought against the northern and southern dynasties, and the recent trip to the Island of Blissful and the Island of Ice. Jiang Chen explained these things bit by bit until the sky turned dark. In fact, if he used his divine sense, he could compress all the information and let Yan Qinyu know in an instant. But Jiang Chen enjoyed the process of sitting here and talking with Yan Qinyu. It was a feeling that he yearned for. After listening to what Jiang Chen had to say, Yan Qinyu's mouth slightly opened. She was startled. This news was too shocking and she couldn't digest it all at once. Killing the Blood Devils, killing Firethorn Savage, sweeping across Inferno Hell, subduing the Earth Devil, defeating the northern and southern dynasties, conquering the Qi province, showing off the might of the Blissful Island, and becoming famous in the eastern continent after the battle on the Island of Ice. All of these were things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine, and all of them happened because of Jiang Chen. Yan Qinyu didn't know what exactly happened, but she knew one thing. Her Qin Gij was the best. Yan Qinyu didn't want to think about how strong her enemies were. or how hard her life would be in the future. All she knew was that no matter how strong her enemies were, Xianxia would always be able to deal with them. The northern and southern dynasties were extremely powerful, and in his eyes, Xianxia was just an ant that could be killed at any time. But in the end, Xianxia still managed to beat him to a pulp, and in the end he had to rely on his immortal physique to escape with a severely injured body. Qin Gij, I'm now a combat soul warrior. I can help you beat up those bad guys in the future. Yan Qinyu waved her fist in the air. It looked like a funny scene, but Xianxia knew that the current Yan Qinyu was definitely not a joke. She had a powerful 9-yin body and a cultivation base at the peak of the early combat soul realm. She was a frightening opponent, and even Wu Tsong was no match for her. Little Yu, I don't expect you to help me beat up those bad guys. I just hope that you're strong enough to protect yourself. That way I'll be relieved. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. This was his biggest hope, and the stronger Yan Qinyu was, the happier he would be. Only then would he be relieved. Don't worry, Qin Gij, I'm strong enough to protect myself now. Yan Qinyu said with a prideful expression. Oh right, I have something to show you. After saying that, Xianxia flipped his palm and took out the Black Ice Talisman. He then handed it over to Yan Qinyu. This is the Black Ice Talisman. Even I can't tell how strong it is. But I'm sure it's a good treasure and it has the same attribute as yours. Give it a try and see if you can absorb it. Xianxia said. The Black Ice Talisman was no ordinary talisman. It was able to create a dimension of glaciers, and it could even give birth to an ice demon. It was no ordinary talisman. All right. Yan Qinyu took the Black Ice Talisman. When the talisman landed on her palm, it suddenly disappeared and entered her body. What's going on? Yan Qinyu cried out in surprise. She had just received the Black Ice Talisman, and she didn't even have the time to absorb it, but it had already entered her body. This situation was too unbelievable. The Black Ice Talisman has a spirit and it actually entered your body by itself. Seems like it has chosen you as its master. This is a good thing. Try and see if you can find it. Xianxia said with a surprised expression. The Black Ice Talisman had entered Yan Qinyu's body, which meant that it had recognized Yan Qinyu's physique. For Yan Qinyu, this was a good thing. Yan Qinyu closed her eyes, and after a few minutes she opened them again and said, The Black Ice Talisman has sunk into my dantian, but no matter how hard I try to summon it, it won't come out. Yan Qinyu spread out her hands, indicating that she was helpless. I guess it's because you're not strong enough to use the Black Ice Talisman. Let it stay in your body, it won't do any harm anyway. Xianxia was also confused. The only explanation for this situation was that Yan Qinyu was still too weak. Although the Black Ice Talisman had recognized her as its master, she still couldn't use it. Ice Demon, come out. Xianxia shouted out coldly. In an instant, a white beam suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The 30-meter tall Ice Demon King appeared in front of Yan Qinyu. What kind of monster is this? Yan Qinyu was shocked. The Ice Demon King's appearance was too scary. It didn't even have any facial features. She had never seen a monster like this before. Ice Demon, did you see that? The Black Ice Talisman has already recognized Little Yu as its master. Hurry up and do it. Xianxia said to the Ice Demon King. Although the Ice Demon King was inside the storage ring, it had noticed the Black Ice Talisman choosing Yan Qinyu. Therefore, it didn't doubt the fact that Yan Qinyu was the Ice God's inheritor. It was extremely excited. Master. The Ice Demon King bowed deeply toward Yan Qinyu, and at the same time, it used a special voice transmission method to call her master. Qin Gij, what is this? Yan Qinyu's face was filled with confusion. With her current cultivation, she could easily tell how strong this monster was. It was a peak combat soul existence, and even if she fought with all her strength, she would still be no match for it. But now, this monster was standing in front of her, bowing to her and recognizing her as its master. How could Yan Qinyu not panic? Little you, don't panic. I brought this ice demon out from the island of ice. The Black Ice Talisman that entered your body is the Ice Demon's faith. Now that you've been recognized by the Black Ice Talisman, you're the Ice Demon's master. Xianxia explained. So that's how it is. Yan Qinyu finally understood why this monster was bowing to her. It was because of the Black Ice Talisman. Alright, Ice Demon, you can't just show your current appearance. Now come back into my storage ring, and if you perform well, I'll hand you over to Little Yu, and let you follow the inheritor of the Ice God. Zhou Xian said to the Ice Demon King. His enemies were too strong right now and he could be in danger at any moment. Having the Ice Demon King by his side would definitely be of great help in a critical moment. Yes. The Ice Demon King once again bowed to Yan Qinyu with great respect. After that it went back into Zhou Qian's storage ring. At this moment the Ice Demon King had completely submitted to Zhou Qian. Even if Zhou Qian didn't plant a divine sense seed in its body, the Ice Demon King would still do it willingly. Yan Qinyu's problem had been solved. Zhou Qian gave all the Ice Demon's demon souls to Yan Qinyu, then he brought Yan Qinyu and left the courtyard. There were more important things to do next. Once everything in the Black Sect was settled, it would be time for him to head to the martial palace. Outside the courtyard, a few men were drinking wine around a stone table in front of the herb garden. They were all drinking the high-quality wine brewed by Guishan himself. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enjoy such good food. When Nangong Wentian saw Zhou Qian and Yan Qinyu coming out, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Little Qinzi, little you, come sit down, let's drink some wine together." Yan Qinyu smiled at Nangong Wentian. Qin had told her everything that had happened during the past 6 months, including this Nangong Wentian in front of her. Therefore she wasn't a stranger to Nangong Wentian. "Sure, it's been a long time since I drank the wine brewed by older brother." Zhou Qian walked up to the stone table, picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one go. After that he turned to Taoist Black and said, "Sect Chief, we need to head to the martial palace immediately. I'm sure the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect are preparing to hunt us down. We need to reach the martial palace before they can react. Here are some treasures and combat skills I found on the Island of Ice. I'll give them to you now. If you use them well, the Black Sect will become stronger in a very short period of time." Chapter 352. When these items appeared, they immediately attracted Taoist Black and Guishan's attention. Putting aside the combat skills on the shelves, just those precious pills and herbs alone, and those powerful combat weapons alone were enough to make it hard for them to breathe. There were more than 30 combat weapons in front of them, and 3 of them were perfect-ranked combat weapons. This was terrifying. Perfect-ranked combat weapons. Even Taoist Black wasn't qualified to own one. These combat weapons were the leftovers from the Heavenly Saint Sword that Zhou Qian created, as well as everything else that he, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang dog had found on the Island of Ice. They were useless to them, but in the Black Sect they were extremely useful. Sect Chief, older brother Gui, each of you pick a perfect-ranked combat weapon that suits you. As for the rest of the combat weapons and pills, you can distribute them later. These cultivation and combat skills are the most precious resources, and they are the foundation of the Black Sect's rise. Zhou Qian said. Taoist Black and Guishan looked at each other, feeling like they were dreaming. Perfect-ranked combat weapons. They knew very well how valuable they were, and only combat soul warriors were qualified to use them. Neither of them had ever thought that they would be able to own a perfect-ranked combat weapon at a time like this. The excitement they felt right now was indescribable. After that, Taoist Black casually picked up some cultivation and combat skills and started reading through them. What he saw shocked him even more. Oh heavens, these are heaven-ranked cultivation skills and they match my attributes. If I cultivate them, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck and break through to the combat soul realm in at most 1 month. Taoist Black was holding a scroll with both of his hands. His body was trembling as if he had just seen the hope of his life. Every part of his body was filled with excitement. These are high-ranked earth combat skills. The lowest-ranked combat skills and cultivation skills are low-ranked earth combat skills. Oh heavens, this is a huge treasure. Guishan felt dizzy. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Cultivation skills and combat skills are the foundation of a sect. Only with a large amount of powerful cultivation skills and combat skills can we nurture different geniuses, and how the Black Sect can develop in the future is the key. Sect Chief, please distribute these cultivation skills and combat skills properly. Zhou Qian reminded. Zhou Qian, don't worry. With these things, I'm confident that within 10 years, the Black Sect will truly become stronger, and the Qi province will be ranked at the top of the eastern continent. Taoist Black held back his excitement and promised with a serious tone. Little Qinzi, when are we leaving? Han Yan asked. Let's go now, we'll travel through the night to the martial palace. Zhou Xian unleashed his energy. He had wasted a lot of time since the Island of Ice, and his name had most likely spread across the entire eastern continent by now. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect should be furious by now. Time was of the essence. He had to rush to the martial palace as soon as possible. Brother, do you have to be in such a hurry? Wuxian said. That's right. Besides, staying here won't bring any benefits to the Black Sect. I've already announced to the public that I'm withdrawing from the Black Sect. Now the Black Sect is under the protection of the Martial Palace, and as long as I leave, even the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan won't dare make things difficult for the Black Sect. They are only targeting me. Zhou Xian said. With his current situation, staying in the Black Sect would only bring unnecessary troubles to the sect. The Black Sect was under the protection of the Martial Palace, so after he left, the Black Sect would be safe. After that, Zhou Xian and his group didn't waste any time. They simply flew into the sky and disappeared into the night. This time, Zhou Xian didn't make a big fuss about his return, and he didn't alert anyone. When he left, he did it quietly without alerting any disciples or elders of the Black Sect. Staring at Zhou Xian, who disappeared into the night, Daoist Black and Guishan couldn't move their gazes away. With this man, the Black Sect is going to prosper. Daoist Black let out a long sigh. I have a feeling that in the near future he will overturn the entire eastern continent. Guishan squinted his eyes. Overturn the eastern continent? That's impossible, right? Daoist Black gasped. Overturning the eastern continent was just too difficult. The Martial Saint dynasty had a strong foundation. It was impossible to overturn it. Half a year ago, did you ever think this day would come? Did you ever think that a young man who rose to fame in the Qi province competition would be able to overturn the entire Qi province in such a short period of time? Guishan said with a smile on his face. Daoist Black didn't say anything. That's right, this was a miracle. In just half a year, Zhou Xian had created too many miracles. The night was dark and the wind was strong. 4 men and a dog were flying high up in the sky. Feeling the strong wind brushing past their bodies, all of them felt an indescribable excitement. Especially Han Yen and Nan Gong went in. Both of them were people who loved excitement, and when they were with Zhou Xian they would never lack excitement and excitement. The group's destination was the Martial Palace, the strongest existence in the eastern continent, the place where geniuses gathered. Right at this moment, Jian Province. Within the Shangguan clan's meeting hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. 2 men were sitting in the main seats. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had an imposing appearance, and a domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows. Just by sitting there, he gave off an indescribable pressure. This man was none other than the Shangguan clan's clan chief, Shangguan Sheng. Sitting next to Shangguan Sheng was an old man who looked to be in his 50s, the Shangguan clan's highly respected great elder, Shangguan Qingming. Both of them were at the peak of the combat soul realm, which was extremely frightening. In addition to them, there were over 20 combat soul warriors sitting in the hall, and 3 of them were late combat soul warriors. This was the Shangguan clan's hidden power, and it wasn't without reason that they were one of the most powerful men in the Jian province. In the entire eastern continent, only the Martial Saint dynasty could truly suppress the Shangguan clan. Right at this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. An old man with fluttering clothes was standing in the center of the hall, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He was a mid-combat soul warrior, and he held a very important position in the Shangguan clan. However, right now he was standing there like a kid who had done something wrong, waiting for his punishment. Clan Chief, Great Elder, that's what happened. The Island of Ice is selective. No one can enter it if they're older than 30 years old. That's why I came back right after I came out from the Island of Ice. No one expected that Zhou Xian would be so crazy as to kill all our genius disciples. This old man was the sect elder who brought Shangguan Yilong and the others to the Island of Ice, Shangguan Hui. When he found out that all the disciples of the Shangguan clan were killed on the Island of Ice, Shangguan Hui nearly fainted on the spot. As the one who led the group to the Island of Ice, he had to bear some responsibility for what happened. This old man was the sect elder who brought Shangguan Yilong and the others to the Island of Ice, Shangguan Hui. When he found out that all the disciples of the Shangguan clan were killed on the Island of Ice, he nearly fainted on the spot. As the one who led the group to the Island of Ice, he had to bear some responsibility for what happened. And sect elder furiously slapped the table next to him, shattering it into pieces. Clan chief, we can't blame sect elder Hui for this. I heard that Xianxia was even able to defeat Prince Wuxia. Even if sect elder Hui was here, I don't think he would have been able to save them, he would have lost his life there. That's right, we can't blame sect elder Hui for this. After all, he didn't even have the chance to enter the island of ice. But we have to get revenge for this. Let me do it myself, I want to tear that Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. All the sect elders in the hall were filled with anger. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and they wanted to tear Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. Shangguanxing waved his hand, signaling the crowd to calm down. His expression was gloomy as well. The Shangguan clan was a superpower in the Jian province, and they had never suffered such a huge loss before. Even in the entire eastern continent, anyone who dared to kill the people of the Shangguan clan was just too daring. Where is that Xianxia now? Shangguanxing asked. I heard he disappeared after leaving the island of ice. No one knows where he went. He used to be a disciple of a small sect in the Qi province, the Black Sect, but because he offended too many people in Inferno Hell, he left the Black Sect. Shangguan Hui said. Just a small sect in the Qi province. Sect Elder Hui, bring your men to the Qi province immediately and annihilate the Black Sect. Shangguanxing coldly harumphed. Clan chief, the Black Sect is under the protection of the Martial Palace. I don't think it's a good idea to attack them. Shangguan Hui furrowed his brows. The Martial Palace is protecting the Black Sect? Shangguanxing was startled for a moment. As the clan chief of the Shangguan clan, he would never pay attention to a small sect in a small province. That's why he didn't know about the Black Sect being protected by the Martial Palace. However, Shangguan Hui had investigated everything about Xianxia. That's right, after Xianxia left the Black Sect, the Martial Palace announced that they would protect the Black Sect. Furthermore, the current 9th Emperor, the Palace Chief of the Martial Palace, disappeared 10 years ago. I heard that he went to Inferno Hell and never came back. Now that he has suddenly returned, I'm afraid it has something to do with Xianxia. Shangguan Hui said. Clan Chief, if the Martial Palace is protecting the Black Sect, I don't think we should attack them. Besides, if the Shangguan clan attacks a small sect, it won't be good for our reputation. Since Xianxia has left the Black Sect, I'm afraid he's not in the Black Sect right now. That guy should know that we're going to kill him, so he should be hiding somewhere. A sect elder said. Send someone to investigate Xianxia's whereabouts at all costs. We can't allow the Shangguan clan's dignity to be tarnished. Going against the Shangguan clan will only result in death. Shangguanxing coldly harumphed once again. His clan chief. Shangguan Hui cupped his fist, then he turned around and left. At the same time, many sect elders left the palace as well. The entire Shangguan clan started getting busy, trying to find out Xianxia's whereabouts. Chapter 353. The news of the two powerhouses of the Sword Province issuing a must-kill order swept across the entire Great Eastern Continent like a tornado. In just a day, the news had spread to almost all 28 provinces. In just a short period of time, Xianxia's reputation had skyrocketed. The news of the battle on the island of ice had also spread across the continent, causing people to be even more curious about this young genius. In the eastern continent, the Jian province was ranked second, and the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect were the two living signboards of the eastern continent. They were like two giant tigers, and for many years, no one had ever dared to offend these tigers. But now, someone had not only slapped the tigers, but he had actually climbed on top of the tiger's head and pulled its whiskers. It had been a long time since the Jian province experienced such a huge turmoil. Two superpowers had issued the order to kill Xianxia at the same time. This was the first time in the history of the Jian province. All the conflicts that had happened in the Jian province all originated from the battle between the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Now, for the first time, these two superpowers had reached an agreement, and it was all because of this young man named Xianxia. Did you hear? The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect have issued the order to kill Xianxia at the same time. Anyone who can provide information about Xianxia will be rewarded handsomely by both superpowers. That's right. I heard that if anyone can provide accurate information about Xianxia, they will be able to join either the Myriad Sword Sect or the Shangguan clan to cultivate, and enjoy all the cultivation resources provided by both superpowers. Not only that, they will also be rewarded with a perfect ranked combat weapon and a high-ranked earth combat skill. This is such a great reward, it's like soaring into the sky. I know, it looks like both superpowers are determined to kill Xianxia this time. I wonder what that Xianxia looks like. I heard that he's just a young man, and he looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. How did he manage to shake both superpowers? Don't tell me he has 3 heads and 6 arms? Didn't you hear about the battle on the island of ice? All the geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were killed by Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia is an incredible man. He has a sort of destruction that can easily destroy perfect ranked combat weapons. None of the combat soul geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect could withstand a single strike from him. Even the 9th Emperor's son Wu Tsong was defeated by Xianxia. He's really amazing. Sigh. Such a genius would only appear once in 1,000 years, and in the history of the Eastern continent he was the first one to do so. What a pity, this Xianxia was too arrogant. He didn't put the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect in his eyes at all. Wasn't this just ruining his own future? Now that the two forces have issued a kill order and are determined to kill Xianxia, even if that Xianxia really has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid that he will die without a doubt. Discussions like this could be heard everywhere. Along the way, Xianxia and the group had secretly heard all the news. Little Xianxia, your current reputation is so great that it makes people jealous. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but tease Xianxia. I'd rather not have such a reputation. Xianxia had a bitter smile on his face. There were many people who were famous, but it was rare to see someone like him who was the enemy of the entire world. It was better for him not to have such a reputation. I knew the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect wouldn't let me go so easily, but I didn't expect them to make such a big fuss. They're spending a lot of money to find information about Little Xianxia. Looks like they're determined to kill Little Xianxia. Han Yen said. What region are we in now? Xianxia asked. I think it's the Qing province. Han Yen looked at the region and said. I'm afraid the Qing province's Qingyi sect wants to kill me as well. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Now, no matter where he went, he would always be able to find enemies who wanted to eat him alive. Don't worry, if the Qingyi sect isn't an idiot, they would have given up on being your enemy. Among all the superpowers you offended in Inferno Hell, only the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect want to kill you. As for the others, they don't have the strength to do so. De Huang Dog was right. After learning about what happened on the island of ice, the Qingyi sect had given up on killing Xianxia. The reason was simple. Although the Qing province was the 5th largest province, and the Qingyi sect was the overlord of the Qing province, the strongest man in the sect was only a mid-combat soul warrior. Since Xianxia was able to defeat Wu Tsong, he could easily sweep across the entire Qing province. In order to get revenge, one had to consider one's own strength. Xianxia was a ferocious man, and if he was pushed into a corner he could just wipe out the entire Qingyi sect. Furthermore, since the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect had made their move, it meant Xianxia was going to die for sure. There was no need for them to get involved in this mess, as Xianxia was going to die in the end. It didn't matter who killed him. Therefore, many superpowers had given up on killing Xianxia, and decided to just watch from the sidelines. With our speed, how long do we need to reach the Martial Palace? Xianxia asked. The Martial Saint dynasty is the ruler of an entire province, and it's very far away from the Qi province. Even with our speed, I'm afraid we'll need at least 3 days to reach the Martial Palace. Furthermore, in order to reach the Martial Palace, we'll have to cross the Jian province. I'm afraid the Jian province has become a tight encirclement, so it won't be easy for us to cross it. Han Yen said with a frown on his face. The Jian province was currently filled with men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. If they were to just walk into the Jian province like this, they would definitely attract attention, and it would be no different than being trapped in a tiger's den. De Huang, transform again. Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. Among this group, the most iconic man was De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog didn't transform, he would be able to recognize Xianxia and the group with just a single glance. All right. De Huang Dog was very obedient this time. He transformed into a smaller version of himself without any complaints. Wow. This puppy is so cute. Yanqin cheered and hugged De Huang Dog in her arms. De Huang Dog and Yanqin were destined to be together. Right now he was lying in Yan Qinyu's arms with a comfortable expression on his face. Jiang Chen wished he could slap this dog's face. Along the way the group traveled at an extremely fast speed. In just 2 days they had truly entered the territory of the Jian province. Upon reaching this place their speed had clearly slowed down. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. It was a vast mountain range and the air was filled with dense natural yuan energy. Compared to the Qi province, the natural yuan energy here was at least 3 times denser. And this was only the border of the Jian province. What a dense natural yuan energy. No wonder it's the second biggest province. The Qi province can't compare with it. Han Yan sighed. This is the difference between regions and also one of the reasons why the Myriad Sword sect is stronger than the Black sect. Jiang Chen said. There was indeed a huge difference between regions. At the center of the Saint Origin realm, the Divine Continent, even the border of the Saint Origin realm had more than 10 times denser natural yuan energy than this place. That place was rich in natural resources and there were countless cultivation resources. There were countless mighty warriors and geniuses there, and it was a place the Eastern Continent couldn't compare with. In the Divine Continent, there were some geniuses who could break through to the Combat Soul realm at the age of 7, and those who could break through to the Combat King realm at the age of 10 wouldn't be too surprised. Some of the superpowers could even cultivate genius combat emperors, and that was the real exciting place. Jiang Chen would return to the Divine Continent sooner or later, and he had a feeling that it wouldn't take too long. Once everything in the Eastern Continent was settled, he would embark on his journey to the Divine Continent. Let's go. De Huang Dog said impatiently. The group continued moving forward. Soon they passed through the desolate mountain range and a city appeared in front of them. There's a city in front of us. I think we should keep a low profile and go around it. Han Yan suggested. I think we should be careful when we enter the city. We might be able to gather some information. It has been 3 days since the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect gave the order to kill Little Chenzi, and both superpowers still haven't found any traces of Little Chenzi. I'm sure there will be some new movements. Nangong Wentian said. Brother Nan is right. Let's enter the city and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded his head. As the saying goes, those with great skills have great courage. A city at the border of the Jian province wasn't enough to make him feel afraid, and it was a good chance for him to gather some information. After making their decision, the group started walking toward the city. Soon they arrived in front of the city's gate. There were no guards outside the gate and people could enter and leave as they wished. Have you guys heard about the gathering of Skynet? As soon as they entered the city, they immediately heard people talking about it. Gathering of Skynet? What is that? Someone didn't know. You guys don't know yet, but the #1 genius of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yiqing, has come out from his secluded cultivation. I heard that he has broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, and the Shangguan clan is currently looking for Jiang Chen everywhere. However, Jiang Chen is nowhere to be found. Therefore, Shangguan Yiqing has joined hands with Xianxia from the Myriad Sword sect to hold the gathering of Skynet on Mount Tianyuan. They have gathered many geniuses from the younger generation, and they have set up an inescapable net on Mount Tianyuan, waiting for Jiang Chen to arrive. That man said. What? Xianxia from the Myriad Sword sect has come out from his secluded cultivation as well? Xianxia and Shangguan Yiqing used to be enemies, but I never thought they would join hands this time. However, since they are setting up the gathering of Skynet in such a blatant manner, only an idiot would go there. If I were Jiang Chen, I would run away as soon as I get my hands on this guy. What do you know? Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia are trying to spread the news and lure Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen doesn't go, it means that Jiang Chen is afraid of them, and that would be a great boost to the morale of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. If Jiang Chen goes there, he will die for sure. According to what I know, Shangguan Yiqing is an expert in formations, and he has already set up the Skynet formation on Mount Tianyuan. Also, he has joined hands with Xianxia and some other geniuses. If Jiang Chen goes there, he will die for sure. This is a grand event in the Jian province. I wonder how many geniuses will participate in the gathering of Skynet. I think there should be a lot of them. This is a great opportunity for Jiang Chen to ride on the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect's coattails. Furthermore, he will definitely die there, so he won't suffer any losses. I don't think they will need to do anything. Chapter 354. In an instant, the news about the gathering of Skynet spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about it. However, most of them felt that Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxuzi's actions were unnecessary, as Jiang Qin would never show up. Furthermore, they didn't even know where Jiang Qin was right now. Perhaps this Skynet wouldn't bring them any useful information. Gathering of Skynet? Skynet? This is obviously a Skynet for little Qinzi. Let's see if little Qinzi has the guts to jump into it or not. Nangong Wentian said. Little Qinzi, what do you think? Should we go and cause some trouble in this gathering of Skynet? Han Yen looked at Jiang Qin and asked. The Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect's #1 genius. Perhaps only I, Jiang Qin, can receive such treatment. How can I disappoint them? A grin emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Initially, he wanted to keep a low profile and travel through the Jian province to the Martial Palace. However, he never expected to run into this gathering of Skynet, which forced him to change his mind. In his entire life, Jiang Qin had never been afraid of a fight. If this gathering of Skynet was organized by the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect's older generation warriors, Jiang Qin might just ignore it. However, since it was organized by the #1 genius from 2 superpowers, Jiang Qin decided to go and have a taste of it. He wanted to let the entire Eastern continent know who was the real #1 genius, and who was qualified to fight for the title of the #1 genius of the younger generation. Wow, great, there's another good show to watch. De Huang Dog was laughing out loud in excitement. Little Qinzi, I think we should be more careful. Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia are both the #1 geniuses from the 2 superpowers. Their cultivation and overall strength are at least on par with Wukong. Together with the Skynet formation, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them. Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. Qin Gij, brother Nan is right. We should be more careful. Why don't we just ignore them and take advantage of the fact that this gathering of Skynet has attracted most of the attention? We can travel through the Jian province and head to the Martial Palace. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. I've already decided to go to Mount Tianyuan to participate in the gathering of Skynet. I'm the star of this gathering. If I don't show up, this gathering will be meaningless. However, I'm going there alone. You guys go to the Martial Palace first. Jiang Qin said. Fuck, aren't you being too unkind? You actually didn't let us follow you. De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. If we go together, we'll be too big of a target. Don't forget our goal this time. After I show up at the gathering of Skynet, you guys take the opportunity to cross the Jian province and go to the Martial Palace to find Wu Lang. After you tell him who you are, I believe Brother Zhu will meet you in person. Jiang Qin said. Brother Qin, let me go with you. With my current strength, I can help you. Yan Qinyu was a little worried. No, you have to listen to my arrangements. You guys go to the Martial Palace first. Once I arrive at Mount Tianyuan, I'll immediately go to the Martial Palace. Little you, don't worry about me, I'm invincible. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still run away. Jiang Qin said in a serious tone. This time he was going to Mount Tianyuan alone to meet the #1 geniuses of the 2 superpowers. Alright, with our cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be of much help anyway. Just be careful. Han Yen patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this brat. So many people have killed him, but he's still alive and kicking. De Huang Dog curled his lips and said. He was very dissatisfied with Jiang Qin for leaving him behind and going to Mount Tianyuan alone. He and Jiang Qin had always been together. That's right, even if I have to worry, I should worry about those 2 geniuses. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. He knew Jiang Qin's abilities too well. If they were to compare pure combat strength, Jiang Qin might be on par with those 2 geniuses. However, the Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Qin's hand was a true godly weapon. Even if those 2 geniuses worked together, they might not be able to defend against it. As for the Skynet formation, Jiang Qin might have a way to deal with it. After that, the group went their separate ways. Jiang Qin and the others turned around and left the city, heading to the Martial Palace. As for Jiang Qin, he chose to stay behind. That Jiang Qin sure has a lot of face. He actually made geniuses like Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia team up to deal with him. Isn't this an honor in itself? Honor my ass. That's the same as courting death. If I were him, I wouldn't want such an honor. But that Jiang Qin is really awesome. He killed so many geniuses from the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect. I'm afraid only Jiang Qin has the guts to do that. Furthermore, I heard that Jiang Qin almost killed the 10th emperor's son. He's really a ruthless man. Discussions about Jiang Chen could be heard everywhere. The battle on the island of ice had made Jiang Chen famous. The order to kill him was issued by the two superpowers of the Jian province, and the gathering of Skynet that was jointly organized by Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia had pushed Jiang Chen's fame to a new level, and he had become an existence that no one didn't know. Jiang Chen heard all of this, but with an indifferent expression he walked up to one of the warriors and asked with a smile on his face, "Brother, may I know how to get to Mount Tianyuan?" Hearing that someone was going to Mount Tianyuan, many people immediately looked over. Those who were going to Mount Tianyuan at this time of the year were definitely geniuses, because all the people invited by Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were the geniuses of the younger generation. "Little brother, may I know why you're going to Mount Tianyuan?" "Mount Tianyuan isn't very peaceful right now." The warrior looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. "I'm going to participate in the gathering of Skynet, but I'm not familiar with the Jian province's terrain. Please give me some advice, brother." After saying that, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and handed a pill to the warrior. The warrior lowered his head and looked at it and was immediately shocked. It was an earth elixir pill. Swoosh. The warrior immediately snatched the earth elixir pill from Jiang Chen's hand at lightning speed. The way he looked at Jiang Chen instantly changed. This young man was too generous. He had just asked for directions and he had given him an earth elixir pill. That was equivalent to 10,000 human elixir pills. My luck is too good. It's simply against the natural order. "Little brother, since you're so generous, I'll accompany you. I'll personally bring you to Mount Tianyuan. I'm very familiar with the terrain there." The warrior patted his chest and said. An earth elixir pill was more than enough for him to treat Jiang Chen warmly. He didn't hesitate to personally bring Jiang Chen to Mount Tianyuan, and he could also take the opportunity to watch the gathering of Skynet. "If that's the case, I'll have to thank you, brother." Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the warrior. Then he grabbed the warrior's shoulder and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people behind him were dumbfounded. After they came back to their senses, they all exclaimed that the man was too lucky to get an earth elixir pill so easily. He was really lucky. Damn it, comparing yourself with others is really infuriating. Geniuses nowadays really don't care about wealth. He just asked for directions and got an earth elixir pill. Yeah, it's really extravagant. That bastard is really lucky. If he asked me, I would have brought him there too. An earth elixir pill. This is fate. We've been talking here for so long, but we've never encountered such a good thing. I'm so envious. They were so envious that they could get an earth elixir pill so easily. It was no different from picking it up from the ground. They were extremely unhappy that such a good thing didn't happen to them. Far away in the sky, above the desolate mountain range, Jiang Chen was flying at an incredible speed. The warriors next to him were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. This young man in front of them looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but he actually had such incredible speed. No matter what, he was an early divine core warrior, but when comparing speed, he was hundreds of times slower than this young man. What a young hero. Little brother, you have such a strong cultivation at such a young age. I'm so envious of you. The warrior couldn't help but say. That's why I'm going to participate in the gathering of Skynet. I heard it will be very lively. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. Not only will it be lively with Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxu's influence, they will be able to gather many geniuses. This is a grand event. But I think that Jiang Chen will definitely not show up, and this event will end without any results. Therefore, little brother, you've made the right choice by participating in this gathering of Skynet. Not only will there be no danger, you'll also be able to ride on the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect's coattails, and you'll be able to get lots of benefits in the future. The warrior was beaming with joy and his tone was filled with envy. He hated himself for not having a strong cultivation base and being too old. If not, he would have joined the gathering of Skynet as well. That's hard to say, he might even be on his way to Mount Tianyuan. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. If that's the case, then he's a real idiot. He knows that it's a dangerous place, but he still wants to go. If he's not an idiot, then what is he? But I heard that Jiang Chen is a very ruthless man, a madman. Maybe he will really show up. If that's the case, this gathering of Skynet will be really interesting. The warrior said. However, he didn't know that the man standing right next to him was the famous Jiang Chen. If he knew Jiang Chen's identity, he would be so scared that his legs would turn to jelly. Mount Tianyuan was located at the edge of the Jian province. The mountain range didn't look as majestic as its name suggested, as it had been abandoned for a long time. Right at this moment, in the deepest area of Mount Tianyuan, a mountain peak was sliced off by someone with a single sword strike, creating a huge platform. On top of this platform, dozens of people were gathered. There were tables and chairs made entirely from rocks placed in 2 rows on the platform. Right now, most of the tables were filled with people. Most of these people were from the younger generation. Some of them were over 30 years old, but not too many of them. These people had pretty strong cultivation bases. The weakest among them was a late divine core warrior, and a few of them were combat soul warriors. Chapter 355. Right at this moment, a table was placed in front of each and every one of them. All of them had relaxed expressions on their faces, and it looked like they weren't here to fight. They were here to enjoy the scenery. For these people, participating in this gathering of Skynet didn't give them any pressure, because there was a high chance that Jiang Chen wouldn't show up. Even if he did, there was no way he could escape from the Skynet formation set up by Shangguan Yiqing, and he would be killed for sure. 2 men were sitting side by side in front of the table. One of them was wearing a green robe and he had a domineering look on his face. He looked to be in his late 20s and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. A faint smile could be seen on his face. He was none other than the organizer of this gathering of Skynet, the #1 genius of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yiqing. The man who was qualified to sit together with Shangguan Yiqing was none other than Xianxia from the Myriad Sword sect. Xianxia was wearing a snow-white robe and he had a handsome face. His white hair gave him a unique look, and a huge sword was placed on his left hand, and a green jade wine glass was held in his other hand. He looked like a wine god who had descended to the mortal world. In the Jian province, it was a miracle that these 2 men were able to sit together and drink wine in such an amiable manner. Everyone here knew that these 2 men were enemies, and every time they met they would fight each other for at least 300 rounds. After that, both of them entered secluded cultivation at the same time. Initially, they were planning to fight each other to the death when they came out from secluded cultivation, but they never expected someone like Jiang Chen to show up. Therefore, they decided to put their grudges aside for now and decided to join hands and kill Jiang Chen first. All the combat soul geniuses were sitting at the stone tables closest to these 2 men. 2 of them were from the Martial Palace, and they had been invited to participate in this gathering of Skynet. Come, let's have a toast. Shangguan Yiqing raised his wine glass and drained it in 1 gulp. After that he said, all of you are giving me Shangguan Yiqing face by participating in this gathering of Skynet. From now on, all of you will be one of us. If any of you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to ask me for help. Brother Shangguan, you're such a straightforward person. However, I don't think that Jiang Chen will come to this gathering of Skynet. With 2 geniuses from the Jian province joining hands, Jiang Chen won't have the courage to come here. Someone shouted. That's right. With Brother Shangguan and Brother Xian here, that Jiang Chen is no fool. I'm afraid he won't come. Someone agreed. It's hard to say. I've been to the Island of Ice and I've seen Jiang Chen's cruelty with my own eyes. We can't underestimate him. To put it bluntly, he's a lunatic. If he knows about the gathering of Skynet, I'm afraid he'll really come to participate. A young man said with a loud voice. He had participated in the trip to the Island of Ice, and he had witnessed how Jiang Chen killed all the geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, as well as how he defeated Wukong. He knew how daring Jiang Chen was. That's right. On that day I also witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen is. This person is extremely daring. There is nothing he doesn't dare to do. Someone chimed in. Everyone who had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities on the Island of Ice couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's courage and strength. It's good that he's here. If he didn't come, all our preparations would have been in vain. I regret not being able to participate in the trip to the Island of Ice. If I had, I'd definitely meet him. Xianxia coldly harumphed. Not being able to participate in the trip to the Island of Ice was his biggest regret. But now, for the Myriad Sword sect's dignity, for the sake of defending his status as a genius, he had no choice but to kill Jiang Chen. Regarding this, he had the same thought as Shangguan Yiqing. That's right. We have so many people here, why would we be afraid of a single Xianxia? If he really comes, he'll definitely die without a proper burial. A combat soul warrior said with a prideful expression. If I were Xianxia, I'd definitely come here. This is the pride of a genius. Shangguan Yiqing said. That Xianxia has a frightening sword in his hand. It can easily break a perfect ranked combat weapon and unleash the power of a king weapon. He used that sword to defeat Prince Wukong, someone said. Don't worry, I've secretly set up a Skynet formation in this mountain range. I've spent a few years studying this formation, and even a late combat soul warrior will be trapped by it. Sooner or later, that sword in Xianxia's hand will be mine. Shangguan Yiqing said with a sneer on his face. It's a great waste for such a divine weapon to fall into the hands of a man who doesn't use a sword. That sword should be mine. Xianxia threw his glance at Shangguan Yiqing and said. Now, before Xianxia had even shown himself, before he was killed, these two men had already started fighting over the sword in Xianxia's hand. It looked like in their eyes Xianxia was no different from a dead man. Alright, let's talk about who the sword belongs to after we kill Xianxia. I don't want to fight with you right now. Shangguan Yiqing coldly shouted. Since Xianxia hadn't shown himself yet, he didn't want to fight with them. Killing Xianxia was his top priority. As for how to divide the treasures in Xianxia's hand, that would have to wait until he killed Xianxia. 2 hours later, two figures flew over from afar and stopped right outside of Mount Tianyuan. They were Xianxia and the warrior. Little brother, Mount Tianyuan is right in front of us. The warrior pointed at the desolate mountain range in front of them and said. And let's go. Xianxia nodded his head, then he started flying forward. Soon both men arrived at the inner part of the mountain range, and they could clearly see what was happening on top of the mountain peak. Not far away from the mountain peak there were many people coming and going. It looked like they were here to watch the show. Ladies and gentlemen, how can you guys hold another gathering of Skynet without me? A hearty voice interrupted everyone's drinking. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the source of the voice. What they saw were two figures flying towards them. The leading figure was a young man dressed in white clothes. He had a gentle face and a faint smile could be seen on his face. His eyes were extremely bright and they were glowing brightly. Beside him, a middle-aged warrior was trembling with excitement. Xianxia. Seeing this young man in white clothes, someone immediately cried out in surprise. As someone who had personally met Xianxia on the island of ice, he could easily recognize this young man in white clothes. What? He's Xianxia? Hearing Xianxia's name, everyone immediately stood up from their seats, including Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia. The sword next to Xianxia's hand had already appeared in his hand, and it was glowing with a cold light. That's right, it's me. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders, showing an indifferent expression on his face. On the other hand, the middle-aged warrior who stood next to Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. Without hesitation he turned around and ran into the crowd. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Damn it, I actually brought Xianxia here. The warrior was sweating profusely, and his body was still trembling uncontrollably. Now that he thought about it, this young man in front of him looked exactly the same as the legendary Xianxia. He was dressed in white clothes and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old with a handsome face. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to really have the guts to come here. Shangguan Yiqing squinted his eyes, which were glowing brightly. He stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes, sizing up Xianxia from top to bottom, trying to see through him. Of course, if I didn't come, wouldn't you be disappointed? After saying that, Xianxia started walking step by step towards the mountain peak. In just a few steps he arrived at the top of the mountain. No yuan energy ripples could be sensed from his body, but no one dared underestimate him. Those late divine core geniuses who were standing close to Xianxia couldn't help but back away. Xianxia's name was like a living sign, and no one was not afraid of him. Especially those who had personally witnessed how frightening Xianxia was back on the island of ice. They were terrified. Without witnessing Xianxia's strength, they would never know how frightening this young man in front of them was. Xianxia's appearance caused those warriors who were bored and waiting to watch the show to become restless. All of them threw their glances at Xianxia. So this is Xianxia? He looks so young, I never thought he would really come here. It's over, Shangguan Yiqing has set up an inescapable trap here. Zhou Xian came here alone, he is just seeking death. Not necessarily. I don't think this Zhou Xian is an idiot, since he dares to come here. I'm sure he has some tricks up his sleeves. Let's just wait and see, there will be a fierce battle today. Anyone who had heard about Zhou Xian knew that with Zhou Qian's character he was going to turn this gathering of Skynet upside down. Zhou Xian, I don't know if you're really an idiot or if you're just overconfident. Let me tell you, I've set up an inescapable trap here today. Since you're here, you'll have to stay here forever. The smile on Xianxia Yiqing's face became wider and wider. Many people tried to stop me, but now I can still go wherever I want. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent manner. He casually picked up a wine pot from a nearby stone table and drank it up. After that he praised, "Good wine. Zhou Xian, you came here alone, I really admire your courage. Why didn't you bring your helpers with you?" Xianxia Yiqing said with a sneer on his face. "I don't need helpers. I don't know why you gathered all these stinky potatoes and rotten bird eggs here. Do you really think they can fight me, Zhou Xian? Or did you send them here to die?" Zhou Xian pointed his finger at the divine core geniuses next to him and spoke without any hesitation. As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone present turned extremely ugly. No matter what, they were the well-known figures of the major forces, rare geniuses. But now they were called rotten potatoes and rotten eggs. How could they not be angry? This was simply intolerable. "Bastard, who do you think you are? I'm going to make you die a graveless death today." A young man who was full of vigor was the first one who couldn't take it anymore and jumped out. He pointed his finger at Zhou Qian's nose and shouted out loudly. With Xianxia Yiqing and Xianxia backing him up, this man was much more courageous than before. But too bad he knew too little about Zhou Qian. Is that so? Chapter 356. Right at this moment the young man finally felt death approaching. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At the last moment of his life, the only thought in the young man's mind was regret. He regretted coming to the gathering of Skynet and he regretted being the first one to speak up. But too bad, regret was useless. There were many medicines in this world and there were even some divine pills, but there was no medicine for regret. Crack. Zhou Xian exerted some force in his palm and crushed the young man's neck. The gap between them was huge, and for Zhou Xian, killing this young man was as easy as killing an ant. The young man's eyes were wide open and his body slowly fell to the ground. Zhou Xian retracted his palm, then he didn't look at the young man again. Hua! With this, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Those divine core warriors who stood in front of the crowd were all frightened, and they kept retreating. Facing this young man who was like a devil, they had completely lost their arrogance and confidence. Even though Xianxia Yiqing and Xianxia were standing behind them, they didn't feel safe at all. Especially for those who had participated in the trip to the Island of Ice and witnessed Zhou Qian's strength. The fear in their hearts had reached its peak. Now that they were standing on the opposite side of Zhou Qian, they could feel a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. "Zhou Qian, you still dare kill someone in such a situation? Looks like you're really courageous." Xianxia raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Zhou Qian. His energy started increasing bit by bit, and the long sword in his hand was emitting layers of cold beams, causing those who looked at it to shiver in fear. "The two of you aren't bad, but I really don't understand why you gathered these people to die. It should be to satisfy your high and mighty desires. It's not bad to let them serve as a foil for your appeal, in exchange for your sense of superiority. Am I right?" Zhou Qian had a clear look at Xianxia Yiqing and Xianxia. This gathering of Skynet was useless to them, and if they really wanted to kill him they could just fight him and there was no need for them to gather so many men. Zhou Qian believed both of them knew that these men couldn't help him at all. "Zhou Qian, everyone here is my Xianxia Yiqing's friends. I will never allow you to kill them again." Xianxia Yiqing shouted out at the top of his lungs. His words sounded quite righteous, causing all the people present to feel much better. "Haha, if I were you I'd leave this place right now. Don't get involved in this mess. I'll give you a chance right now, leave immediately. I won't kill him or else you'll end up like Xianxia Yiqing and Xianxia." Zhou Qian laughed heartily and glanced around. He was giving these people a chance. His words instantly stirred up the crowd, especially those who had participated in the trip to the Island of Ice. They knew very well how frightening Xianxia was, and if they stayed here they would most likely lose their lives. To be honest, most of the people here today were hoping that Xianxia wouldn't show up. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to face Xianxia head-on, and they could still befriend people like Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia. Who would have thought that Xianxia would show up, and in such a short amount of time? However, it was impossible for them to leave at this moment. If they offended Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to show up in the future. Right now, they could only pray that Shangguan Yiqing's Skynet formation could kill Xianxia. Cut the crap. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Everyone listen up. Take up positions in the Skynet formation and seal off this entire mountain range. Don't give Xianxia any chance to escape. Shangguan Yiqing let out a loud shout. Yes. Everyone responded and flew off in all directions, each taking up a different position. What was supposed to be a relaxed banquet was about to turn into a brutal killing field in the blink of an eye. The inescapable net formation. Interesting. Let me see just how powerful this formation is. A grin emerged on Xianxia's face. He unleashed all of his energy, causing powerful energy waves to sweep across the place. His tremendous fighting intent soared into the sky, and even Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were shocked by his formidable energy. It was hard to imagine that a late divine core warrior could actually unleash such a violent energy. Shangguan Yiqing waved his arm, then a golden talisman appeared in his palm. He casually tossed the talisman into the air, then he injected his energy into it. In an instant, the talisman exploded, turning into countless golden dots that disappeared into the sky. At the same time, a faint light screen appeared on the mountain range within a radius of 12 miles. Those people had occupied different positions on the light screen, completely sealing off the area. Looks like they still have some use. Too bad this formation is too weak, it can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia casually glanced at the formation. In Xianxia's eyes, this so-called Skynet formation was full of loopholes. As long as he wanted to break it, he had dozens of ways to do so. Shangguan Yiqing did have some attainments in formations, at least amongst the younger generation. There were very few who could compare with him. However, compared to the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, Xianxia, the gap was huge. Is that so? Let me see what makes you so arrogant. After saying that, Xianxia swung the long sword in his hand, unleashing a bright sword beam toward Xianxia. Wherever the sword beam passed, the void was sliced in half. The genius sword skill of the myriad sword sect was a peerless technique, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to defend against it. Xianxia just stood where he was without moving. When the sword beam was about to reach him, he suddenly pointed his finger out. A gigantic golden finger appeared out of nowhere and collided with the sword beam. The shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering all the stone tables in front of Xianxia. His combat strength is about the same as Wu Tsong's. Xianxia immediately determined Xianxia's true combat strength. It was almost the same as Wu Tsong's. Even if they were to fight face to face, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid. If he took out the Heavenly Saint sword, he was confident he could kill Xianxia. Skybreak / first form. Xianxia attacked once again. The long sword in his hand had turned into a long dragon, and it slashed out a bright and gigantic beam of light. It carried a force that could split the heavens and the earth, and it arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Your sword skill isn't bad, but that's all. Let's end this quickly, I don't have time to play with you. With a wave of his arm, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in Xianxia's hand, producing a sharp whistling sound. Obviously, he wanted to end this fight quickly. His sudden appearance on Mount Tianyuan had already exceeded everyone's expectations, and if he stayed here for too long, he might attract the attention of the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect's older generation warriors. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Buzz. The Heavenly Saint sword kept vibrating and producing a buzzing sound. It drew an arc in the air in Xianxia's hand and collided with Xianxia's attack. The powerful Heavenly Saint sword instantly destroyed Xianxia's attack. After that, Xianxia let out a loud shout and raised the Heavenly Saint sword high up into the air, then he swung it down at Xianxia. It was a simple attack, fast and powerful. Skybreak / second form. Xianxia attacked once again. As the number one genius of the myriad sword sect, his sword skill was so strong that not many people could compare with him. The air was shaking and a rainbow-colored sword beam was casually floating in the sky. Xianxia unleashed a net of sword energy spinning like a whirlpool. However, it seemed like Jiang Chen's sword was extremely heavy. It slashed down from above, creating a crack in the air as it collided with the net of sword energy. Rumble! A deafening explosion sounded out and half of the mountain below was destroyed. The invincible sword energy had completely destroyed Xianxia's net of sword energy. However, the energy of the sword energy was far from being depleted. It kept rushing forward like a wild beast. Tap tap tap. Under the tremendous force, Xianxia was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. His face turned pale as he suffered a backlash from the force, and his qi and blood started tumbling within his body. How is this possible? Xianxia's face turned pale with fright. With his combat strength, he was actually defeated by a young divine core warrior. This was like a dream to him. However, right after that, Xianxia threw his glance onto the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Apart from being shocked, a greedy look could be seen in his eyes. It really is a divine weapon. If I didn't have this sword, Jiang Chen wouldn't be my match. Xianxia put all the blame on the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. This guy is really as strong as he said. Xianxia, let's fight together. After witnessing Jiang Chen's frightening strength, Shangguan Yiqing dared not hesitate any longer. He flew up into the sky and sat down with his legs crossed. In front of his legs, a red zither appeared. The zither strings were as sharp as blades. This was Shangguan Yiqing's combat weapon. Shangguan Yiqing placed both of his hands on the zither strings and started plucking the strings with his fingers. In an instant, a beautiful melody resounded throughout the mountain range. It was melodious and pleasant to the ears. I'll play the zither and laugh towards the heavens. Suddenly the aura of the zither changed. Notes surged out from the zither like a raging river and overturning the sea. Each note was like a sharp knife, sharp to the extreme. Not only did the zither's melody have a very strong offensive strength, it could also attack the enemy's divine sense. It was an extremely frightening attack. Sky opening / the third form. On the other side, Xianxia attacked once again. It was as if the long sword in his hand had come to life. Countless sword beams were unleashed, forming a dazzling ocean of swords. This was the first time the two geniuses of the Jian province had teamed up. Since they were once rivals, they had a better understanding of each other. At this moment, the sound waves and the ocean of swords covered the entire sky. Wherever they passed, mountains would collapse and rocks would roll in all directions. There is nothing that can't be destroyed by my heavenly saint sword. Chapter 357. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The heavenly saint sword unleashed countless sword images. They turned into bright beams and flew across the sky above the mountain range. They looked like heavenly swords that could shake the world, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Clang, clang, clang. Rumble. The ocean of swords interweaved with each other and collided with the sound waves, causing the entire scene to become extremely violent. At first, a clanging sound rang out, then sparks flew in all directions. In the end, a loud explosion sounded out and half of the mountain below was destroyed. Swoosh. The heavenly saint sword once again let out a shrill cry. It was as if the sword had gained sentience and it flew back into Jiang Chen's hand. On the other side, Xianxia was forced back a few steps, and his expression became even uglier. One of Shangguan Yiqing's zither's strings had broken. This was his most beloved combat weapon and he rarely had a match for it. But he never expected that it would crack after just one collision with Jiang Chen. The battle was so intense from the start, but the ending was something no one could have imagined. Those warriors who were standing outside of Mount Tianyuan were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies, especially the warrior who brought Jiang Chen here. He kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead. Heavens, how strong is this guy? He's fighting two enemies at the same time and he still has the upper hand. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. So brutal, so fierce. I don't think he has broken through to the combat soul realm yet. In terms of talent, Jiang Chen should be the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Eastern continent. Just watch, the battle has just begun and it's far from over. Shangguan Yiqing hasn't even used his Skynet formation yet. I heard that this formation is really powerful and it can boost one's combat strength. The crowd felt that they didn't come here in vain. Witnessing such a great show, witnessing Jiang Chen's mighty strength with their own eyes, and hearing about it with their own ears was completely different. Those cultivators who were guarding the inescapable snare formation had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. They thought that with Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxua's teamwork, they would be able to tear Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. But never did they expect the outcome to be like this. The two geniuses of the Jian province were actually being suppressed by their opponent. This guy's combat strength is on par with ours and his sword is too powerful, Xianxia said. It's a great waste for this sword to fall into his hands. A greedy look could be seen in Shangguan Yiqing's eyes as well. The Heavenly Saint Sword's power was comparable to an ordinary king weapon. How could they not be greedy? Listen to my command. There's no path to heaven, no door to hell, an inescapable net. All of a sudden Shangguan Yiqing let out a loud shout, and his aura merged with the Skynet formation. At the same time, beams of light shot out from all the cultivators who were standing in different directions, landing on Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxua's bodies. Buzz buzz. The air was vibrating violently and energies were rolling around the two men's bodies. Using the Skynet formation, Shangguan Yiqing had merged all the combat strength of everyone present into his and Xianxua's bodies in a short period of time. With such a boost, both men's overall combat strength had at least doubled. Zither strings harmonize, Luan and Phoenix cry. Shangguan Yiqing held the zither in his arms and played a different sound wave. When the sound wave came out, the entire sky was filled with colorful lights, as if an auspicious sign had arrived. However, those colorful lights were actually destructive, and they contained a very powerful attack. Furthermore, this beautiful zither sound was like a real demonic sound. Once it entered the opponent's divine sense, it would shake the opponent's mind, causing them to lose their focus for a short period of time. In a real battle between mighty warriors, losing their focus for a short period of time could be fatal. Humph. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. The Heavenly Saint Sword unleashed a dazzling sword beam, which collided with the zither sound wave. At the same time he circulated the Great Soul Derivation skill, completely protecting his divine sense and soul, not giving the zither sound any chance to get close to him. Overlord / Xianxia, whose combat strength had doubled, attacked as well. He struck out with his sword, and it was as if an overlord was descending upon the world. A boundless sword ocean spread out and covered the entire battlefield. Haha, bring it on. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. His fighting spirit was unparalleled. He loved this kind of blood-boiling battle. Every time he immersed himself in it, he would feel as if his blood was boiling. It was the feeling of an iron-blooded man who wanted to fight against the world alone. The Heavenly Saint Sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon, and it was connected to Jiang Chen's life. Therefore he could fuse with the sword at any time. Just like now, Jiang Chen and the Heavenly Saint Sword had truly fused as one. Usually with just a thought from Jiang Chen, the Heavenly Saint Sword would react to it. This was the perfect cooperation between a man and a combat weapon. Rumble. The rumbling sounds never stopped and the shockwaves from the battle spread out in all directions. The entire Mount Tianyuan was on the verge of being destroyed. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from the outside had pale faces. They kept backing away, fearing that they would be hit by the shockwaves from the battle. That was not something to be trifled with. Therefore they could only stand in the air a few miles away from Mount Tianyuan and watch the battle. Seemed like the battle would never stop. A few minutes later the three of them finally stopped fighting. Jiang Chen had taken a few steps back. It had to be said that after Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxua's combat strength had doubled, and they were able to coordinate well with each other, they were able to turn the situation around. Although Jiang Chen had the Heavenly Saint Sword, he wasn't invincible. Under such circumstances, it was a bit strenuous for him to fight against two cultivators at the same time. Therefore he was in a disadvantageous position. Even so, Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were still shocked, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Both of them had merged with the formation and they were fighting Jiang Chen 2 against 1, but they still only had the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they couldn't even leave a single wound on Jiang Chen. Keep attacking. We have to kill him today, Xianxia said with a loud voice. Ah, Jiang Chen, I admit that your combat strength is very strong, but you won't be able to get out of my Skynet formation today. I advise you to surrender obediently. If we continue to fight, it's only a matter of time before we kill you." Shangguan Yiqing burst into laughter. "Is that so?" A cold smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With a sway of his body, with incredible speed, he appeared in front of one of the cultivators who was trapped in the Skynet formation. "Puchi." The cultivator was greatly shocked. Before he could react, Jiang Chen had already chopped off his head and he died on the spot. His dead body fell down from the sky. After that, Jiang Chen didn't slow down at all, and he continued attacking the second cultivator. He had realized that if he wanted to kill Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia today, he would have to break the Skynet formation first. Once he killed all these cultivators, Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia wouldn't be able to obtain any extra strength, and he would be able to kill them with his full strength. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Jiang Chen's movements were too fast. When the crowd finally reacted, 3 cultivators had already been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. The Skynet formation was completely under Jiang Chen's control, and all the cultivators who were standing in the formation's positions would be able to obtain extra strength, allowing them to defend against Jiang Chen's attacks. However, Shangguan Yiqing didn't expect Jiang Chen to attack so suddenly, and he didn't even have the time to react. "Bastard!" Shangguan Yiqing was furious. He and Xianxia leapt into the air and attacked from both sides, surrounding Jiang Chen from both sides, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to kill more people. If they allowed Jiang Chen to continue like this, they would suffer a great loss. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen shouted out. In an instant 9 phantom wolves appeared. With so many Jiang Chens appearing, even Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were startled. While both of them were still in a daze, Jiang Chen's real body dashed forward and arrived in front of one of the combat soul warriors. "Die!" Jiang Chen attacked without any mercy. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up into the air and forcefully slashed down. At this moment, the combat soul warrior's strength was boosted by Jiang Chen's attack, and his combat strength was increased by at least 3 times. Too bad, an early combat soul genius. Even if his combat strength was boosted by 5 times, he was still no match for Jiang Chen. "Puchi." With just a single strike, the combat soul warrior was sliced in half and he died on the spot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia could react, Jiang Chen once again unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. At this moment, the entire Mount Tianyuan was filled with Jiang Chen's phantoms, causing those who looked at it to feel dizzy. "Damn it, what kind of movement skill is this?" Xianxia cursed. "Arg!" Another miserable shriek sounded out. Another early combat soul warrior had been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia could clearly feel the strength boost they received from their bodies becoming weaker and weaker. What happened next was like a doomsday for those geniuses who were in the inescapable net. Jiang Chen's real body dodged Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia's attacks again and again, then appeared right in front of them. Although they had prepared themselves for this, every time Jiang Chen attacked, it meant their deaths. Soon more than a dozen geniuses had been killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a demon king from hell. Wherever he went, death would follow. "I found his real body." Shangguan Yiqing suddenly let out a loud shout. He had locked onto Jiang Chen's real body, then he and Xianxia immediately struck. "Haha, it's over." Jiang Chen burst into laughter. So what if Shangguan Yiqing had found his real body? It was already too late. The center of the inescapable net was Shangguan Yiqing, but without the support of so many geniuses, the inescapable net formation had started cracking, and it no longer posed any threat to Jiang Chen. "I'll break your formation with brute force." "Break." Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Like an enraged lion, he raised the heavenly saint sword high up into the air and slashed toward the light barrier. Slash. The heavenly saint sword was invincible, and with the support from Jiang Chen's 4,500 dragon marks, there was no way the light barrier could withstand the attack, and a huge hole was instantly torn open. Ha! Chapter 358. Crack crack. As soon as one part of the formation was torn apart, the entire formation was completely destroyed. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the gigantic light screen and cracks could be seen everywhere. After that, a loud explosion sounded out and the formation was completely destroyed. Puff. Arg, miserable screams could be heard everywhere. All the geniuses who were guarding the formation started coughing up blood, and they fell down from the sky. Some of them were able to react quickly, and they managed to stabilize their bodies in a panic. However, they were still severely injured. Before this, all of them had fused their minds with the formation. Could be said that all of them had fused with the Skynet formation. They were bound to the formation for good or for ill. Right now, the Skynet formation had been completely destroyed by Zhou Xian, and those geniuses naturally suffered a powerful backlash from the formation itself. The backlash was extremely destructive, and it was already a miracle that they didn't die on the spot. They would definitely lose all of their combat strength and they would need to rest for at least 2 to 3 months before they could fully recover. Even Xianxia, who was standing not far from the formation, was greatly shaken, and he was forced back dozens of meters before he was able to stabilize himself. On the contrary, Shangguan Yiqing, who was standing in the center of the Skynet formation, was perfectly fine, and he still had a calm expression on his face. "You're fine." Zhou Xian squinted his eyes and stared at Shangguan Yiqing in disbelief. The Skynet formation was created by Shangguan Yiqing and it was centered around him. If the formation was destroyed, the one who would suffer the most backlash would be Shangguan Yiqing. However, all the other geniuses were suffering from the backlash, while Shangguan Yiqing was perfectly fine. This was really strange. "Zhou Xian, I have to say your strength is beyond my imagination. But do you really think this is all I've prepared for?" Shangguan Yiqing said with a grin on his face. "It looks like you've divided the Skynet formation into 2 parts. The one I destroyed just now can't be considered as the real Skynet formation." Zhou Xian said. "You're really smart. Let me tell you, the real Skynet formation is right here." Shangguan Yiqing flipped his palm, and a golden talisman appeared once again. The talisman was hovering above his palm and it looked extremely mystical. "Zhou Xian, I'll show you my true power." Shangguan Yiqing sneered. The talisman was crushed by him, then it turned into numerous golden beams and fused into his body. After that, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the entire Mount Tianyuan began shaking violently. Rumble, a series of earthen yellow pillars of light shot up from the surroundings of Mount Tianyuan, instantly surrounding the entire Mount Tianyuan, completely sealing it off. Power of the earth. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Those light beams were actually the Earth's source energy. This Shangguan Yiqing was actually able to communicate with the Earth's source energy and use it for himself. This really shocked Zhou Qian. "Ah, Zhou Qian, are you afraid now? Let me tell you, this is the real Skynet formation. I've found the main vein of Mount Tianyuan, and I've set up an amazing formation. Now I can use all the Earth's source energy in the entire heavenly elixir. I can even control the energy of the entire mountain range. Not to mention you, even a late combat soul warrior will die in my hands." Shangguan Yiqing burst into laughter. Right after his words left his mouth, numerous light beams immediately shot into his body. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Yiqing's combat strength had increased by 3 times. Furthermore, this wasn't the most shocking part. Shangguan Yiqing was also able to control the energy of the entire mountain range. This was truly frightening. "Shangguan Yiqing, if I'm not mistaken, you've prepared this for Xianxia, right? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, what a great plan. You're indeed ruthless and vicious." Zhou Qian said with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing Zhou Qian's words, Xianxia's expression instantly changed. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he threw it at Shangguan Yiqing. Zhou Qian's words had reminded him of something. In the end, this hidden Skynet formation wasn't prepared for Zhou Qian, it was prepared for him. According to Shangguan Yiqing's original plan, the Skynet formation was more than enough to kill Zhou Qian, and there was no need for Shangguan Yiqing to prepare the rest of the formation. However, Shangguan Yiqing had meticulously prepared it, and his intention was very obvious. Once he killed Zhou Qian, Shangguan Yiqing would use the energy of the mountain range to kill Xianxia. Not only would he be able to kill 2 formidable enemies, he would also be able to obtain all of Zhou Qian's wealth. What a brilliant plan. "Good. Shangguan Yiqing, I never thought you would plot against me as well. I, Xianxia, have been blinded by your plan." Xianxia couldn't hide the anger on his face. The feeling of being plotted against made him feel extremely uncomfortable and wronged. "Xianxia, don't listen to Zhou Qian's nonsense. This is the backup plan I've prepared to deal with Zhang Chen. Shangguan Yiqing explained. What a joke. If this is the backup plan you've prepared, why didn't you tell me in advance? Don't tell me you hid it from me for my own good, or did you already know that Zhang Chen would be so powerful? Xianxia was completely enraged. At this moment when they were supposed to share the same hatred, he actually had the thought of killing Shangguan Yiqing. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Zhang Chen was killed by Zhang Chen, it would be his turn right now. Such a sinister plot had caused Xianxia's hatred towards Shangguan Yiqing to instantly surpass the hatred he had for Zhang Chen. Xianxia, since you've seen through me, I, Shangguan Yiqing, have no choice but to admit it. That's right, this plan was prepared specifically for you, Xianxia. It's such a great opportunity, how could I miss it and kill both of you? However, I never expected that I wouldn't be able to kill Zhang Chen earlier, and even allowed Zhang Chen to break my formation. But it's the same now. I'm now in control of the entire mountain range and both of you are going to die. Everything in this place has been locked down, none of you will be able to escape. Shangguan Yiqing let out a wild laugh. His laughter was filled with pride. Everything he had planned today was to kill both Zhang Chen and Xianxia. Xianxia, did you hear that? Shangguan Yiqing wouldn't set up this gathering of Skynet for no reason, because he didn't know whether I, Zhang Chen, would show up or not. Now it looks like even if I don't show up, Shangguan Yiqing won't have done all this for nothing because he can still kill you. Zhang Chen said with a loud voice. He really wanted to see Xianxia, this genius from the Myriad Sword sect, when he was enraged. Letting his enemies kill each other was also a kind of pleasure. Heaven-splitting slash. Xianxia let out an explosive shout. This shout was filled with a raging fury as he crazily slashed out with his sword. However, this time his target wasn't Zhang Chen, but his ally Shangguan Yiqing. Xianxia was completely enraged, he had never been so angry before. He was the first person to be set up by Shangguan Yiqing. Swish. In the blink of an eye, a net of swords arrived in front of Shangguan Yiqing. However, Shangguan Yiqing didn't show any fear. He casually pointed his finger forward, unleashing a dragon-like energy beam towards Xianxia. Rumble. The power of the earth collided with Xianxia's sky splitter slash, producing a deafening explosion that shook the sky and the earth. A mountain underneath the ground was instantly shattered, and all the broken pebbles were controlled by Shangguan Yiqing, turning into a violent hurricane that swept towards Xianxia. Dali's power was simply too great. It seemed to be able to control the power of the entire mountain range. Xianxia's face turned pale with fright. The sword in his hand danced about as he unleashed all his strength to block the attack. However, his face was extremely ugly to behold. Xianxia, in Mount Tianyuan, I'm the absolute ruler. You're going to die today and Zhang Chen is going to die as well. Both of you will become my stepping stones. You're just cannon fodder. I'm the true #1 genius of the Eastern continent's younger generation. Shangguan Yiqing's black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked extremely arrogant. The earth's energy made him feel like he was the ruler of the world. That kind of power had completely intoxicated him. Oh heavens! What just happened? Why did Shangguan Yiqing suddenly become so powerful? This Shangguan Yiqing is really frightening. I never thought he would be so cunning, he even plotted against his ally. This man is an expert in formations, and he has already controlled the entire Mount Tianyuan's energy. Using the earth's energy, he's really frightening. Looks like not only Zhang Chen, even Xianxia is going to die here today. That's right. I never expected Shangguan Yiqing to be so ruthless. Befriending someone like him is really dangerous. All the spectators who were standing outside of Mount Tianyuan were sighing with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this? Their ally had suddenly become their enemy, and the situation had become even more chaotic. The Earth's energy? Too bad, this is just a desolate mountain range. Even if you can borrow the Earth's energy with your current strength, you won't be able to control much of it. Zhang Chen said with a grin on his face. It's more than enough to kill you. Shangguan Yiqing waved his palm, unleashing the earth's energy and condensing it into the shape of a dragon. Along with a deafening roar, the dragon leapt towards Zhang Chen. Wherever the dragon passed, it shattered the mountain and even the rocks were swept up into the sky. It gave rise to a violent tornado. Bring it on. Zhang Chen was fearless. The heavenly saint sword was vibrating violently, as if it was waiting for a battle that excited it. Numerous dragon marks covered the Heavenly Saint Sword, and under Jiang Chen's control, the Heavenly Saint Sword suddenly expanded. In just a blink of an eye, it had become more than 30 meters long. Rumble. The Heavenly Saint Sword tore apart the Earth's energy. However, right after that, Shangguan Yiqing condensed a few more Earth's energies and thrust them towards Jiang Chen. On the other side, Xianxia attacked once again, but he was blocked by the Earth's energy as well. Jiang Chen and Xianxia, who were supposed to be enemies, had actually joined hands to kill Shangguan Yiqing. Such a battle was really fascinating. Haha, you're both going to die today. Chapter 359. Rumble. The entire heavenly elixir had gone berserk. Sand and pebbles were flying everywhere and energy storms were wreaking havoc in the sky. It looked like the end of the world had arrived. All the spectators had pale faces and fear could be seen on their faces. It was hard for them to imagine such a frightening battlefield. If they were the ones who entered the battlefield, they would be instantly killed. Ah! A miserable shriek sounded out from a corner beneath Mount Tianyuan. A late divine core genius was hit by the shockwave and was instantly killed. Right now, all the geniuses who came to participate in the gathering of Skynet because of Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxuzi's fame had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. All of them were severely injured and they could only hide in some secluded places on Mount Tianyuan. But now the battle between the three geniuses had destroyed the entire Mount Tianyuan, and there was nowhere for them to hide. Just the shockwave from the terrifying battle was not something they could withstand. Some of them were killed on the spot. Brother Shangguan, please open a crack and let us out. Someone shouted towards Shangguan Yiqing, who was hovering in the sky. The entire Mount Tianyuan had been locked down by Shangguan Yiqing, and all of them had fallen from the sky. Before they could leave this place, they were completely trapped and everything here was going to be destroyed in the battle. If they didn't leave now, they would all die here and end up like those pebbles. Shangguan Yiqing was fighting fiercely against Jiang Chen and Xianxia, so he didn't have the time to care about the lives of these people. It was impossible for him to open a crack in the formation. It took him a lot of effort to set up this formation and it had trapped Jiang Chen and Xianxia. Once he opened the crack, all his efforts would be in vain. If he couldn't borrow the Earth's force, Jiang Chen and Xianxia would definitely tear him into pieces. Ah! Another miserable shriek sounded out. As the battle became more and more intense, another genius was killed. His body was completely torn apart and he was badly mutilated. It was a miserable death. Brother Shangguan, we came here to help you. I hope you can spare our lives. Someone shouted out. No one wanted to die, especially in such a meaningless way. Shangguan Yiqing, you don't care about our lives at all. Aren't you a little too cruel? Some people couldn't take it anymore. If this went on, they would definitely die. They were already seriously injured and couldn't bear the impact of the aftermath at all. At this point of time, many people were still regretting their decision. Only now did they realize Shangguan Yiqing's true colors. He had even plotted against Xianxuzi. He was a cunning and evil man and he was extremely selfish. In order to kill Jiang Chen and Xianxuzi, he had no time to care about the lives of these people. Damn it, that bastard Shangguan Yiqing, he doesn't care about our lives. I'm so regretful. I shouldn't have come to participate in the gathering of Skynet. I ended up getting myself involved. Shangguan Yiqing, I beg you, please spare our lives. Damn bastard, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Everyone's faces were filled with helplessness and despair. When death came, none of them could face it calmly. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a much better life than ordinary people. They always cherished their lives more than others. But too bad, the reality was cruel. When death was about to come, no one could stop it. Arg! Miserable screams sounded out once again. Mount Tianyuan was only so big, and when the shockwaves from the battle swept across the entire mountain, it was a disaster for all living beings. Rumble. The frightening shockwaves from the battle swept across the entire mountain. It wasn't hard to imagine that after today's battle, Mount Tianyuan would be turned into a pile of ruins. Jiang Chen was holding the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, and he was standing in the middle of the storm. Shangguan Yiqing had focused most of the attack on Jiang Chen, and that was the reason why Xianxuzi was still able to hold on. If Shangguan Yiqing had attacked Xianxuzi with all his strength, he would have been dead by now. Bang! Jiang Qin slashed apart a stream of earth power. Then he looked at the wall-like energy waves that surrounded him and shook his head helplessly. It looks like with my current combat strength, it's impossible for me to fight Shangguan Yiqing head-on, since he has mastered the earth power. Among these earth power, one of them is the key to Shangguan Yiqing's control over Mount Tianyuan. As long as I can destroy it, the Skynet formation will be automatically destroyed. Jiang Qin thought to himself. With a sway of his body, the Firethorn combat armor covered his body. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint sword automatically flew up into the air and danced around his body, forming a light screen made entirely of sword images. With the protection of the Firethorn combat armor and the sword images, Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about Shangguan Yiqing hurting him for a short period of time. After setting up the defenses, Jiang Qin began to circulate the Great Soul Derivation technique. Traces of invisible soul energy spread out, probing into the interior of the earth force, thoroughly examining the internal structure of the earth force. Shangguan Yiqing, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Xianxia was still in a violent rage. His combat strength was formidable and his sword skills were extremely powerful. If it were any other ordinary man, he would have long since been killed by Shangguan Yiqing in such an environment. Xianxia, I'll kill you first. Shangguan Yiqing coldly harumphed. He waved his hand, unleashing a windstorm that carried rolling stones toward Xianxia. This time the power of the windstorm was many times stronger than the previous one. Rumble. Xianxia's attack was instantly shattered, and his long sword was hit head-on, nearly causing it to fly out of his hand. An extremely dangerous aura emerged from the bottom of his heart, causing him to turn pale with fright. He quickly backed away, but even with his quick reaction he was still severely injured. One of his arms was nearly shattered, and blood kept gushing out from his wound. Xianxia, there's only one ending for going against me, Shangguan Yiqing, death. I've trapped Jiang Qin, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill Jiang Qin. After that, the sword in Jiang Qin's hand will be mine. Shangguan Yiqing was extremely arrogant. Long dragons formed by the earth power surrounded him, and wherever they went, everything would be destroyed. Shangguan Yiqing's endless windstorm completely engulfed Xianxia. When the windstorm passed by, one of Xianxia's arms was completely gone, and his entire body was covered in blood. His white hair had been dyed red by the blood, and the long sword in his hand was nowhere to be seen. His body was covered in wounds and blood kept gushing out from his mouth. Right now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. As the number one genius of the Myriad Sword sect, he no longer had the ability to fight. His eyes were filled with hatred and a vicious light. Shangguan Yiqing burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with an indescribable joy. For him, today was the best day he could have ever dreamed of. All these years he and Xianxia were his biggest rivals. For the last 10 years they had fought countless times and both of them wanted to kill each other. However, none of them had ever succeeded. Today his wish had finally come true and he was about to kill Xianxia. Shangguan Yiqing didn't feel anything wrong about using such a despicable method to kill Xianxia. Both of them were rivals and sooner or later this day would come. Either one of them would die or the other would die. Throughout history, heroes were always judged by their successes and failures. No one would care if the process was glorious or not. At least Shangguan Yiqing didn't care. Not far from Shangguan Yiqing, Jiang Qin had unleashed his Great Soul Derivation skill to its limit. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, Jiang Qin could clearly see a beam of light that was emitting a deep luster behind Shangguan Yiqing. This earth energy was clearly much heavier than the other earth energy. It contained an even denser earth essence, and the aura within it was exactly the same as the aura within Mount Tianyuan. That's the one. Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed the Heavenly Saint sword and slashed through the storm in front of him, then he dashed toward Shangguan Yiqing. Since Shangguan Yiqing had spent most of his energy on Xianxia, Jiang Qin was able to easily break through the encirclement. Jiang Qin, it's your turn now. Seeing Jiang Qin dashing toward him, Shangguan Yiqing let out a loud shout and unleashed a tremendous force. Under such circumstances he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. With just a thought he could trap Jiang Qin once again and he would be able to do whatever he wanted to him. However, before Shangguan Yiqing could even control the Earth's force, 9 identical Jiang Qins suddenly appeared in front of him. This scene was exactly the same as the previous one. Such a bizarre and mystical movement skill really gave Shangguan Yiqing a headache. Jiang Qin was an experienced fighter. Once he decided to attack, he wouldn't give his opponent too much time to react. The 9 phantom wolves wasn't the most frightening skill. The real frightening skill was the dimensional shift. The so-called dimensional shift was actually the void shift. Only when one reached the Combat King realm would he be able to use this skill, allowing him to walk in the void and travel 10,000 miles in a single step. This was the movement skill Jiang Qin was most proud of in his previous life. Although there was still a huge gap between Jiang Qin and the Combat King realm, when combined with the 9 phantom wolves he was still able to surprise his opponent. Just like now, when Shangguan Yiqing finally reacted, Jiang Qin's real body had already appeared behind him. Only at this moment did Shangguan Yiqing realize that out of the 9 Jiang Qins in front of him, only one was left. However, it was too late. Jiang Qin's movement would never give his opponent any chance to hesitate, even if it was just for a split second. Swoosh! The heavenly saint's sword let out a deafening cry. The indestructible sword edge slashed through the center of the light beam, and with a slashing sound the light beam was cut in half. Right at the moment when the light beam was cut in half, the violent earth power immediately drilled back into the ground at an extremely fast speed, as if it was a receding tide. The restless Mount Tianyuan immediately calmed down. Shangguan Yiqing, who was extremely arrogant, suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened and he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Chapter 360. Mount Tianyuan had returned to its peaceful state. The frightening energy fluctuations had disappeared, and the sky had returned to normal. Those geniuses who were lucky enough to survive on Mount Tianyuan nearly burst into tears. Dozens of them had come to participate in the gathering of Skynet, but now only less than 10 of them were left, and each of them looked more miserable than the last. The way they looked at Shangguan Yiqing had become extremely vicious, and their eyes were filled with hatred. If not for Jiang Qin breaking the Skynet formation, all of them would have ended up dead. Those warriors who were watching the battle from outside of Mount Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. Although they had no idea what had happened just now, they were sure that Jiang Qin had broken Shangguan Yiqing's Skynet formation, bringing peace back to Mount Tianyuan. Not only that, Shangguan Yiqing had been severely injured. Amazing! This Jiang Qin is truly a monstrous genius. He was able to turn the situation around in such a deadly situation. He's finished. Shangguan Yiqing is finished. He just shot himself in the foot. Serves him right. This guy is so cruel and merciless. His death will make us feel better. This bastard held the gathering of Skynet, and for his own selfish reasons he has harmed so many people. Many people were extremely angry. No matter what Shangguan Yiqing had done today was really unkind. For his own benefits he had harmed everyone. Above the ruined Mount Tianyuan, Shangguan Yiqing was trying his best to stabilize his trembling body. He stared at Jiang Qin with his bloodshot eyes, which were staring at him with a look of disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. How did you see through my formation? Shangguan Yiqing's face was filled with shock. He couldn't accept what had just happened. The formation he had set up was extremely exquisite, and even an ordinary grandmaster of formations wouldn't be able to see through it. However, Jiang Qin had seen through it, and he had even broken it with such ease. Shangguan Yiqing, funny, this is really funny. Xianxia, who was like an arrow at the end of its flight, actually burst out into laughter when he saw Shangguan Yiqing's fate. It was as if he had just gotten rid of all his frustration, and even if he were to die right now, he would be able to die in peace. Shangguan Yiqing, you're like an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Shangguan Yiqing had suffered a severe backlash from the formation, and there was no way he could continue fighting. Xianxia was in the same situation as well. If he wanted to kill both of them right now, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Qin, if you let me go today, I'll ask the clan chief for permission. From now on, the enmity between you and the Shangguan clan will be written off. What do you think? You should know how strong the Shangguan clan is. You've already been ordered to kill by the Shangguan clan, and if you kill me today, the Shangguan clan will definitely kill you. Shangguan Yiqing said with a smile on his face. In his opinion, this condition was extremely attractive, and Jiang Chen had no reason to reject him. Is that so? I'm really scared. Jiang Chen shook his head. That's right. Everyone is afraid of our Shangguan clan's revenge. Shangguan Yiqing had a complacent expression on his face. I really don't know why you can still show off your sense of superiority in this situation. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly changed. His body appeared in front of Shangguan Yiqing like a ghost, and the long sword in his hand pierced through Shangguan Yiqing's body. He didn't want to waste any more time. Shangguan Yiqing was struck dumb. Sensing the life force in his body leaving him, only now did he realize how cold and frightening the feeling of death could be. Only at this last moment did Shangguan Yiqing realize what kind of man Jiang Chen was. He was a man who would never give his enemies any chances. I won't even blink an eye to kill someone like you. Don't worry, I'll return the Shangguan clan's order to kill you. Just wait for the rest of the family members to reunite with you down there. Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his long sword. When the tip of the sword left Shangguan Yiqing's body, Shangguan Yiqing closed his eyes, and his dead body fell down from the sky. After killing Shangguan Yiqing, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Xianxia, who was covered in blood. I know you won't let me go. Don't worry, I won't beg for mercy like Shangguan Yiqing did. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had already understood Jiang Chen's methods. As an enemy, his fate had already been decided. In fact, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, he would have been killed by Shangguan Yiqing just now. It was Jiang Chen who let him live a little longer, allowing him to see Shangguan Yiqing die in front of him. To him, this was the greatest relief. Xianxia, you're a failure. Joining hands with your enemy, this is a sign that your brain has been squeezed by a door. But you're a man with courage. However, I have to kill you because you wanted to kill me from the very beginning. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Do it, this is my Xianxia's fate. If you were the one who fell into my hands today, Xianxia would definitely kill you. Xianxia closed his eyes, waiting for Jiang Chen's sword to slash across his neck and decapitate him. Jiang Chen took a step forward and placed his palm on top of Xianxia's head. A stream of energy penetrated into Xianxia's divine sense, completely shattering it. Xianxia let out a muffled groan and his life force was gone. His body fell down from the sky. Jiang Chen unleashed a gentle stream of energy, using it to cushion Xianxia's body, allowing him to slowly fall down. I'll leave your corpse intact. After saying that, Jiang Chen swaggered off. A man who wasn't afraid of death would always be admired by others. Although Xianxia was his enemy, he still made Jiang Chen feel a sense of respect. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to leave Xianxia's corpse intact. As for Xianxia's severed arm, it was Shangguan Yiqing's doing and it had nothing to do with him. Looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. He had come alone and now he had swaggered off. He had become the biggest winner of the gathering of Skynet. 2 of the Jian province's top geniuses had fallen. Jiang Chen had used his own methods to prove to the crowd who was the #1 genius of the new generation. When the few surviving geniuses saw that Jiang Chen had actually spared their lives, they secretly wiped off their cold sweat. Their faces were filled with joy. It was as if they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. After experiencing the life and death situation today, they had finally understood something. In their hearts, they kept reminding themselves that from now on, no matter what, they could never become enemies with Jiang Chen. It was truly a terrifying thing. Not long after Jiang Chen swaggered off, a figure descended from the skies above Mount Tianyuan. It was an old man with an imposing appearance. However, when he saw the scene on Mount Tianyuan, his expression instantly changed. Soon after, the old man found Shangguan Yiqing's dead body. He immediately cried out in shock, Yiqing. The old man's name was Shangguan Ying and he was Shangguan Yiqing's grandfather. He was also a highly respected elder of the Shangguan clan, and his cultivation base was incredible. He had broken through to the late combat soul realm, and although he had just broken through to the late combat soul realm not long ago, it was still a very frightening cultivation base. With such a cultivation base, he could do whatever he wanted in the eastern continent. Many people knew about the gathering of Skynet and Shangguan Ying knew about it as well. However, he didn't pay much attention to it because just like most people, there was no way that Jiang Chen would show up. Since both superpowers had given the order to kill him, Jiang Chen would try his best to hide, and there was no way he would take the risk of showing himself. Therefore Shangguan Ying and all the upper echelons of the Shangguan clan didn't really care about the gathering of Skynet. Not long ago he sensed the energy fluctuations on Mount Tianyuan, so he came here to check it out. However, he never expected to see such a scene. "Where is Jiang Chen?" Shangguan Ying randomly grabbed a warrior and shouted out. "Ren." He ran away. The warrior was trembling with fear. The fury of a late combat soul warrior, the aura unleashed by him, was not something that ordinary men could withstand. Where did he run to? How long has he been gone? Shangguan Ying's eyes had turned red and he was extremely furious. Shangguan Yiqing was the #1 genius of the Shangguan clan, and he was his own grandson. He was treated like a precious treasure, and he was Shangguan Ying's biggest pride in his life. Shangguan Yiqing had always been able to hold his head high in front of all the other elders. Furthermore, Shangguan Yiqing was a very talented man, especially in the field of formations. He had surpassed all the great warriors of the older generation, and it was very difficult to find a match for him in the entire Eastern continent. If nothing went wrong, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the Combat King realm in the future. But now he was killed in this desolate mountain range, and this made Shangguan Ying feel extremely sad. To put it bluntly, the Shangguan clan's loss of Shangguan Yiqing was much greater than the loss of all the geniuses they lost on the island of ice. That way he's been gone for a while. The warrior pointed his finger in the direction where Jiang Chen had gone. "Damn brat, I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces. I won't let you leave the Jian province alive today." Shangguan Ying was like a raging lion. He put away Shangguan Yiqing's corpse, then disappeared into the horizon, chasing after Jiang Chen. "Fuck you, what's so great about you? I curse your entire Shangguan clan to be killed by Jiang Chen." Pui. The cultivator was sweating profusely as he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He was really scared to death just now. If Shangguan Ying had vented the pain of losing his grandson on him and killed him with a single slap, wouldn't he have been treated unjustly? Shangguan Ying madly chased after Jiang Chen for 2 hours, but he still couldn't find any trace of him. After that, he used a communication talisman to send a message to the Shangguan clan, asking them to send out all their men to stop Jiang Chen. In just 2 hours, what happened on Mount Tianyuan had spread across the entire Jian province. Just like Shangguan Yiqing, Xianxia's death was a heavy blow to the Myriad Sword sect. The sect's biggest hope had fallen, and this was a loss that couldn't be recovered. Chapter 361. Crazy, this is crazy. That Jiang Chen is really courageous. He really went to Mount Tianyuan to participate in the gathering of Skynet, and he even killed Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia, 2 of the Jian province's top geniuses. He's really ferocious. Damn it, I heard that Jiang Chen is only a peak divine core warrior, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength. Even though he only has a sharp sword in his hand, it's still shocking. I really want to see what Jiang Chen looks like. Ruthless, he's really ruthless. It looks like he's going to fight the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect to the end. Not long after both superpowers gave out the order to kill, he has already killed the #1 genius from both superpowers. For both superpowers, this is an unimaginable loss. Currently, the entire Jian province has been locked down by the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. All the superpowers in the Jian province have been mobilized by the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and they have spies everywhere. I wonder if Jiang Chen can escape from here. The entire Jian province was boiling. Jiang Chen's appearance had caused a huge uproar, and the deaths of Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia had caused an uproar in the entire Jian province. No one had expected Jiang Chen to show up on Mount Tianyuan. In everyone's mind, Jiang Chen should have chosen to run away, but no one had expected him to be so daring. If they knew about this beforehand, perhaps the older generation warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would have entered Mount Tianyuan in advance to ambush him, and they wouldn't have lost 2 geniuses. While the entire Jian province was searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, on a mountain range far away from the Jian province, a man in white clothes could be seen leaping from place to place. He was moving at an incredible speed. A carefree smile could be seen on the young man's face. The entire Jian province should be boiling by now, but none of you would have guessed that I've already left the Jian province. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen. In just over 2 hours he had crossed the Jian province from Mount Tianyuan. Even the Shangguan clan's clan chief wouldn't have expected such a speed. Therefore all the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were sure that Jiang Chen was still in the Jian province. The Jian province was extremely large, but from Mount Tianyuan to the Martial Palace, it was only a quarter of the distance. Jiang Chen flew at top speed using the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial shift. This kind of speed was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Because of this, it only took him 2 hours to completely leave the Jian province. After passing the Jian province, Jiang Chen entered the largest province in the eastern continent. This was the territory ruled by the Martial Saint dynasty. However, this province wasn't that big. In other words, there were originally only 27 provinces in the eastern continent, but because of the Martial Saint dynasty, a large piece of land was isolated in the center of the eastern continent, and it became the foundation of the Martial Saint dynasty. The natural yuan energy here was the densest in the eastern continent, and the environment here was also the most beautiful in the Martial Saint dynasty. In the center of this province, there was a gigantic organization, the Martial Saint dynasty's imperial family. Apart from that, there was another gigantic organization, the Martial Palace. The Martial Palace was directly under the Martial Saint dynasty's jurisdiction, and it was the highest educational institution in the eastern continent. It was the gathering place for all geniuses, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. Those who were able to study in the Martial Palace were undoubtedly nobles with high status, imperial family members, princes, or geniuses from various superpowers in the eastern continent. No matter what, those who were able to study in the Martial Palace had a higher status and talent than the others. Therefore, the Martial Palace had become a cradle for geniuses. Countless geniuses wanted to study in the Martial Palace. Not only did joining the Martial Palace symbolize one's status, they would also be able to obtain the best cultivation resources. In the future they might even be recognized by the Martial Saint dynasty. The Martial Palace was located in the center of a beautiful mountain range. This mountain range was the most beautiful place in the eastern continent. It was covered in white fog all day long and it looked like a fairyland. This mountain range was named after the Martial Palace and it was called Mount Wufu. Right at this moment outside of Mount Wufu, 3 men and a dog were standing in the wind. In front of them there was a huge stone tablet that was a few dozen meters tall. On top of it, 3 words were carved in a flamboyant style, Mount Wufu. From the depth of the words, it wasn't hard to tell that the person who carved these 3 words had an extraordinary cultivation. This stone tablet was the symbol and boundary of Mount Wufu. This was the holy land in the eyes of countless warriors, the place they yearned for the most. Every day there would be people coming here to take a look, but no one dared to cross the stone tablet and enter the mountain range. This was because no one was allowed to enter this place. Violating the Martial Palace's dignity was a capital offense. Mount Wufu, is this the Martial Palace? Nangong went in, stared at the undulating mountain range in front of him and said with mixed feelings. These 3 men and a dog were none other than Han Yan and the other 3. After passing through the Jian province, they were heading straight towards the Martial Palace. What a beautiful scenery. It's much more beautiful than the Black Sect. Yan Qinyu complimented. This is the best institute in the eastern continent. It's not something the Black Sect can compare with. This place is the dream of countless geniuses. Han Yan said. In the past, just like all the other geniuses, the Martial Palace was the place they yearned for the most. Even now he still had this feeling. This place doesn't look as big as the Black Sect. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but say while looking at the buildings within the mountain range. Of course. Although the Black Sect is just a sect from the Qi province, they have countless disciples, so of course their mountain range is big. The Martial Palace is different. Everyone here are elites. Just from the numbers alone they can't compare with the Black Sect. Han Yan said with a smile on his face. Alright, since we're already here, let's enter the mountain range. De Huang Dog shook his head and was about to enter Mount Wufu. I wonder how Qin Gij is doing now? Yan Qinyu had a worried expression on her face. They had been rushing all the way here, so they had no idea what had happened in Mount Tianyuan, and they had no idea about the Jian province that was in an uproar. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. De Huang Dog said. He had great confidence in Jiang Chen. That's right, with little Qinzi's strength, even if he can't defeat them, he should have no problem running away. Han Yen said. Who said I can't defeat them? Aren't I here now? A voice suddenly sounded out from behind them. The group quickly turned around and saw Zhou Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was looking at them with a smile on his face. Damn it, little Xianxia, you're too fast. Or did you not go to Mount Tianyuan at all? Nangong Wenting was shocked. It's you guys who are too slow. I've already gone to Mount Tianyuan, and I've killed Shengguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Now the Jian province is locked down by 2 superpowers. Too bad I've already come out, Kaka. Zhou Xian let out a carefree laugh. However, Han Yen and Nangong Wenting's eyes were wide open in shock. Shengguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi had been killed, and they were killed in such a short amount of time? This was ridiculous. However, when it came from Zhou Xian, both of them believed it without any hesitation. Okaka, this master dog knew you could do it. De Huang dog let out a hearty laugh. But isn't this too fast? Don't tell me those 2 guys are cowards? Nangong went inside. Little Xianxia, hurry up and tell us what happened. Han Yen asked anxiously. Shengguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi did gather a bunch of geniuses and set up an inescapable trap for me. Zhou Xian briefly told them what had happened on Mount Tianyuan. All of them were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. They couldn't help but give Zhou Xian a big thumbs up. Zhou Xian's methods were really terrifying, as he was able to calmly face a situation like this and turn the tables. Freak. Han Yen and Nangong Wenting said at the same time. This time the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect will be even angrier, and they will definitely fight with Qin Gich to the death. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Even if I didn't kill Shengguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, the relationship between me and these 2 superpowers is already irreconcilable. The deep grudges between us will never be resolved. Let's enter the martial palace now. After saying that, Zhou Xian strode past the stone tablet and entered the martial palace. After entering the martial palace, the group instantly felt that the natural yuan energy here was at least twice as dense. This place was truly a holy land for cultivation. Little Xianxia, are we going to look for Wu Jiu now? De Huang dog asked. Not yet, let's go see how Zihan and the others are doing here. If Brother Jiu knows I'm here, he'll show himself and meet me. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. Wu Jiu had given him 3 spots, and Zhou Xian had asked Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan to follow Xian Yi to the martial palace to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed and Zhou Xian had no idea how these 3 guys were doing here. Halt, intruder. A deep and resounding voice suddenly sounded out from not far in front of them. 4 tall and sturdy men wearing golden armors with cold expressions and long spears in their hands blocked Zhou Xian and the group's path. These 4 men should be the guards of the martial palace, and they were most likely sent here by the martial saint dynasty. Each of them was a divine core warrior. Damn it, these guards are all divine core warriors, they can be sect elders in the Qi province. Han Yen said in a gloomy manner. Comparing the Qi province and the martial palace, the gap was huge. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the martial palace? Don't you know what this place is? The leading golden warrior shouted out in an extremely arrogant manner. Although they were only divine core warriors, they had the right to be arrogant, because this was the martial palace, and no one dared offend even the ordinary guards. No one dared cause any trouble here because that was no different than courting death. We're here to look for Wu Lang. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. He didn't tell them Wu Jiu's name, he told them Wu Lang's name. When they were on the island of ice, Wu Lang had told them that he would be waiting for Zhou Xian in the martial palace. You're looking for the young palace chief? Who are you? How do you know him? The leading golden warrior was startled. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xian and the group, but when he heard Wu Lang's name, his tone became much gentler. Chapter 362. Young Palace Master? Looks like this Brother Jiu is really the Palace Master. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. Guessing was just guessing, it was completely different from actually confirming it. For Zhou Xian and the others, the more honorable Wu Jiu's status was, the better it would be for them. The 9th Emperor and the Martial Palace Chief were more than enough. My name is Zhou Xian, Wu Lang's friend. Zhou Xian said with a faint smile on his face. Zhou Xian. The leader furrowed his brows. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. It was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. The 3 golden armored warriors behind him were also at a loss. However, their confusion only lasted for a brief moment before their eyes widened. Zhangchen, you're Zhangchen. The leader immediately cried out, the one who killed the geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and defeated Prince Wuxia on the Island of Ice. Zhangchen? That's me. Zhangchen responded with a smile. Now that he was in the martial palace, he didn't need to hide his identity anymore. Boss, that's right. Look at that dog. It's rare to see such a majestic dog. He must be Zhangchen. He's a malignant star, we can't afford to offend him. Young palace master told us to let Zhangchen pass if he's here. The 3 men discussed in low voices. Everyone knew about Zhangchen's ferocious name. What happened on the Island of Ice had already spread across the entire eastern continent, including the martial palace. Oh, so it's young Master Zhangchen. Forgive me for my rudeness, but young palace master told us to let young Master Zhangchen pass if he's here. Young Master Zhangchen, this way please. The leader made an inviting gesture towards Zhangchen. He no longer dared to show his arrogant attitude. What a joke. Who would dare to offend this man, who would even dare to kill the Emperor of Heaven if he was pushed to the edge? Moreover, Zhangchen was the young mansion master's friend. The young mansion master had specifically instructed them not to stop Zhangchen if he came. Zhangchen smiled and strode into the martial house. He had only taken 2 steps when he turned around to look at the leader and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the leader was so scared that his body trembled. He thought that he had offended Zhangchen by obstructing him just now. Now that Zhangchen was asking for his name, Zhangchen was definitely going to complain to the young master. If Zhangchen were to blame him, even if he had 8 heads, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This person was filled with regret, but he still said honestly, "Young Master Zhangchen, my name is Niu Air." Everyone was taken aback. What a stupid name. Niu Air, I need your help with something. Can you bring me to where Yu Zihan and Guaniyun live? Here's an earth elixir as your reward. Zhangchen casually threw an earth elixir into Niu Air's hand. Niu Air's eyes immediately widened. He felt as if a huge pie had just fallen from the sky and he was going to be struck dumb. He was only a mid-divine core warrior right now, and he was just a guard in the martial palace. He couldn't compare with those genius disciples. The martial palace was rich in resources, but those good resources were only prepared for those geniuses with high status and talent. They had nothing to do with Niu Air. An earth elixir wasn't really precious to a divine core warrior. It was equal to 10,000 human elixir. Furthermore, this was a simple task. Even if Zhangchen didn't give him any reward, he would still lead the way. What made Niu Air feel lucky was that Zhangchen didn't ask for his name because he wanted to report him to the young palace chief. As a guard of the martial palace, I know where all the genius disciples live. Yu Zihan, Guaniyun and that Tianishan just arrived here 3 months ago, so I know where they live. Niu Air slapped his chest and said. After that, he led Zhangchen into the martial palace. The 3 golden warriors behind them had envious expressions on their faces. Sure enough, small fries like them would never get such a good task. From the outside of Mount Wufu to the inside of the martial palace, there was a bridge that spanned across the sky. When standing on top of the bridge, one could see the entire Mount Wufu. Right now, Zhangchen and the group were walking on top of the bridge. Underneath their feet was a layer of mist, and they could see the entire Mount Wufu. There were green hills and clear waters, waterfalls and pine trees, and there were palaces and courtyards standing in the middle of the mountain. This place is so beautiful. Yan Qinyu's beautiful eyes couldn't take in all the sights. Compared to the beautiful scenery in front of her, Yan Qinyu felt that the red city she lived in was too small. The red city he lived in was just too small. The outside world was truly magnificent. If he didn't follow Zhangchen out, he would never have the chance to see such scenery in his life. That is the dormitory area for the genius disciples. Yu Zihan and the others are living in there. Niu Air pointed towards the dormitory area. Inside the martial palace, besides the guards who were patrolling back and forth, it was rare to see any genius disciples. The competition here was too intense, and if you didn't work hard, you would be caught up by others. Therefore, all the geniuses were working hard in their cultivation, making every second count. It was dusk, and the Mount Wufu didn't seem to be populated by people. Occasionally, a few people would stare at Zhangchen and the group curiously. Soon, under Niu Air's lead, The group arrived at the Martial Palace's dormitory area. The dormitory area here was much more luxurious than the Black Sect's. There were exquisite courtyards everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was excellent. Young Master Xianxia, the third courtyard on the left is where Yu Zihan and the others are living. I won't be going in. Niu Air said to Xianxia. As a guard, his position in the Martial Palace was very low, so low that he didn't even have any status. Therefore, if there wasn't any special occasion, the guards would never enter the dormitory area of the genius disciples. Alright, thank you. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Young Master Xianxia, don't mention it. Although what you did on the island of ice has offended many powers and people, I really admire you. If I, Niu Air, can be as mighty as you one day and become famous, even if I have to die right now, it would be worth it. Niu Air's face was filled with admiration. All men were courageous, and Xianxia, who had the image of a devil incarnate, had unknowingly become the idol of many people. Some people even dreamed of being as mighty and domineering as Xianxia, and becoming famous under the heavens. Even if they had to pay with their lives wouldn't be in vain. Let's go, let's see how Yu Zihan and the others are doing. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. After that, he brought the group and walked towards the dormitory area. Along the way, they didn't encounter any obstacles, and soon they arrived at the third courtyard that Niu Air knew about. The gate of the courtyard was wide open, and even from far away, they could hear the loud noises coming from inside. You three sure have some guts. You've only been here for 3 months and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to beat my servant Qiu Tianba. You're really courting death. A domineering voice sounded out from the courtyard. Right at this moment, there were 8 men gathered in the courtyard that wasn't very spacious. The 3 men standing in the front were wearing gloomy expressions, and their faces were filled with anger. These 3 men were Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun, and Tianishan. Right now there were 5 men standing in front of them. The man standing in the front was tall and burly, and his body was even more muscular than Nangong Wentian's. He was unleashing a domineering aura, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was an early combat soul warrior. The other 4 men behind him were all late divine core warriors, and 3 of them had bruises on their faces. Obviously they had been beaten badly. The last man was a peak divine core warrior, just 1 step away from the combat soul realm. He was wearing the same uniform as Yu Zihan and the others, and he seemed to be a disciple of the Martial Palace. He was following behind Qiu Tianba like a henchman. Qiu Tianba, don't push it too far. Although our cultivation levels are not as high as yours, we are still disciples of the Martial Palace, and this courtyard is where we live. How dare your servants come and rob our courtyard? Beating them is already considered a light punishment, but don't you know who you are? Yu Zihan said with a loud voice. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Although they had just arrived at the Martial Palace for 3 months, their cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds, especially Yu Zihan. He had broken through from the early Divine Core realm to the late Divine Core realm, just like Guan Yiyun and Tianishan. Ever since they arrived at the Martial Palace, they had been keeping a low profile and they had never caused any trouble. But that didn't stop people from causing trouble. Today 3 guys had come to their courtyard, and they were threatening to force them to move out and occupy their place of residence. What made them even angrier was that these 3 guys weren't geniuses from the Martial Palace, they were just Qiu Tianba's servants. There were many disciples with powerful backgrounds in the Martial Palace, and when they came here they would bring their servants to serve them. Aside from cultivating, they were living like lords. Qiu Tianba's servants were too arrogant. Relying on their master's status and cultivation level, they looked down on everyone, and they didn't take these new disciples seriously at all. With Yu Zihan and the other 2 men's bad temper, there was no way they could stand it, and there was no way they would give up their courtyard. Therefore they gave those 3 bastards a good beating. Now Qiu Tianba had come to them, and it looked like he wasn't going to let them off easily. Daddy's status is much more precious than yours. Let me tell you, this isn't over yet. You 3 kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Then take out some pills as compensation and move out of this courtyard. The servant looked to be in his 40s, and he looked even more arrogant than Qiu Tianba. He pointed his finger at Yu Zihan and the other 2 men's noses and said with a loud voice. However, 3 of his teeth had been knocked out by Guan Yiyun, so he couldn't even speak clearly, and he looked really funny. Fuck you. Yu Zihan couldn't stand it anymore. He prepared himself to kick the servant, but was stopped by Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan. If they fought right now, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Qiu Tianba was a combat soul warrior and the gap between them was too huge. They were no match for him. Your name is Yu Zihan, right? You're quite the hot-tempered one, but no one has ever dared hit my Qiu Tianba's men. Since you've hit them, you'll have to pay the price. Just like what my servant said, the three of you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, then take out some pills to compensate for their loss. Then move out of this place and make room for my servant. Chapter 363. Ah, did you hear that? Kneel down right now or else I'll beat all your teeth out. That's right. How dare you offend our young master Tianba? You're courting death. You three small shrimps aren't even qualified to carry young master Tianba's shoes. The other two servants became arrogant as well, as if they were the best in the world. Yu Zihan and the other two had ugly expressions on their faces. It seemed like there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully. This Qiu Tianba was infamous and he had a strong background. Many disciples in the martial palace didn't want to offend him, because they knew that they wouldn't have a good ending. Qiu Tianba, don't push it too far. You should have heard of the name Jiangchen. We're Jiangchen's friends. If you dare touch us, you better think about the consequences. Tian Yishan said with a loud voice. Jiangchen's friends? I'm so scared. Ah, where's Jiangchen? The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect have given the order to kill Jiangchen. I don't even know if he's still alive. How dare you threaten me, Tianba, with a man who's about to die? You're so stupid. Let me tell you, even if Jiangchen is here, Daddy doesn't care. Qiu Tianba burst into laughter. He had heard of Jiangchen's name before, but he knew Jiangchen's current situation better than anyone else. That was the reason why he didn't care. Cut the crap. The three of you kneel down and kowtow to apologize, then hand over all your belongings as compensation. The servant whose face was covered in pustules shouted out. He walked in front of Yu Zihan, pointed his finger at his nose and scolded. Fuck you. Yu Zihan was instantly enraged. Ever since he started following Jiangchen, his temper and blood had improved a lot. He couldn't tolerate a servant yelling at him in front of him. Bam! Yu Zihan suddenly kicked the servant's lower abdomen, sending him flying away. He fell on the ground like a tortoise and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. Idiot! Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Yu Zihan spat on the ground. He was throwing caution to the wind. Since there was no way he could let them kneel down and kowtow to him, he might as well beat up this dog servant to vent his anger. Yu Zihan spat on the ground. Damn it, how dare you hit me? The servant pointed his finger at Yu Zihan from the ground. Right when he raised his head, he saw a huge face standing right in front of him. It was not a face of a human. But it was a dog, a majestic De Huang dog. Hee hee. So what if I hit you? A talking dog opened its mouth wide and bit off the servant's entire arm. White bones were exposed and blood gushed out. A dog slave dares to strut around here? This lord dog will send you on your way. After saying that, Big Yellow's majestic body pressed on the servant's body. Then he bit off the servant's head. The miserable shriek stopped abruptly. A life was bitten to death just like that. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. Everyone in the courtyard witnessed this scene. Even Qiu Tianba couldn't help but shiver. No one knew where this dog came from, but it was so cruel. Yu Zihan and the other two looked at De Huang dog. Their gloomy faces instantly turned into joy. De Huang. The three of them shouted at the same time. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Seeing De Huang at this moment was really a happy thing. This meant that their troubles were no longer troubles but Qiu Tianba's troubles. Because the three of them knew very well that the appearance of De Huang dog meant that that person was here as well. Where did this dog come from? How dare you kill my servant? You're courting death. Qiu Tianba was furious. Without hesitation he thrust his palm toward De Huang dog. A powerful palm wind was unleashed and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of De Huang dog. As an early combat soul warrior, Qiu Tianba's attack was indeed fast. However, De Huang dog was even faster. He turned into a trail of light and dodged Qiu Tianba's palm wind. The palm wind landed right on the dead body of the servant who was about to be killed by De Huang dog. In an instant the body exploded into pieces. Bastard. Qiu Tianba became furious once again. He came here today to teach Yu Zihan and the other two a lesson, but this dog just came out of nowhere and killed them. Trash. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. After that, 4 figures walked into the courtyard. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them had imposing appearances. The leading figure was a young man dressed in white clothes. He had both hands placed behind his back and he was walking in a calm manner. Upon seeing these people, Yu Zihan and the other 2 men immediately revealed bright smiles on their faces. At the same time, their gazes toward Qiu Tianba were filled with sympathy. Jiang Qin and the other 2 men walked past Qiu Tianba and arrived in front of Yu Zihan and the other 2 men. Throughout the entire process they didn't even glance at Qiu Tianba. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qiu Tianba, who had a very strong ego. Zihan, you've improved very quickly. Jiang Qin patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. At the same time he smiled at Guan Yiyun and Tianishan. These 3 men's improvement was within his expectations. Yu Zihan was the best as he had been purified by the energy veins source energy both in and out of the inner island, so it was only natural for his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. As for Guan Yiyun and Tianishan, they had stayed in Inferno Hell for a year, and they had gone through the baptism of life and death. Who are you people? How dare you come to the martial palace and kill people? Qiu Tianba shouted. Brother Jiang, this bastard. Yu Zihan gritted his teeth in anger. I know everything. Jiang Qin smiled, then he turned around and looked at Qiu Tianba. His face suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Qiu Tianba. Then he slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was too loud, it landed on Qiu Tianba's face. Qiu Tianba's sturdy body was sent flying away like a cannonball. Pooh. Qiu Tianba coughed out a mouthful of blood and 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. Young master. The 2 servants were terrified. They immediately rushed to Qiu Tianba's side and helped him up. The other disciple stared at the white-clothed youth in front of him with widened eyes. The shock in his heart was like a raging sea. It was too shocking. Even with Qiu Tianba's strength, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. Just how strong was this youth in front of him? You dare hit me? Qiu Tianba let out a loud roar. He pushed the 2 servants aside, then charged toward Jiang Qin in an imposing manner. He completely unleashed the aura of an early combat soul warrior. In an instant, Qiu Tianba's fist arrived in front of Jiang Qin's face. Slap. Too bad his powerful fist couldn't move any further as it was caught by a hand. No matter how hard Qiu Tianba tried, he couldn't break free from this hand. Crack. Jiang Qin exerted his strength and broke Qiu Tianba's wrist. The pain caused Qiu Tianba to let out a miserable shriek, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Who are you? No matter how stupid Qiu Tianba was, he could tell that this young man wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Didn't you say that you wouldn't care even if I stood in front of you? A sneer emerged on Jiang Qin's face. He hated men like Qiu Tianba the most, and if he hadn't shown up in time, Yu Zihan and the other 2 men would have been in a terrible situation. Perhaps they would have been humiliated. You're Jiang Qin. Qiu Tianba widened his eyes. When the name Jiang Qin came out from his mouth, his body started trembling. The reason why he said he didn't care was because Jiang Qin wasn't here. He wouldn't dare confront Jiang Qin even if he had 10 times the courage to do so. The title of Jiang Qin wasn't just for show, he was a lunatic, a homicidal maniac. When the other disciple and the 2 servants heard Jiang Qin's name, their faces instantly turned pale. They had heard about everything that had happened on the island of ice. Slap. Once again Jiang Qin slapped Qiu Tianba's face, causing him to fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. How dare you bully my Jiang Qin's friend with your stupid face? If we were outside you would be dead by now, said Jiang Qin Leng Leng. If they were outside, Jiang Qin wouldn't hesitate to kill someone like Qiu Tianba, but this was the martial palace after all, he couldn't just kill someone as soon as he arrived. Jiang Qin, don't be so arrogant. This is the martial palace, you're just an outsider, what gives you the right to behave atrociously here? Let me tell you, I'm Prince Wu Yan's man, if you dare touch me you're just looking for trouble. Qiu Tianba threatened. Han Yan and Nan Gong Wenting couldn't take it anymore. They were really worried about this guy's intelligence. He was already under someone else's roof, yet he still didn't know how to lower his head. If Qiu Tianba was smarter he would have left as soon as possible. Beat him up and throw him out after you're done. Jiang Chen waved his hand and Yu Zihan was the first one to rush out. Fuck you. Yu Zihan punched Qiu Tianba's face, causing a panda eye to appear on his face. He Han Yen and Nangong Wen Tian looked at each other and smiled eerily. They rubbed their palms and walked towards Qiu Tianba. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan walked out, but their target was not Qiu Tianba but the other three people in the courtyard. Bang bang bang. All. For a moment the screams of pigs being butchered rang out from the courtyard one after another and the entire Marshall House's dormitory area was startled. Fuck, what's going on? That scream is too horrifying. It must be from Qiu Tianba. I think it's coming from Yu Zihan's courtyard. Qiu Tianba has gone to look for trouble with them. No way, that scream sounded like Qiu Tianba. What's going on? With Yu Zihan and the other two strength they are not Qiu Tianba's match. Let's go and take a look. Qiu Tianba was beaten up. It sounds like he was in a terrible state. Damn it, Qiu Tianba, that bastard, relies on the fact that he has the support of the crown prince to bully people everywhere he goes. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. If he gets beaten up, I'll be so happy that I won't sleep for 3 days. Chapter 364. For a moment the peaceful dormitory area was in an uproar. Qiu Tianba was one of the more famous figures in the Marshall Palace, but because of his arrogance and domineering attitude his reputation was not very good. Many people knew that Qiu Tianba went to Yu Zihan and the other two to cause trouble today. Initially they felt sorry for Yu Zihan and the other two, but when they heard Qiu Tianba's blood-curdling screams, they couldn't help but be surprised. Although Qiu Tianba was annoying, his strength was not to be underestimated. To be able to make a combat soul warrior scream like this, the person who did this must be extremely strong. At least Yu Zihan and the other two didn't have the strength to do this. Besides, Qiu Tianba had the support of a prince, so no one dared to offend him. Soon a lot of people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard. At this moment, before anyone could react, they saw 4 heavy objects being thrown out from the courtyard. Who the fuck were these 4 fellas? All of them were beaten up so badly that they didn't even look human anymore. Even their own mothers wouldn't be able to recognize them. However, people could still recognize Qiu Tianba from his body. Right now Qiu Tianba no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have. His body was covered in blood and his face looked like a pig's head. It was badly mutilated and many of his teeth had been knocked out. Fuck, who is this? He's too ruthless, isn't he? Qiu Tianba has actually been beaten up like this. Who did this? This is way too fierce. All the onlookers couldn't help but grin. Qiu Tianba's face looked really miserable. His pig's face had been punched at least 100 times, and there were even a few fist marks on his face. Judging from the strength and shape of these fist marks, it looked like it was done by more than one person. The onlookers couldn't help but raise their heads and look into the courtyard. Right after they saw a few figures, a strong wind blew out from the courtyard and closed the main gate. Brother Ba, who did this to you? Is it Yu Zihan and the other two? Daddy will go get revenge for you. Right at this moment a peak divine core disciple ran over. His name was Zhang Yuan and he had a pretty good relationship with Qiu Tianba. He was following behind Qiu Tianba, and when he heard Qiu Tianba's miserable screams, he immediately ran over. When he saw Qiu Tianba and the others' miserable condition, he was shocked. Zhang Yuan unleashed his aura and was about to smash down the courtyard's gate, then drag Yu Zihan and the other two out and beat them up to avenge Brother Ba. However, after taking 2 steps, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly turned around and looked at Qiu Tianba's miserable state and couldn't help but shiver. Fuck, even Tyrant was beaten to this state. If I were to go in, wouldn't it be even more miserable? I was too impulsive. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Zhang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. He quickly went to Qiu Tianba's side and saw Qiu Tianba trying his best to open his panda eyes. He said to Zhang Yuan, Call someone. The crown prince. Qiu Tianba mumbled while spitting out blood from his mouth. He was supposed to say this while gnashing his teeth, but now that his front teeth had been knocked out he couldn't even bite them. Damn it, how dare he beat up Brother Ba. What a brave man. I'll go find the crown prince right now, and no matter who it is, I'll make him die a miserable death. After saying that, Zhang Yuan disappeared from where he stood. He had gone to find the crown prince for help. Qiu Tianba was really pissed off. He kept roaring out in pain. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he had lost all his face today. His current appearance would make anyone laugh until their mouths were crooked. The other three curled up their bodies and lay on the ground howling in pain. Although they were experts among experts, they couldn't withstand Han Yan's violent beating. Their origin force had been destroyed, and it was wishful thinking for them to recover and stand up in a short period of time. Who did this? Yu Zihan and the others don't have the strength to do this. It's not Yu Zihan and the others. I saw a few men inside just now, but I have no idea who they are. But there aren't many people in the martial palace who would dare beat up Qiu Tianba. Look, Crown Prince Wu Yan is a very protective man. Although his cultivation base isn't as strong as young palace chief or Prince Wu Tsong, he is still a peak early combat soul warrior. He is much stronger than Qiu Tianba. I'm sure Wu Yan will show up soon. That's right, I think we're going to have a good show today. Those men inside are really daring, but I'm afraid they'll have to admit defeat when they see Wu Yan. After all, he is the crown prince. Everyone was talking about the fight. Although they didn't see what the men inside looked like, some of them did see a few men inside, and they were sure that it wasn't just Yu Zihan and the other two men. At this moment, the dormitory area had become very lively. Many people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard, waiting to watch a good show. All of them wanted to know who was so daring as to beat up Qiu Tianba in the martial palace. Inside the courtyard, when old friends met again, everyone was happy, especially Yu Zihan and the other two men. They were really excited to see Jiang Chen again, and because of Jiang Chen's appearance, Qiu Tianba had been taken care of. Brother Jiang, we've heard about what you did on the island of ice. It was really cool. Even Crown Prince Wu Tsong was no match for you. Terrifying. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Looks like we'll never be able to catch up to junior disciple Jiang for the rest of our lives. Guan Yiyun said with a smile on his face. He was happy for Jiang Chen's growth, but at the same time he felt a bit bitter. During the Qi province's outer circle competition, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere. At that time he was just a small shrimp who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and he had offended the northern and southern dynasties, and he had to rely on Guan Yiyun's protection. In less than a year, Jiang Chen had grown to a point where Guan Yiyun could only look up to him. Compared to a monster like this, who would dare call himself a genius? Don't feel discouraged, just focus on your cultivation in the martial palace. With your talents, breaking through to the combat soul realm won't be a problem for you. Jiang Chen said. Little Yu has woken up as well, that's great. Also, senior disciple Han Yan's strength has improved tremendously. Is this Nangong Wentian? Yu Zihan turned to Nangong Wentian and asked. The news about what happened on the island of ice had spread far and wide. Not only Jiang Chen, even Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang dog had become famous. Nangong Wentian smiled, then he cupped his fist toward Yu Zihan and the other two, greeting them. He wasn't familiar with these three, but since they were friends of Jiang Chen, they were his friends as well. Brother Jiang, the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect are trying to kill you everywhere. I suppose you came to the martial palace to seek refuge? Tian Yishan said. Currently, the martial palace is a relatively safe place. Let's not talk about me, all of you know what happened to me. It seems like the three of you aren't doing well in the martial palace. Brother Jiang said with a smile on his face. From what happened to Qiu Tianba, it wasn't hard to tell that the three of them weren't doing well here. Sigh. There are too many geniuses in the martial palace, and divine core warriors aren't able to survive here. Only combat soul warriors are able to survive here. That Qiu Tianba is a domineering man and he has the support of Prince Wu Yan. Not many people dare offend him. Furthermore, his father is a county king appointed by the imperial emperor himself. He's from a noble family and we can't compare with him. Guan Yiyun let out a long sigh. But that bastard really crossed the line this time. He sent a few of his servants to take over our place and he even asked us to get the hell out of here. This is outrageous. Not long ago we beat those three servants and Qiu Tianba came here to cause trouble. If not for you three we wouldn't have ended up well today. Thinking about this, Yu Zihan couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, they're just some small shrimps, they're nothing. We're lucky we didn't beat them to death and we're lucky we're in the martial palace. If we were outside, this master dog would have killed all of them. The Huang dog was really angry. He had only killed one servant and that wasn't enough for him. But after beating Qiu Tianba, I'm afraid that Prince Wu Yan won't let this go easily. Tianixan was a bit worried. Another prince? What's his cultivation level? Jiang Qin asked. Wu Yan is the 7th emperor's youngest son, and he's currently cultivating in the martial palace. He's at the peak of the early combat soul realm and he's just one step away from the mid-combat soul realm. Guan Yiyun said. An early combat soul warrior is nothing. Little Qinzi nearly killed Wu Tsong, who is a mid-combat soul warrior. Furthermore, before coming here, Little Qinzi had just killed 2 of the Jian province's top geniuses, Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Both of them were mid-combat soul warriors. Han Yan said. What? The 3 men cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed once again when they looked at Jiang Qin. They had heard about how Jiang Qin had defeated Wu Tsong, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Furthermore, defeating a mid-combat soul warrior and killing a mid-combat soul warrior were 2 completely different concepts. But that Wu Yan is a prince and this is the martial palace. I don't think it's a good idea to start a conflict here. Tianixan was worried. Don't worry about him. If he doesn't come here then he'll be smart. But if he does, I don't care about his identity as a prince. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. He had offended too many people and he had nearly killed Wu Tsong outside of the island of ice. Therefore he didn't care about a prince. Bam! Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the courtyard's front door immediately let out a deep sound, and it was shattered by a powerful force. 4 men appeared at the same time. 3 of them were early combat soul warriors and the last one was Zhang Yuan who had gone to call for help. The man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. He had a pair of sharp eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes, and a prideful expression on his face. He was emitting the aura of a noble. This man was none other than Prince Wu Yan. The other 2 early combat soul geniuses were disciples of the martial palace, and they came here together with Wu Yan. A prince would never lack followers and flatterers. This was a symbol of someone with a high status, just like how Qiu Tianba always brought a few servants with him. Who dares to hit this prince's men? Step forward. Chapter 365. There were a lot of people outside the courtyard and all of them were looking into the courtyard. Finally, they could clearly see the people inside. They knew Yu Zihan and the other 2, but they had never seen these people who suddenly appeared. Obviously, they were not from the martial palace. They are not from the martial palace, but they dare to beat someone in the martial palace? How audacious. This is going to be a good show. These people are too audacious. Wu Yan is definitely going to teach them a lesson. Look, Wu Yan is going to lose his temper. Discussions could be heard from all directions and Jiang Qin and his group had instantly become the center of attention. The martial palace was the most prestigious institution in the entire martial saint dynasty, and it was a very common place for disciples of the martial palace to fight with each other. However, a few outsiders had never come to the martial palace to beat up someone, and no one had ever had the courage to do so. You guys are not from the martial palace? Wu Yan glanced at Jiang Qin and the others and said with Lung Lung. We will be soon. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He casually picked up a rattan chair and sat on it. He crossed his legs and looked like he was enjoying himself. Jiang Chen's behavior had made Wu Yan even angrier. This little shrimp that came out of nowhere dared to act so presumptuously in front of him, not putting him in his eyes at all. He was a prince and everyone in the martial palace had to be respectful to him. This brat was simply courting death. Bring them in. Wu Yan coldly harumphed. Immediately, someone carried Qiu Tianba and the others into the courtyard and threw them on the ground. Yuzihan, tell me who beat them up. You 3 bastards, how dare you collude with outsiders to cause trouble? I think you don't want to stay in the martial palace anymore. Wu Yan said with a loud voice. I was the one who beat them up, so you better not talk to my friends like that. Also, you better get your men to bring these trash out of here, including yourself, before I get angry. Jiang Qin said casually while sitting on the rattan chair. What? Get Wu Yan out of here? Did he hear it wrong? Who the hell was this guy? His brain must have been squeezed by a door. He actually dared to speak to Wu Yan like this. Wasn't he courting death? There must be something wrong with this guy's head. An outsider dared to be so arrogant in the martial palace? He really didn't know how to write the word, death. An uproar broke out. Even Wu Yan was stunned. In the martial house, this was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. Bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the crown prince like that? You're courting death. An early combat soul disciple standing next to Wu Yan shouted. With a sway of his body, he instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. A bright light shot out from his palm as he grabbed toward Xianxia. Xianxia raised his leg and forcefully kicked the disciple's lower abdomen, causing the disciple to let out a miserable cry. He was sent flying away by the kick and landed on the ground 20 meters away like a tortoise. Heavens, this guy is too fierce. He beat people up just like that. He's too arrogant. Where did this guy come from? He looks so young, but he's so strong. He beat up Qiu Tianba so badly, and now an early combat soul warrior was sent flying by him with just a kick. What incredible strength. I'm afraid even Wu Yan is no match for him. Everyone were shocked. This young man who came out of nowhere was simply too fierce. Seeing this, Wu Yan's face immediately turned red. However, he wasn't an idiot. At least, the strength displayed by this young man had shocked him. I don't care who you are. In the martial palace, if you dare touch my men, you'll have to pay the price. If you kneel down and apologize now, I'll let bygones be bygones and pretend nothing happened today. Wu Yan said. This was the biggest concession he could make. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have just asked this guy to kneel down and apologize. Why can't you be the one kneeling down? It was your men who offended me first, so you should be the one apologizing. Xianxia said with a slight smile on his face. He couldn't be polite to a man like Wu Yan because he would take advantage of him. Therefore, he needed to use some special methods to deal with a man like this. You're courting death. Wu Yan was completely enraged this time. A cold long sword appeared in his hand, and he unleashed the energy of a peak early combat soul warrior. Without any hesitation, he slashed toward Xianxia's head. This guy in front of him didn't take him seriously at all, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would lose all his face as a prince, and how would he be able to stay in the martial palace in the future? Facing Wu Yan's attack, Xianxia remained sitting on the rattan chair without moving an inch. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing Wu Yan and throwing him aside. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Plop. Wu Yan was forcefully smashed onto the ground. He felt dizzy, and there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. At this moment, the entire scene seemed to have exploded. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the young man sitting on the rattan chair. Other than shock, there was still shock. In the martial house, there were people who were stronger than Wu Yan, but those who dared to attack Wu Yan were too few. You dare attack me? Wu Yan crawled up from the ground. Both his eyes had turned red. This was going to turn the world upside down. Someone actually dared attack him? How could this be tolerated? The disciples that Wu Yan brought along were already prepared to act, but seeing that Wu Yan was injured by the other party, if they went up, wouldn't they be even more miserable? Not to mention the other party even dared to hit Wu Yan, not to mention them. Get the hell out of here. From now on, you're not allowed to step into this courtyard. Xianxia impatiently waved his hand. He was afraid that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself and kill this young man. Good, very good. Little brat, you've got guts. In the martial palace, you're the first one who dared to attack me. Let me tell you, for what you've done today, you will have to pay a heavy price. You Zihan and the other two don't need to live in this place anymore. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and threatened. Damn it. Xianxia couldn't hold back his temper anymore. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to Wu Yan and slapped Wu Yan's face. Bang! Wu Yan's face was slapped onto the ground. After that, Xianxia grabbed Wu Yan's back and forcefully threw him out of the courtyard. Prince. The few followers were shocked. They immediately rushed out of the courtyard and helped Wu Yan up from the ground. Right now, half of Wu Yan's face was swollen, and his mouth was tilted to one side. It wasn't hard to tell how powerful Xianxia's slap was. Xianxia's courage was really terrifying. Many people felt it hard to breathe. They had no idea who this young man who came out of nowhere was. He didn't even put a prince in his eyes and just hit him like that. You tell me your name if you have the guts. Wu Yan continued to threaten Xianxia with a vague voice. Xianxia. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. He then told Xianxia his name. Boom. When this name came out, everyone felt like their ears were going to explode. This was what they meant by having a thunderous reputation. Zhou Xian. Oh heavens! He's the one who killed countless geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect, the one who defeated Prince Wuxia. It has to be him. No wonder he has such formidable strength and courage. This man is a madman. He even dared to hit Prince Wuxia, let alone Wu Yan. This time Wu Yan has really kicked an iron plate. Amazing. I've finally met him in person. I wonder why he came to the Martial Palace. Could it be that he wants to become a disciple of the Martial Palace? Impossible. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect are trying to kill him and Wuxia hates him to the core. There's no way the Martial Palace will accept Zhou Xian. If they accept him, it'll be a huge problem for them. The crowd was shocked, but at the same time they suddenly realized something. Beating a prince was something no ordinary man would do, but if it was Zhou Xian he would definitely do it. In this world it seemed like there was no one that Zhou Xian didn't dare offend. You're Zhou Xian. Wu Yan tried his best to widen his eyes, then he stared at Qiu Tianba who was lying on the ground howling in pain. Right at this moment he wished he could tear Qiu Tianba into a million pieces. This piece of dog shit didn't even tell him who he was. This was too hateful. If Wu Yan knew it was Zhou Xian who beat up Qiu Tianba he wouldn't have come here. Who is Zhou Xian? Even his cousin Wu Tsong was beaten up by him, let alone Wu Yan. He had heard about the rumors about Zhou Xian, and if he really provoked him Zhou Xian would definitely kill him. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Zhou Xian, just you wait, this isn't over yet. Wu Yan left another threatening sentence then quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would end up like Qiu Tianba. As for Qiu Tianba he wouldn't forgive him even if he knelt in front of him. If he knew it was Zhou Xian from the start he definitely wouldn't have come to provoke him. But now that he had provoked him he couldn't just let this beating go to waste. He had to find a way to get back at Zhou Xian. Otherwise how would he be able to survive in the Martial Palace in the future? Zhou Xian shook his head. He couldn't find peace no matter where he went. He had just arrived at the Martial Palace and his bed hadn't even warmed up yet, but he had already started a fight with a prince. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the news of him coming to the Martial Palace would be known by everyone. Sometimes he didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble would always surround him. Therefore Zhou Xian could only use his fists to destroy these troubles one by one. Throw these pieces of trash out. Zhou Xian glanced at Qiu Tianba and the others who were being carried back to the courtyard with disgust. Yu Zihan had a bright smile on his face. He grabbed them by their backs and threw them out. What are you looking at? Stop looking. Yu Zihan roared at the disciples outside the door, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 366. That night the group gathered together happily. They didn't feel any sense of urgency, especially Zhou Xian. It was as if he had nothing to do with all the trouble he had caused and all the powerful enemies he had to face. When acquaintances met again, it was only natural for them to be happy. When they talked about what had happened during this period of time, they couldn't stop laughing. Zhou Xian, I'm afraid the news of you arriving at the Martial Palace will soon reach the Jian province. At that point of time the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect won't let you go easily. I'm afraid the Martial Palace won't be safe either. Yu Zihan said with a worried tone. Different situations call for different actions, there will always be a way to deal with them. Even I'm not afraid. What are you guys afraid of? Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. For him he had achieved his goal by bringing these people to the Martial Palace. As for whether Wu Jiu could protect him or not he didn't care at all. As long as Wu Jiu could protect these people it was fine. Junior disciple Jiang is the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. He was born with a great destiny, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to deal with it. I'm sure this time will be the same. Guan Yun said with a smile on his face. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen a genius like Zhou Xian in his life. Zhou Xian had created countless miracles along the way. His enemies had always been powerful, but he had survived every single one of them. As for those who were stronger than him, they all ended up in a miserable state. Of course. Otherwise why would he be called Zhou Xian? Han Yan burst into laughter. But we've been here for quite some time now and we've even beaten up the prince. That Wu Lang should know by now. Why hasn't he come to see us? Nangong went in suddenly thought of Wu Lang. It's like this. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. I'm afraid he still hasn't come out yet. Yu Han said. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation and hadn't come out since. Wu Lang has also obtained a lot of benefits on the island of ice. After this closed-door training he should be able to improve a lot. Jiang Chen said. There were two reasons why Wu Lang was in such a hurry to enter secluded cultivation. First, it was because of the benefits he had obtained, and second, it was because he was stimulated by Jiang Chen. As a prince of a dynasty, the young palace master of the martial palace, and a mid-combat soul genius warrior, he had never suffered any setbacks before. But during this trip to the island of ice he was deeply impacted by Jiang Chen's performance. For God's sake, that Wu Jiao actually didn't show himself. Could it be that he doesn't want to care about us? If Wu Jiao doesn't care about us, we won't be safe in the martial house. De Huang Dog said in a depressed tone. Originally he thought that after Jiang Chen arrived at the martial palace, Jiang Chen would immediately come out to greet him. But even after such a long time, there was still no sign of Jiang Chen at all. Don't worry, Brother Jiao isn't that kind of person. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had a discerning eye, and his ability to judge people was not something ordinary people could compare with. He knew very well what kind of person Wu Jiao was. A man with a true temperament, and he would always value loyalty. The news about Jiang Chen arriving at the martial palace and brutally beating up a prince spread like a tornado. Not only in the martial palace but also in the Jian province. At the same time, the news about what happened in the Jian province had also spread to the martial palace. The most shocking news was that Jiang Chen had wreaked havoc on Mount Tianyuan and killed the #1 genius of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The collision of these two news caused the entire Jian province and the martial palace to boil. It had even reached the martial saint dynasty, and the name Jiang Chen had become a hot topic for everyone. He was a devil incarnate, and there hadn't been anyone like him in the past 1,000 years. At least not in the eastern continent. Damn it, that Jiang Chen is really a ruthless man. Even Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were killed by him. I heard that he hasn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, he's only a peak divine core warrior. What an abnormal monster. Not only is he strong, the most important thing is how daring he is. It's as if there's no one in this world that he doesn't dare offend. He brutally beat up a prince, killed the geniuses of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. It looks like he's going to turn the entire eastern continent upside down. That's right, he's so ferocious. He's only a peak late divine core warrior, and if he breaks through to the combat soul realm, wouldn't that mean only combat king warriors would be able to defeat him? There are only a few combat king warriors in the entire martial saint dynasty. Don't tell me this guy is the reincarnation of a saint? Every single corner of the martial palace was talking about the name Jiang Chen. I heard about it. Jiang Chen went to the martial palace and he brutally beat up a prince. He's really a devil incarnate. I really have no idea how he escaped from the martial palace. The entire Jian province has been locked down by two superpowers, but after killing Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia, he actually managed to escape to the martial palace in such a short amount of time. This speed is really shocking. More importantly, the first thing this guy did after arriving at the martial palace was beat up a prince. Oh heavens, is there anything under the heavens that Jiang Chen doesn't dare do? At the same time, the situation in the Jian province was the same. Everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. The Jian province had been completely locked down, and it was like a cage that not even a fly could escape from. The reason was because of this Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had somehow arrived at the martial palace. Within the Shangguan clan. Clan chief, that guy has escaped. He actually went straight to the martial palace. What should we do now? A combat soul sect elder angrily asked. The martial palace protected the black sect, which means that Jiang Chen has some sort of relationship with the martial palace. I'm afraid he has a close relationship with the palace chief. If not, Jiang Chen wouldn't have gone to the martial palace at this time. If that's the case, it's going to be hard to deal with. But Jiang Chen has killed so many people from the Shangguan clan, and he even killed our #1 genius Shangguan Yiqing. We can't just let this matter go like this. All the Combat Soul Sect elders were furious. Not only had they lost their geniuses and elites, they had also lost their dignity. We can't just let this matter go like this. I'll go to the Martial Palace tomorrow. I can't let my grandson die in vain. I'll definitely tear that guy into a million pieces. Not only the Martial Palace's 9th emperor, even the Imperial Emperor will have to give us an explanation. Shangguan Ying angrily glared at the Shangguan clan's 9th emperor. Shangguan Yiqing was his grandson and he was about to burst into flames. The clan chief Shangguan Xing was sitting in his seat with a gloomy expression on his face. Jiang Qin had gone to the Martial Palace, and if the 9th emperor wanted to protect him, it would be troublesome. No matter how strong the Shangguan clan was, they still had to give the 9th emperor face. Right at this moment the great elder Shangguan Qingming stood up from his seat. He started pacing back and forth in the main hall. After that, a cold light emerged from his eyes. He stared at Shangguan Xing and said, "Clan chief, we have to get rid of this guy as soon as possible." The great elder Shangguan Qingming stood up from his seat. When he first appeared in the Qi province he was only an early mortal core warrior. In less than a year he has grown from the early mortal core realm to the peak late divine core realm. This speed of growth is truly frightening, and what's even more frightening is that he now possesses the strength to kill mid-combat soul warriors. In other words, only a late combat soul warrior can kill Jiang Qin. Therefore we have to kill him before he grows any stronger. If we let him grow any stronger, I'm afraid it won't take long for the Shangguan clan to get revenge, and the entire clan will be destroyed by this guy. Shangguan Qingming's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's mind, including the clan chief Shangguan Xing. What Shangguan Qingming said was absolutely right. The scariest thing about Jiang Qin wasn't his current combat strength, but his potential and speed of cultivation. It was so fast that no one could defend against it. If they didn't get rid of him now and gave him the chance to grow stronger, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him in the future. As the saying goes, nurturing a tiger only invites trouble. Sooner or later, Jiang Qin would become the biggest threat to the Shangguan clan. Clan chief, what the great elder said is right, we can't let this guy grow any further. He will be a huge threat to us in the future. Someone said with a loud voice. Alright, I'll go find the Myriad Sword sect chief now. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the Martial Palace and give the 9th Emperor some pressure. I believe the 9th Emperor knows what's more important, and he won't offend both our superpowers just because of a young man. Shangguan Xing suddenly stood up from his seat. After that, with a sway of his body, he disappeared from the main hall. The next day, when the sun had just risen, a group of 6 men arrived at the Martial Palace's entrance. Jiang Qin, get your ass out here right now. A thunderous voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Mount Wufu. The voice echoed throughout the entire area, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What's going on? Who is this? Why are they shouting outside the entrance so early in the morning? They're here for Jiang Qin. I think they're from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Let's go have a look. The Martial Palace hasn't been this lively for a long time. That Jiang Qin just arrived yesterday and something big is happening today. The Martial Palace, which was originally silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. Silhouettes flew out one after another, heading out of the mountain gate. Right at this moment, within Yu Zihan's courtyard, a few men heard the shout, and their expressions immediately changed. This man has a profound cultivation. I'm afraid he's at least a late combat soul warrior. Since he dares to shout outside the Martial Palace, I'm afraid it's the Shangguan clan's clan chief. Han Yen said with an ugly expression. Let's go and have a look. With a gloomy expression, Jiang Qin walked out from his courtyard and flew toward the entrance of Mount Wufu. Chapter 367. Among these 6 men, any one of them was a superpower amongst superpowers, and they could easily cause the entire Jian province to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The Shangguan clan's great elder Shangguan Qingming and Shangguan Ying. Apart from Tiangang Yi, the Myriad Sword sect also sent 2 other late combat soul warriors. Right now all 6 of them were hovering in the sky. Their energy was unparalleled and their killing intent was extremely strong. Clearly they were here to cause trouble. Perhaps only the mighty warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would dare to unleash their killing intent in front of the martial palace. Look, they're from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Even the Shangguan clan's clan chief and Myriad Sword sect's sect chief are here. They're here for Zhou Xian. This Zhou Xian is really good at causing trouble. Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi used to be enemies, but now they're working together for a young man. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. That's right. Now that these two superpowers are here, I'm afraid no one can protect Zhou Xian. Even the Imperial Emperor will have to give these two superpowers some face. Discussions could be heard everywhere. After seeing who these men were, everyone was shocked. Although there were only 6 of them, their strength was incredible. Where's Zhou Xian? Tell him to come out and face his death. Tiangang Yi shouted with a loud voice. Yesterday when Shangguan Xing came to him, he realized the importance of killing Zhou Xian. Therefore he didn't hesitate to join hands with Shangguan Xing and come to the martial palace, determined to get rid of Zhou Xian. Here. Zhou Xian walked out with a swagger. Han Yan and the others didn't follow him, they just watched from afar. This was Zhou Qian's idea. In a situation like this, it was better not to get them involved and he would deal with everything himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All eyes fell on Zhou Xian. It was the first time for many people to see Zhou Xian in person. To be honest, Zhou Qian's image was quite different from what they had imagined. In their hearts, a devil incarnate like Zhou Xian, even if he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he should be tall and strong. They didn't expect him to be a handsome young man. He is Zhou Xian. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old. He is really a young genius. Who would have thought that such a harmless-looking youth would actually be a homicidal maniac? Why did he come to the martial palace? Could it be that he has something to rely on here? But isn't walking out at this time courting death? Many people were pointing at them. Are you Zhou Xian? Shangguan Xing looked at Zhou Xian, his eyes as sharp as knives. It seemed like he wanted to cut Zhou Xian into 1,000 pieces. That's right, I'm Zhou Xian. Do you need something from me? Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. Everyone couldn't help but admire his courage and boldness. Facing 6 late combat soul warriors, he was still able to maintain his composure, as if they were just 6 ordinary men. Just this attitude alone was enough to make anyone admire him. Zhou Qian's temperament was truly admirable. Good, you're Zhou Qian. Now die. Without saying a word, Tiangang Yi launched his attack. He thrust his palm forward and an illusory palm came crashing down on Zhou Qian's head. The strength of a peak combat soul warrior was unleashed, causing the entire Mount Wufu to be filled with an invisible pressure, causing everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhou Qian squinted his eyes. He just stood there without dodging because he knew someone was about to show up. Besides, with his current strength, even with the Heavenly Saint Sword, he was no match for a late combat soul warrior. Tiangang Yi, I don't think it's a good idea to kill someone in my martial palace. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out from within the martial palace. At the same time, an illusory palm appeared out of nowhere and collided with Tiangang Yi's palm, blocking its path. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared next to Zhou Qian. The way this man appeared was extremely strange, as if he was an illusion. Many people didn't even see how he appeared. This man wore a golden robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. He looked to be in his 40s and he looked mighty and domineering. Who else could it be other than Wuxia? Brother Zhou. Zhou Qian smiled at Wuxia. He knew Wuxia would show up. Brother, your growth has exceeded my expectations. I'm very pleased. But you're really good at causing trouble. Wuxia looked at Zhou Qian with eyes full of admiration. Back in Inferno Hell, he already knew that Zhou Qian wasn't someone who would stay in a small pond. Sooner or later, Zhou Qian would truly grow. But now it seemed like he had still underestimated Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's growth was just too fast. However, admiration was one thing, but when he thought about what Zhou Qian had done recently, even Wuxia couldn't help but shake his head. He felt his scalp going numb. What? Brother Zhou? Brother? The way the two addressed each other and their relationship caused everyone to be thrown into confusion. Who was that? That was Wuxia, the current 9th Emperor, the Martial Palace's Palace Lord. Both of these identities were so high and mighty that no one could reach them. In the entire Eastern continent, how many people were qualified to call Wuxia Brother Zhou? And how many people were qualified to be called brother by Wuxia? Oh my god, Zhou Xian is actually calling the palace lord brother? How is this possible? Awesome, this is really awesome. No wonder Zhou Xian is so arrogant, and isn't afraid of Shangguanxing and Tiangang. It's because he has the palace lord's support. My eyes are blinded. Even the palace lord is here. But with both the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect pressuring him at the same time, I'm afraid even the palace lord will be under a lot of pressure. Everyone were shocked. Zhou Xian was actually calling the palace lord brother? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What the fuck, this is crazy. Yu Zihan couldn't hold back his excitement. He had been in the martial palace for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen the legendary palace lord. Now that the palace lord was here to help, everyone felt relieved. As for Shangguanxing and Tiangang, it seemed like they had expected Wuxia to show up, so they didn't look too surprised. Before they came here they had already expected this. Shangguanxing greets the 9th emperor. Tiangang greets the 9th emperor. Shangguanxing and Tiangang cupped their fists toward Wuxia at the same time. There's no need to be so polite. I know why you're here today, but I can't let you kill Zhou Xian. Wuxia went straight to the point, expressing his attitude. 9th Emperor, this Zhou Xian has killed so many geniuses from our 2 superpowers. Yesterday he even killed 2 of the top geniuses from the Jian province, and he has severely violated the dignity of our 2 superpowers. We have to pay for this. Shangguanxing's attitude was extremely firm. I will compensate you for the damage Zhou Xian has caused to your 2 superpowers. As for Zhou Xian, he is my sworn brother, so if you want to kill him, forget it. Wu Jiao's words were very obvious, they should just go home and take a bath. 9th Emperor, I think you should think twice before you act. Don't ruin the harmony between us because of a junior. Zhou Xian can only make up for the mistakes he has made with his life. We've come here today to take his life, so I hope 9th Emperor won't stop us. Tiangang said. What if I don't agree? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to start a fight in my martial palace? Wuxia coldly harumphed. His life was saved by Zhou Xian, and now someone wanted to take Zhou Qian's life? That was bullshit, and he would never allow it. Shangguanxing and Tiangang's faces darkened. They didn't expect Wuxia to be so firm, but they didn't have the guts to start a fight in the martial palace. Of course, we don't dare to fight the 9th Emperor, but we have to get justice for this matter. If the 9th Emperor insists on stopping us, we'll have no choice but to head to the Martial Saint Dynasty and meet the Imperial Emperor. We'll ask the Imperial Emperor for justice. Shangguanxing said with a loud voice. Alright, you can go to the Imperial Emperor now. Hearing Wujia's words, both Shangguanxing and Tiangang were startled. They thought using the Imperial Emperor's name would be able to scare Wuxia, but they didn't expect Wuxia to be so firm. It looked like it was impossible for them to kill Zhou Xian in the Martial Palace today. 9th Emperor, I suggest you think this through. I heard that this kid has offended the 10th Emperor's son, and just yesterday he beat up the 7th Emperor's youngest son. If this matter is brought to the Martial Saint Dynasty, I'm afraid even the 9th Emperor won't be able to protect Zhou Xian. Tiangang's words were filled with anger. If this guy wasn't Wuxia, he would have already attacked instead of wasting his breath here. I'll say it again, Zhou Xian is my sworn brother and he once saved my life. No one can kill him in front of me unless they kill me first. Not to mention killing a few people, even if he pokes a hole in the sky, I'll still stand up for him. You can't kill him if you want to, but if you want to go to the Imperial Emperor, get the hell out of here. Wuxia coldly harumphed. Even though his opponents were Shangguanxing and Tiangang, he still didn't give them any face. Brother, let's go back and have a drink. Wuxia grabbed Zhou Qian's arm. With a sway of their bodies, they flew straight into the martial palace, leaving behind 6 angry men. A touched expression could be seen on Zhou Qian's face. When Wuxia said that he would stand up for him even if he pokes a hole in the sky, it really touched Zhou Qian's heart. This was what brothers should do. What the fuck? Palace chief is so fierce. Yu Zihan felt like his brain wasn't enough. I didn't expect this palace chief to be such a brave man. I like his character, no wonder little Chenzi trusts him so much. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter as well. Wuxia was just too awesome, he didn't even bother giving face to the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. He just pulled Zhou Xian and left, leaving the 6 men behind. Of course. Back in Inferno Hell, little Xianxia and I saved Wujia's life. If it wasn't for us, he would have died in the poison miasma space. Now that little Xianxia is in trouble, of course he has to help. Chapter 368. Shangguan Xing, Tiangang Yi, and the others charged towards Wujiu in an imposing manner, but they were all snubbed. No matter how noble they were, Wujiu didn't give them any face, he just dragged Jiang Qin and left. Facing such a situation, it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin, unless they fought Wujiu. However, if they did that, the whole situation would change. The Martial Palace was the foundation of the Martial Saint dynasty, and even they didn't have the guts to wreak havoc in the Martial Palace. Furthermore, the 9th Emperor had a noble status, and he was a member of the imperial family. If they really fought, Jiang Qin might not be able to kill him and they wouldn't get any benefits either. Clan Chief, Sect Chief Tiangang, what should we do now? Shangguan Ying looked at Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi and asked. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin more than anyone else. Jiang Qin was right in front of him, but he didn't have the chance to kill him to avenge his grandson. It was a really depressing feeling. I never expected that Jiang Qin would have such a close relationship with the 9th Emperor, and he even saved the 9th Emperor's life. It's almost impossible for us to kill Jiang Qin here. Tiangang Yi furrowed his brows. Before coming here, they were planning to use the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sects' pressure to force Wujiu to hand over Jiang Qin, and not get involved in this matter. However, they never expected Wujiu's attitude to be so forceful, as if Jiang Qin's matter was his own. For now, we have no choice but to go to the Martial Saint dynasty. Shangguan Xing said with a gloomy expression. Do we really have to go to the Martial Saint dynasty? I don't think the Imperial Emperor will be happy if we trouble him for a little brat. Shangguan Qingming said worriedly. We have to find the Imperial Emperor. If not, with the 9th Emperor protecting Jiang Qin, we won't have the chance to kill Jiang Qin. Once Jiang Qin grows stronger, we'll be the ones in trouble. Tiangang Yi said. That's right. Let's go to the Martial Saint dynasty and find the 10th Emperor and the 7th Emperor first. Back on the island of ice, Jiang Qin nearly killed Prince Wu Tsong, and yesterday he brutally beat up the 7th Emperor's youngest son Wu Yan. This is undoubtedly a huge provocation to the two powerful emperors. I believe they don't want to see Jiang Qin grow any further. Shangguan Xing sneered. Let's go to the Martial Saint dynasty immediately. After saying that, Tiangang Yi was the first one to fly toward the Martial Saint dynasty. At the same time, the rest of the group followed suit. Soon they disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufu. Don't tell me these 6 bastards really went to the Martial Saint dynasty? Han Yen could not help but sigh as he looked in the direction where the 6 of them disappeared. It looks like they have made up their mind to kill little Xianxia. This time, the 9th Emperor stopped them from going to the Martial Saint dynasty and personally look for the Imperial Emperor. Yu Zihan said with a frown. If the Imperial Emperor gets involved in this, wouldn't Qin Gij be in danger? Yan Qinyu had a worried expression on her face as well. Alright, let's not think too much about it. It's useless no matter how much we think about it. That guy won't die so easily, and I'm sure Wujiu will protect little Xianxia. De Huang Dog said. I think the 9th Emperor's status in the Martial Saint dynasty is pretty high, at least higher than the other emperors. If not, he wouldn't have been appointed as the palace chief. Nangong Wentian said. At this point of time they could only place all their hopes on Wujiu. Deep within the Martial Palace, Jiang Qin and Wujiu were looking at each other with a smile on their faces. Xianyi was standing next to them. Currently, Xianyi was a mid-combat soul warrior and he was much stronger than when he was in Inferno Hell. However, when Xianyi looked at Jiang Qin, his eyes were filled with shock. In the end, he just shook his head. In this world, there would always be miracles, just like this young man in front of him. Brother Jiang Qin, back in Inferno Hell, you were just a young man who had just broken through to the Divine Core realm. In order to kill the Earth Devil, we had no choice but to work together. It's only been such a short time and you've actually grown to such a level. I'm really speechless. Xianyi said. He was the one who guided Jiang Qin to the blissful island, and he never expected that Jiang Qin's combat strength would be so much stronger than his after he returned from the ocean. That's right, although Xianyi had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm with his talent, he was still much weaker than Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Jiang Qin could even kill Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, let alone Xian Yi. I have to thank Brother Xian for your guidance. If not, I wouldn't have gone to the ocean. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Xian Yi. His words of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Just like Wu Jiu, Xian Yi had helped him a lot, especially Xian Yi. If not for him knowing that Jiang Qin had gone to the blissful island, Jiang Qin wouldn't have met Nangong Wentian, and wouldn't have been able to obtain the 9 solar holy water. If not for that, Yan Qin you wouldn't have woken up. Congratulations for sister-in-law's awakening. Wu Jiu patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Yesterday when Jiang Qin came to the martial palace, although Wu Jiu didn't show himself, he knew everything, and he also knew Yan Qin Yu's whereabouts. Come, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a good drink. Wu Jiu said in a straightforward manner. After that, the three of them just drank and chatted. They didn't mention anything about the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. As for the fact that Jiang Qin had beaten up the prince yesterday, Wu Jiu didn't mention it either. In his eyes, this was the real Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin didn't fight back when Wu Yan was bullying him, would he still be the same Jiang Qin? Palace Chief, I think the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect have gone to the Martial Saint dynasty. I wonder if the Imperial Emperor will intervene. Xian Yi finally brought up the topic and his tone was filled with worry. Don't worry, as long as I'm here no one will be able to touch my brother. Wu Jiu poured himself a cup of wine and said in an indifferent manner. He had once said that even if Jiang Qin were to poke a hole in the sky he would be able to withstand it. Ah, that's true. With the 9th Emperor's status, it's easy for him to protect Jiang brother. Xian Yi said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiu, I have a request. Jiang Qin suddenly said. Brother, tell me. Wu Jiu said. This time the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are going to the Martial Saint dynasty, and I'm sure they will join hands with the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor. At that point of time the Imperial Emperor will definitely be alerted. With what I've done, I'm afraid that even Brother Jiu will be in a difficult situation. Therefore Brother Jiu, you don't have to protect me. I just hope that Brother Jiu can protect the few men I brought here yesterday. As for me, haha, the world is so big, Jiang Qin can go anywhere. It'll be extremely difficult for the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect to kill me. Jiang Qin said. This was the main reason why he came to the Martial Palace. They are now part of the Martial Palace, and I'll ask Xian Yi to give them the status of Martial Palace's disciple. As for you, you are now part of the Martial Palace as well, and you're my sworn brother. You don't need to go anywhere, just focus on cultivating in the Martial Palace. I want to see who can touch you. Wu Jiu patted his chest and promised. But Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. He knew that this matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would definitely hunt him down, and these two superpowers were the Martial Saint dynasty's biggest vassals. Even the Imperial Emperor couldn't ignore them. Brother Jiang, there's something you don't know. The 9th Emperor's status is different from the other emperors. His words carry more weight in the Martial Saint dynasty than the other emperors. Xian Yi said with a smile on his face. Oh. Jiang Qin was startled. He didn't know anything about the Martial Saint dynasty at all. 800 years ago there were 2 geniuses in the Martial Saint dynasty. One is the current Imperial Emperor and the other is our 9th Emperor. When the Island of Ice first appeared, no one knew what was inside and whether it was a blessing or a curse. Therefore the Martial Saint dynasty decided to send one of their princes to the Island of Ice, and the 9th Emperor was the first candidate. He was the most talented prince among all the princes. However, the Imperial Emperor longed for this opportunity, so the 9th Emperor gave the spot to the 9th Emperor. The 9th Emperor found a great opportunity on the Island of Ice, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In the end he became a combat king warrior and became the current Imperial Emperor. Xian Yi continued. Therefore the Imperial Emperor was very grateful to the 9th Emperor, and even let him manage the Martial Palace. Therefore the 9th Emperor's position in the Imperial Emperor's heart isn't something any other emperor can compare with. After listening to Xian Ye's explanation, Jiang Qin finally understood why Wu Jiu was so arrogant. It turned out that Wu Jiu had such a relationship with the Imperial Emperor 100 years ago. What a pity. With Brother Jiu's talent, if he entered the Island of Ice 100 years ago he might be the current Imperial Emperor. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. You're right, the throne should have been Lord Jiu's. Xian Yi felt sorry for Wu Jiu. Alright Xianyi, you've talked too much today. I have no interest in becoming the Imperial Emperor. Wuxia waved his hand. He didn't want to talk about what happened 100 years ago anymore. Jiang Qin and Wuxia drank for an entire day and night, all the way until the next morning. Suddenly, a golden talisman floated out from the void and landed in front of Wuxia. Wuxia furrowed his brows when he saw the talisman. He flicked his finger and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the talisman. In an instant the talisman turned into beams of light and entered Wuxia's mind. I never thought the Imperial Emperor would really interfere in this matter. Wuxia furrowed his brows. Lord Jia, what happened? Xianyi asked. The Imperial Emperor summoned me and asked me to bring Jiang Qin to the martial Saint dynasty. It looks like this incident has alerted the Imperial Emperor. Wuxia furrowed his brows. Lord Jia, what should we do now? If we bring Jiang Qin back to the martial Saint dynasty, will Jiang Qin be in danger? Xianyi worriedly asked. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt my brother. Since this incident has alerted the Imperial Emperor, we can use this opportunity to solve it. Brother, come with me to the martial Saint dynasty. Wuxia looked at Jiang Qin. Chapter 369. Brother, I know you don't want to cause too much trouble. The reason you came to the martial palace is to entrust your friend to me, then you can run away. However, the martial Saint dynasty is everywhere in the eastern continent. There is nowhere to run. Since you saved my life, I'll protect you even if it costs me my life. Wuxia said with an extremely solemn and sincere tone. Alright, I'll go with you to the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin nodded his head and decided to go with Jiang Qin to the martial Saint dynasty. As the martial Saint dynasty was the ruler of the eastern continent, Jiang Qin would have to come in contact with it sooner or later. Today he might as well go there first. With Wuxia around, he could at least guarantee his safety. Even if something unexpected happened, Jiang Qin would have his own means to deal with it. Let's go. Wuxia leaped into the air and flew towards the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin followed closely behind him. After a few steps he caught up with Wuxia. The two of them flew side by side and left Mount Wufu in the blink of an eye. Along the way the two of them flew as fast as lightning. Wuxia intentionally lowered his speed, fearing that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. However, when he saw Jiang Qin's calm and composed expression, as if he wasn't struggling at all, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although Brother Zhang's combat strength is extraordinary, there is still a huge gap between him and me. I didn't expect his speed to be so fast. I'll increase my speed a little more and see if he can catch up with me. Wuxia revealed a faint smile. Without hesitation he increased his speed, leaving Jiang Qin behind in the blink of an eye. However, before Wuxia could feel proud of himself, Jiang Qin had already caught up with him. Brother Jia, why don't we compare our leg strength? Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Wuxia was stunned. Jiang Qin actually wanted to compare leg strength with him? This was simply asking for a beating. Alright, let's compare our speed. Let me see how fast a genius like you can be. Wuxia said with a straightforward expression. Jiang Qin was only a peak divine core warrior while he was a peak combat soul warrior. There was a gap of one whole realm and 3 small realms between them. This was a gap that couldn't be closed. Wuxia didn't believe that Jiang Qin could catch up with him. Swoosh. Thus, at the end of the distant horizon, 2 figures whizzed past like meteors. These 2 figures, one in front and one behind, occasionally alternated positions, leaving behind a long stretch of afterimages. Brother, the identity you used just now was actually able to stir up the airflow in the air. Looks like I've underestimated you. Your speed is actually comparable to mine. Once you break through to the combat soul realm, I'm afraid your speed will immediately surpass mine. Wuxia said with a shocked expression. His words were filled with undisguised praise. Brother Jia's cultivation is recovering at an amazing speed. I believe it won't take long before you become a real combat king warrior. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Wuxia had now returned to his peak condition, and was half a step away from the combat king realm. All he needed was an opportunity and he would be able to reach the heavens with a single leap. However, this was not an easy step to take. Jiang Qin had once taught Wuxia how to cultivate the Tao of War, but it looked like Wuxia didn't take it seriously. If he had, he would have broken through to the combat king realm by now. But Jiang Qin didn't say anything about it. In the path of cultivation, one had to rely on themselves to find out the truth. With Wu Jiao's talent, sooner or later he would understand the crux of the matter. As for speed, Jiang Qin could be said to be unparalleled in this world. Although the 9 Phantom Wolves was a combat skill he used in battle, it also helped him a lot in terms of speed. The most important thing was the spatial shift skill. Just now Wu Jiao felt that Jiang Qin had stirred up the airflow, and it was because Jiang Qin had used the spatial shift skill. Without the support of the spatial shift skill with Jiang Qin's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to catch up with Wu Jiao, who was a peak combat soul warrior. In order to truly unleash the power of the spatial shift skill, one would need to break through to the Combat King realm and comprehend the spatial force. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had used the spatial shift skill to travel the world, and no one could compare with his speed. In the past, Jiang Qin's proudest battle was when he was still a peak combat emperor. He had used the spatial shift skill to escape from the pursuit of 3 minor saint warriors. The distance between the martial palace and the martial saint dynasty wasn't very far. With Wu Jiao and Jiang Qin's speed, it would only take them half an hour to arrive. The martial saint dynasty was the super overlord of the entire eastern continent, and its status was unshakable. Looking from afar, the martial saint dynasty looked like a colossal monster that occupied an area of over 1,000 miles. It was filled with magnificent palaces, and even the most ordinary buildings here were filled with a noble aura. Grand, magnificent, noble, and luxurious. This was the best description for the martial saint dynasty. Just by standing outside the martial saint dynasty, one would be able to feel the lofty aura of this dynasty, and it would make one feel impressed by it. Brother, this is the martial saint dynasty, the most noble and central place in the entire eastern continent. What do you think? Wu Jiao pointed at the martial saint dynasty and said. His voice was filled with pride. Not bad indeed, it has the aura of an imperial family. Jiang Qin nodded his head. If it was any other ordinary young man who came to the martial saint dynasty, he would have been impressed by the aura of the martial saint dynasty, and wouldn't be able to say a single word. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, the martial saint dynasty was too luxurious, but lacked a strong foundation. Although the buildings here were top-notch when compared to those superpowers in the divine continent, the gap was obvious. The martial saint dynasty couldn't compare with the martial saint dynasty's profound foundation. Some ancient sects with a long history had saints guarding them, and a single strand of their saint aura could drive the entire sect. Let's go, we'll meet the imperial emperor. Wu Jiao stepped into the sky and started walking toward the martial saint dynasty. Who's there? How dare you fly in the sky above the martial saint dynasty? A loud shout suddenly sounded out. After that, dozens of light pillars shot into the sky, and dozens of guards wearing golden armors blocked Wu Jiao and Jiang Qin's path. The man leading the group seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, and he had a majestic appearance. His cultivation base was actually at the early combat soul realm. The leader had an imposing aura, but when he saw the man's face, fear and trepidation immediately emerged on his face. Without daring to show any hesitation, he bowed deeply toward Wu Jiao and said, I didn't know the 9th Emperor would be back, please forgive me. Alright, I won't blame you. Wu Jiao waved his hand and brought Jiang Qin with him as he flew toward the group of guards. The dozens of golden guards immediately bowed toward them, not daring to show any hesitation. In the martial saint dynasty, even ordinary combat soul warriors weren't allowed to fly. In this place, there weren't many who had the privilege of flying, but Wu Jiao was one of the few who had the privilege of flying. He was the 9th emperor and no one dared to offend him. These are the martial saint dynasty's golden guards. All of them are elites. Each golden guard has to go through a life and death trial before they are allowed to join. Many geniuses from the martial palace have joined the golden guards after leaving the martial saint dynasty. Wu Jiao explained. Indeed, they are a powerful group of guards. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The number of powerful warriors in the martial saint dynasty is not something you can imagine. The golden guards are the benchmark of the martial saint dynasty. Even geniuses from the martial palace have to go through numerous tests before they can join the golden guards. Lang Er is one of the golden guards, and the current commander of the golden guards is the crown prince. Wu Jiao explained. The imperial emperor's son? Jiang Qin asked casually. That's right, the Crown Prince is the true #1 genius of the Martial Saint dynasty. He is only 35 years old, but he has already reached the late combat soul realm. Now he is in charge of the Golden Guards and is the best candidate to become the next Imperial Emperor. When mentioning the Crown Prince, Wuxia couldn't help but praise him. Martial Saint Palace. It was the central palace of the Martial Saint dynasty, the place where all meetings were held. Wuxia brought Zhou Xian straight to the entrance of the Martial Saint Palace. Even after arriving at the entrance, Wuxia didn't stop walking. Instead, he flew up a few dozen stone stairs that were made with high-quality stones and arrived at the Martial Saint Palace's main palace. The Martial Saint Palace was decorated with gold and jade, and it looked extremely magnificent. In front of the palace, there were 2 thick and luxurious dragon pillars that were over 30 meters tall. Each of the dragon pillars had a valiant golden dragon carved on them. The dragon heads were facing outwards and they looked extremely lifelike. At the very front of the Martial Saint Palace, there was a huge golden dragon throne that was emitting a dazzling light. Right at this moment, a man was sitting on the golden dragon throne. He looked about the same age as Wuxia and he looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a golden dragon robe that had a huge dragon head and a dazzling crown on his head. This man had a chiseled face and a heroic aura could be sensed from between his brows. He didn't look angry, but he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. Just by sitting there, he made people want to worship him. This man was the Martial Saint dynasty's Imperial Emperor, one of the true superpowers of the Eastern continent. When Zhou Xian entered the palace, he immediately laid his eyes on the Imperial Emperor. This was the strongest warrior he had ever met since his reincarnation. With his senses, he could sense the spatial ripples around the Imperial Emperor. This was the transformation of the spatial force. This was a true combat king warrior. Besides the Imperial Emperor, there were a dozen other men standing in the palace. All of them were wearing luxurious clothes and they were emitting noble auras. Zhou Xian knew 6 of them. They were the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect who were yelling outside Mount Wufu yesterday. As for the rest of them, he didn't know any of them, but all of them were late combat soul warriors. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had noble identities. None of them were ordinary men. Zhou Xian didn't know any of these men, but he could sense undisguised hostility from their eyes. This caused Zhou Xian to furrow his brows. He really hated this kind of inexplicable hostility. Chapter 370. All the emperors threw doubtful glances at Zhou Xian. None of the emperors had expected that the main character who had stirred up the entire eastern continent would be so young. Bang! In the next moment, powerful pressure shot out from every single late combat soul warrior like tornadoes toward Zhou Xian. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian had become the center of the storm. Facing the pressure, Zhou Qian's lips curved upward into a faint smile. He just stood there, not feeling any discomfort, as if the pressure had no effect on him at all. What? Even the Imperial Emperor was surprised by this, and he couldn't help but give Zhou Xian a few more glances. The pressure unleashed by dozens of late combat soul warriors was no joke, and no ordinary man would be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Xian looked as if nothing had happened to him. Furthermore, this was the Martial Saint Palace, and any young man who came here would be scared out of his wits, let alone the Imperial Emperor. However, this young man in front of him had been calm and composed ever since he walked into the palace, as if he was walking into a vegetable market. Just this mentality alone was something that no ordinary geniuses could compare with. What is the meaning of this? Are you treating me, old Gio, as if I don't exist? Wuxia was furious. He unleashed a powerful energy from his body, blocking all the pressure. With a cold expression, he glanced at all the people in the palace. Then he turned to the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor, I've brought Zhou Xian here. Wuxia cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. Brother, greet the Imperial Emperor. Wuxia said to Zhou Xian in a low voice. The smile on Zhou Qian's face didn't disappear. Imitating Wuxia, he cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor and said, Zhou Xian greets the Imperial Emperor. Bastard, how dare you not kneel before the Imperial Emperor? Are you courting death? Someone shouted at Zhou Xian. Ever since this person came in, he had found Zhou Xian to be an eyesore. Jiang Qin guessed that this person should be one of the 7th emperor or the 10th emperor. 10th brother, Jiang Qin has just arrived in the martial saint dynasty, and it's not your place to yell at him if he doesn't know the rules. Wuxia shouted loudly. At the same time, Jiang Qin realized that this man was indeed the 10th emperor, Wuxong's father. Jiang Qin had almost killed Wuxong on the island of ice, so it was normal for the 10th emperor to hate him. Humph. You really are a country bumpkin. Now that you know the rules, hurry up and kneel. Another man harumphed. Needless to say, the one who was so eager to pick on Jiang Qin must be the 7th emperor. Jiang Qin had brutally beaten up the 7th emperor's son Wu Yan in the martial palace, which meant that he didn't care about the 7th emperor at all, which was equivalent to slapping the 7th emperor's face. 2 cold beams shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. The expression on his face remained unchanged as he cupped his fist toward the imperial emperor once again. However, he didn't show any signs of kneeling. What a joke. The once greatest saint in the world kneeling to a combat king warrior. How could he accept that? Right at this moment, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly froze. Everyone could feel the imperial emperor's emotions fluctuating. In the martial saint palace, he was a supreme existence, and today a young man dared not kneel to him. This was no doubt a slap to the imperial emperor's face. Bastard, how dare you be so rude to the imperial emperor? Just this alone is more than enough to wipe out your entire family. The 7th emperor pointed his finger at Jiang Qin's nose and shouted. 7th brother, Jiang Qin is my sworn brother, you better be polite to him. Wu Jiao's attitude was very domineering. However, he didn't expect Jiang Qin to refuse to kneel to the imperial emperor. Because of this, the imperial emperor's impression of Jiang Qin would be greatly affected. Shangguan Xing and Tiangang Yi, who stood on the side, didn't say anything, but they both had complacent smiles on their faces. In their minds, this Jiang Qin had no idea that he had offended the imperial emperor. Enough. The imperial emperor waved his hand, signaling Wu Jiao and Wu Qi to stop arguing. You're Jiang Qin. The imperial emperor turned to look at Jiang Qin. Yes, I am. May I know why the imperial emperor has summoned me? Jiang Qin spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're indeed a young genius, strong and courageous. I like young men like you. Unexpectedly, the imperial emperor actually praised Jiang Qin. This sudden change made Wu Jiao very happy. As long as the imperial emperor had a good impression of Jiang Qin, it would be a good thing for him. On the other hand, the others' expressions changed. They thought the imperial emperor would punish Jiang Qin for his rudeness, but the imperial emperor wasn't angry at all. However, Jiang Qin's senses were very sharp. He could clearly sense the strange emotion the imperial emperor had toward him. He knew that the imperial emperor didn't really like him. As an emperor, he would never like someone who was rude to him because he was used to being in a high and mighty position, and he would never allow anyone to offend his dignity. Jiang Qin, I heard that you've killed many men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Now even the Shangguan clan chief and Myriad Sword Sect chief have come to me personally. What do you have to say for yourself? The imperial emperor said in an indifferent tone. Imperial emperor, this is between Jiang Qin and the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. I hope the imperial emperor can stay out of this. Wu Jiao cupped his fist and said to the imperial emperor. Wu Jiao, what gives you the right to tell the imperial emperor what to do? The imperial emperor is a high and mighty figure. There's nothing in the entire eastern continent that the imperial emperor can't handle. Besides, what happened in the past was all because of the imperial emperor's own ability. Don't think too highly of yourself. Wu Qi said with a loud voice. Hearing what Wu Jiao said, Jiang Qin had an urge to tear the 7th emperor's mouth apart. He knew very well about the power of an emperor. The imperial emperor was a hero of his generation, and he hated people mentioning the matter of Wu Jiao giving him the spot 100 years ago. It was as if Wu Jiao was the one who made him the emperor. This matter would definitely become a thorn in the imperial emperor's heart, and every time it was mentioned, it would make him unhappy. Furthermore, Wu Jiao was a hot-blooded man and his attitude was very domineering, which gave people a feeling that he was taking credit for everything. If this situation continued for a long time, the imperial emperor's gratitude toward Wu Jiao would gradually turn into hatred, or even hostility. I'm just stating the facts. Wu Jiao maintained his domineering attitude. Fine, even if the conflict between the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect is a personal matter, why do you want to get involved? Let them settle it themselves. Wuqi was obviously going against Wu Jiao. The other emperors were just standing aside and watching the show with Lung Lung. Jiang Qin suddenly had a feeling that the relationship between Wu Jiao and these emperors wasn't that good. However, it was understandable. First of all, Wu Jiao's personality was very independent, and he always did things according to his own preferences. A man like this wasn't suitable to play around with power. Furthermore, there were so many emperors in the Martial Saint dynasty, but Wu Jiao was the one who took control of the Martial Palace. Furthermore, Wu Jiao had disappeared for 10 years, and the Martial Palace had only found an acting palace chief. Now that Wu Jiao had returned, he immediately took control of the Martial Palace. Let me tell you, Wuqi Jiangqin saved my life in Inferno Hell and he is now my sworn brother. Of course I'll help him. Wu Jiao said. That Jiangqin almost killed Wu Tsong, and he beat up Wu Yan right after he arrived at the Martial Palace. He doesn't respect the prince at all. This is a blasphemy against the imperial majesty, an unforgivable death sentence. The 10th emperor coldly harumphed and confronted Wu Jiao. Young people are always hot-tempered. Wu Tsong and Wu Yan couldn't defeat Jiangqin, and that only proves that they are weak. Furthermore, Jiangqin didn't kill them. Wu Jiao said, Imperial Majesty, our Shangguan clan has always been working for the Martial Saint dynasty. Now our Shangguan clan wants to kill an enemy, but the 9th emperor is stopping us from doing so. Don't you think this is unfair to our Shangguan clan? Imperial Majesty, please consider our Shangguan clan's loyalty to the Imperial clan and settle this matter. Shangguan Xing bowed deeply toward the Imperial Emperor. The Myriad Sword sect has always been loyal to the Imperial family. Now our sect elder was killed, our genius was killed, and even our number 1 genius Xian Yuzi was killed by this young man. This is an unresolvable grudge. I hope the 9th emperor won't get involved in this and let us settle it ourselves. Tiangang also spoke. These two superpowers of the Jian province had come to pressure the imperial emperor at the same time. This is really giving me a headache. Old Jiu, what do you think about this? The imperial emperor looked at Wu Jiao. Imperial emperor, I, Wu Jiao, will only say one thing today. I swear that I will protect Jiangqin with my life. My life was saved by Jiangqin, and whoever tries to kill him will be going against me, Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao's aura was extremely powerful, and his attitude showed no signs of backing down. The imperial emperor furrowed his brows, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. Wu Jiao was talking to him like this in front of so many people, he wasn't giving him any face at all. Zhoosh. Right at this moment, a sharp cry sounded out from outside the palace. After that, an eagle with golden feathers flew into the palace and landed on the imperial emperor's shoulder. After that, it let out a series of musical notes that entered the imperial emperor's ears. After that, it flapped its wings and flew away. The imperial emperor threw his glance back at Jiangqin and said, Jiangqin, I have to kill you and protect you at the same time. It's really difficult for me to do that. I've just received news that a dimensional crack has appeared in a remote place in the eastern continent, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have appeared there. These dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, killing all living beings. I'll send you to kill these dimensional beasts and repair the dimensional crack. As long as you can do that, I'll forgive you for all your previous mistakes. What do you think? Dimensional crack? Jiangqin was startled for a moment. That's right. Ever since the greatest saint beneath the heavens split open the entrance to the realm of immortals 100 years ago, the saint origin realm has been greatly affected. The dimensional barrier has become weaker, and some monsters have appeared from time to time. However, it seems like the situation is more serious this time as combat soul dimensional beasts have appeared, and there are quite a lot of them. Your mission is not only to kill these dimensional beasts, you also have to repair the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor said. No way. Chapter 371. No wonder Wu Jiao had such a huge reaction. A mission like this was impossible for anyone below the Combat King realm to complete. Without comprehending the dimensional force, there was no way they could fix the dimensional crack. If they got too close to it, they would be devoured by the dimensional crack and dragged into the turbulent space. Even if they weren't killed by the turbulent space, they would still be trapped there. Furthermore, there were powerful dimensional beasts that were ferocious, brutal, and extremely dangerous. In the past 100 years, a few dimensional cracks had appeared in the eastern continent, but the appearance of dimensional beasts was very rare, and there weren't many of them. All of them were repaired by the combat king warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty. The situation this time was obviously more serious than before. Even a combat soul dimensional beast had appeared, and this was something that had never happened before. From this, one could tell that repairing the dimensional crack wasn't an easy task. Under such circumstances, only the Imperial Emperor or a combat king warrior of the Martial Saint dynasty could fix it. Even Wuxia himself couldn't do anything to the dimensional crack. But now the Imperial Emperor had given Xianxia such an impossible mission. This was no different than asking Xianxia to die. Old Zhou, the Imperial Emperor, is a benevolent man. He didn't punish Xianxia directly, he just asked him to complete a mission. He has given you enough face, don't tell me you're still not satisfied? The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. A sneer emerged on his face. Obviously he knew better than anyone how difficult this mission was. With Xianxia's mere late divine core cultivation base, there was no way he could fix the dimensional crack. If he got too close to it, he would immediately be devoured by the dimensional crack and die a graveless death. Just a mission? Old Seventh, if I ask you to do it, can you complete it? Wuxia was furious. Since the Imperial Emperor has decided to do this, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't say anything. As long as Xianxia can complete this mission, all the resentment between us will be written off. Shangguan Xing said. It looked like the Imperial Emperor was still on their side. No, there is no way to complete this mission. I beg the Imperial Emperor to take back the order. Wuxia once again cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. He could never accept this mission because no matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would never be able to complete it. Old Ninth, I've made my promise, there's no way I can take it back. As long as Xianxia completes this mission, everything that happened in the past will be written off. Of course, Xianxia can also choose not to accept this mission. If he does that, I'll give justice to the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The Imperial Emperor said slowly while sitting on his dragon throne. Your Majesty. Wuxia still wanted to say something, but Xianxia grabbed his arm and stopped him. If they continued arguing, it would only increase the conflict between the Imperial Emperor and the Ninth Emperor. On the surface, it seemed like Wuxia and the Imperial Emperor were like brothers, and they treated each other with respect. Perhaps Wuxia thought the same way, but Xianxia knew that the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wuxia since a long time ago. If this grudge was dug up and magnified, it wouldn't do Wuxia any good. After all, the Imperial Emperor was a combat king warrior, the tycoon who ruled the eastern continent. His dignity couldn't be challenged by anyone, not even Wuxia. Although the Imperial Emperor didn't show it on the surface, he was definitely not satisfied with it, just like how Xianxia refused to kneel down before him. Imperial Emperor, do you know where this dimensional crack is located? Xianxia asked. He didn't have the ability to repair the dimensional crack right now, but he had to agree to it first. Once he left the Martial Saint dynasty, he would travel to a faraway place, and come back after he achieved some achievements in his cultivation. It's located in a remote area of the eastern continent, a place called Mount Origin. The Imperial Emperor said. What? Mount Origin? When the calm Xianxia heard the name Mount Origin, he immediately cried out in shock. That's right, those dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, and according to the latest news, the entire Mount Origin is about to be destroyed. Therefore, Xianxia, if you want to go there, you have to be quick. The Imperial Emperor said. Alright, I'll go now. I promise I'll complete this mission. Xianxia put on a serious expression, then he turned around and walked towards the exit of the Martial Saint Palace. The appearance of the dimensional crack originally had nothing to do with him, but now, it had become an urgent matter. The reason was simple, it was because of Mount Origin, because it was his hometown. Xianxia knew how remote Mount Origin was. In that area, a heavenly core warrior was a mighty existence, and if those ferocious dimensional beasts invaded the Red City and Fragrant Sky City, how could the Yan family and Zhang family defend against them? Therefore, not only would he not blame the Imperial Emperor, he would be grateful to the Imperial Emperor for telling him such an important news. Even if this wasn't a mission, Xianxia still had to return to the Martial Saint Palace. He had to return immediately without any delay, because he couldn't afford to waste any time. His family was there, his most important family, and he couldn't allow anything bad to happen to them. If anything bad happened to them, Xianxia wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait. The Imperial Emperor's voice sounded out once again. Does the Imperial Emperor have anything else to say? Xianxia furrowed his brows. I want to make it clear, the Martial Saint Dynasty and the Martial Palace will not give you any help for this mission, you will have to complete it yourself. The Imperial Emperor said. His words were meant for Wuxia, he didn't want him to interfere with this mission. All right. Xianxia replied, then he strode out of the Martial Saint Palace. Wuxia glanced around, then left angrily, chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia's straightforward reply had shocked everyone in the Martial Saint Palace. No one had expected Xianxia's attitude to change so quickly. Alright, you guys can leave now. If Xianxia can complete this mission, all the grudges between you all will be written off. The Imperial Emperor said to the crowd. After that, he slowly stood up from the throne, and his body slowly faded away before disappearing completely. I never thought that guy would really accept this mission, he's simply courting death. The 7th Emperor said with a sneer. The Imperial Emperor said that if he can complete this mission, all the grudges between us will be written off. But, can he really complete this mission? Hee. The 10th Emperor also had a complacent expression on his face. Only Combat King warriors can mend the dimensional crack. Even if all of us work together, we still won't be able to do it. If Xianxia really tries to mend the dimensional crack, he will definitely be devoured by it and die a horrible death. Shangguanxing burst into laughter. Don't tell me that guy is going to use this opportunity to escape? Shangguanxing said worriedly. Don't worry, no one dares disobey the Imperial Emperor's order, unless he really wants to die. Otherwise, there is no place in the entire Eastern continent for him to hide. The 7th Emperor said confidently. On the other side, when Wuxia walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Xianxia had already flown out of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Why is Brother Jiang in such a hurry? Wuxia was puzzled. He quickly chased after Xianxia. Brother, why did you agree to this? It's impossible for you to complete this mission. I think you should just leave this place. I'll protect little you and the others for you. Wuxia arrived next to Xianxia and said. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Jiao, but I have to get to Mount Origin as soon as possible. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Why? Are you sure you can complete this mission? Wuxia was surprised. In his eyes, Xianxia had always been a calm and collected man. He could remain calm even when facing the Imperial Emperor. But now he was behaving in such a hurry. This wasn't like Xianxia at all. I don't have any confidence, but I have to go back because I came from Mount Origin. My home is there, my family is there, and I have to go back. I can't afford any loss. Xianxia said. What? Wuxia cried out in shock. Only now did he understand why Xianxia was in such a hurry. Not many people knew about Xianxia's background, and Wuxia was no exception. Mount Origin was just too remote, so remote that no one would know that a peerless genius like Xianxia came from such a remote place. Wuxia finally understood why Xianxia was in such a hurry to complete this impossible mission. Mount Origin is just too remote. Even with your speed, it will take you at least a few days to get there. The dimensional beasts have already started destroying Mount Origin, and by the time you get there it will be too late. Wuxia said. After knowing that Xianxia came from Mount Origin, Wuxia couldn't stop Xianxia anymore. He hadn't been with Xianxia for a long time, but he knew that Xianxia was a man who valued his friends and family. Besides, Mount Origin was where Xianxia's family was. If something bad happened to them, Xianxia might go berserk immediately. Xianxia knitted his brows and didn't say anything. He knew what Wuxia said. Even if he used the dimensional shift, it would still take him a few days to get to Mount Origin from the Martial Saint Dynasty. By that time everything would be over. Mount Origin would fall, and the people in the Red City region would be plunged into misery and suffering. The consequences would be unimaginable. What should I do? Xianxia's heart was burning with anxiety. However, the only thing he could do now was to return to Mount Origin as soon as possible and fly as fast as possible. Brother, I have a dimensional talisman here. It can't teleport you to Mount Origin, but it can teleport you to the border of the Qi province. Wuxia said. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. As the ninth emperor, Wuxia had a noble status, so it was normal for him to have a dimensional talisman. Only combat king warriors could make dimensional talismans, but it consumed a lot of their energy. Therefore, ordinary combat king warriors wouldn't waste their energy to make dimensional talismans. That was why they were so precious, and their teleportation distance was limited. However, if Xianxia could get his hands on Wuxia's dimensional talisman, it would be a different story. If he could teleport himself to the border of the Qi province, Xianxia would only need half an hour to cross Mount Origin and return to the Red City region. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Xianxia cupped his fist toward Wuxia. Since this was an emergency, he would not be polite to Wuxia. Those dimensional beasts are brutal, so I can't go with you. However, you will need some help. Follow me back to the Martial Palace and bring your help. Chapter 372. Xianxia nodded his head. Indeed, he needed help. There were a lot of dimensional beasts and he wouldn't be able to kill all of them by himself. Furthermore, if the dimensional beasts reached the Red City, all lives would be lost and the Fragrant Sky City and the Red City would be in danger. He needed help to kill those dimensional beasts. Han Yan and De Huang Dog were the best candidates. Furthermore, Yan Qinyu hadn't been home for a long time. She was now an early combat soul warrior, and if she came back to the Red City, the Yan family would be safe. Soon Xianxia and Wu Jiao arrived at the Martial Palace. They landed in Yu Zihan's courtyard. "Qingij, you're back." When Yan Qinyu saw Xianxia, the worried expression on her face instantly disappeared. "Little Qinzi, did the Imperial Emperor give you any trouble?" Han Yan asked. "Let's get straight to the point. I've accepted the Imperial Emperor's mission. A dimensional crack has appeared in Mount Origin, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have come out of it, wreaking havoc in Mount Origin. I need to go back now to kill those dimensional beasts and mend the dimensional crack. If I'm late, all lives in the Red City will be lost." Xianxia said. "What?" Upon hearing that, Yan Qinyu and Big Yellow exclaimed at the same time. In particular, Yan Qinyu's face turned pale. She instantly imagined how the place where she was raised would be plunged into an abyss of misery, how the misty rain tower would turn into ruins, and how her father would be eaten by a dimensional beast. Yan Qinyu didn't dare continue imagining it. She grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Qingij, hurry up, let's go back." "Don't worry, Xiaoyu, nothing bad will happen." Xianxia held Yan Qinyu's hand tightly. He could understand how she was feeling right now because he wasn't feeling any better either. Jiang Zhenhai was the only new person he had ever met since he was reincarnated, and his father was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Jiang Qin had never experienced such a strong father-son relationship before, and he couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Zhenhai. Han Yan, Nangong Wenti and Yu Zihan and the others were stunned. They had no idea why Yan Qinyu suddenly became so excited. "Little Qinzi, for the past 100 years the Saint Origin realm has been experiencing a lot of spatial cracks, but only combat kings can repair them. This task is almost impossible." Han Yan said. "What do you know? Origin Mountain is the hometown of Little Qinzi and Little Yu. Their families are all there. We can't let anything happen to them." De Huang Dog glared at Han Yan and said. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Only now did they understand why Xianxia had accepted such a rude mission from the Imperial Emperor. It turned out that this was the reason behind it. If that was the case, even if the Imperial Emperor didn't send anyone here, Xianxia would still go to Mount Origin and suppress those dimensional creatures. After spending some time with Xianxia, everyone knew what kind of person Xianxia was. He was cruel and merciless to his enemies, but at the same time he was also a man who valued friendship and friendship. He would always put his family, brothers and friends first. "Little Qinzi's family is our family. Let's not waste any more time, let's set off now." Nangong Wentian unleashed his energy. He was a man who couldn't stay idle, and the reason he came to the Eastern continent was to train himself. If he stayed in the Martial Palace for too long, he might get sick from being bored. "Brother, this is a dimensional talisman. You have to be careful and try not to get too close to the spatial crack. Just save your family." Wu Jiao flipped his palm and took out a golden talisman. The talisman was emitting rippling spatial energy. Wu Jiao only asked Xianxia to save his family. As for the spatial crack, he didn't need to worry about it. Unless a combat king warrior was here, there was no way he could repair the spatial crack. Rumble. Under Wuxia's control, the spatial crack let out a loud explosion, then turned into an illusionary door. Let's go. Holding Yan Qinyu's hand, Xianxia leapt into the illusionary door and disappeared. De Huang Dog and the others followed behind them, and only after everyone had entered the door did the door disappear completely. Wuxia stared at the door and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He felt like he had lost a lot of face for not being able to protect Xianxia today. Mount Origin. This place was located in a remote area, and the natural yuan energy here was very thin. Compared to the real big provinces in the eastern continent, this place was far behind. This mountain range had existed for a very long time, and it was filled with demonic beasts and shrubs. However, right now Mount Origin was a completely different scene. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the sky above Mount Origin. In the sky above the center of Mount Origin, there was a dense black fog that covered an area of dozens of miles. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the fog and a chilly wind whistled. Within the black fog, there were numerous cracks that looked like spider webs, and from these cracks came a frightening devouring force. Underneath the black fog, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Even the ground had been devoured by the spatial crack, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Dirt would often rush out from the pit and into the spatial crack. Right now this was not the only place that had been destroyed. More than half of the 10,000 miles of Mount Origin had been destroyed. All the trees had been destroyed and many places had been set ablaze. Roar, roar. From time to time terrifying roars could be heard coming from Mount Origin. One after another gigantic demonic beasts, each over 3 meters tall, were running amok in the mountain range, slaughtering other demonic beasts. They drank the blood of other demonic beasts to increase their strength. These demonic beasts were dimensional creatures. They lived in different dimensions and their bodies were extremely strong and violent. Ordinary demonic beasts could not withstand their attacks. Furthermore, most of the demonic beasts in Mount Origin were of lower grades. Thus, many of them were torn to shreds by the dimensional creatures as soon as they appeared. The entire Mount Origin was filled with blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Black smoke billowed in the air and fire spread everywhere. This place was no longer a beautiful mountain range but a living hell. Boom. A 6-meter-tall dimensional creature suddenly jumped out from the dimensional crack and landed in the deep pit. After that, it jumped out of the pit. After the dimensional creature breathed in the air of this world, it immediately beat its own chest with both of its hands in excitement, expressing its excitement in this way. The number of dimensional creatures wasn't as high as Xianxia had expected, it was only more than the number of spatial cracks. After all, it was not an easy task to come out from the spatial crack, as many dimensional creatures were attacked by the spatial turbulence when they came out from the spatial crack and were instantly killed. Even so, the number of dimensional creatures was not small. Since the appearance of the spatial crack, at least 1,000 dimensional creatures had come out from it. Otherwise, Mount Origin wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Almost all the living beings in the vast Mount Origin had been wiped out. However, the dimensional creatures didn't stop slaughtering the living beings, as a large number of them rushed into the Red City region. At this moment, the 28 cities in this region were plunged into an abyss of suffering. As a large number of dimensional creatures rushed into this region, the people living in this region suffered a great calamity. Roar, arg. The furious roars of the dimensional creatures mixed with the miserable screams of the people. Houses were collapsing and the sky was covered in flames. Many cities were gradually falling into the hands of the dimensional creatures. The cultivators living in this region couldn't defend themselves against the terrifying dimensional creatures. Some of the dimensional creatures even ate the bones of the people after killing them. At the border of the Qi province, the air suddenly trembled and a few figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Xianxia and the others. After they came out from the spatial talisman, they didn't waste any time, and immediately flew towards Mount Origin. As fast as lightning, everyone's speed was extremely fast. Mount Origin wasn't far from where they were, and with their speed, they would be able to pass through Mount Origin in less than half an hour, and arrive at the Red City region. Xianxia and Yan Qinyu's faces were filled with anxiousness. Their hearts had already flown to the Red City region. Soon Zhou Xian and the group arrived at Mount Origin. From afar they could see the dimensional crack in the sky above the center of Mount Origin. They flew above Mount Origin, and when they saw the severely damaged mountain range, their expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, these dimensional creatures are too brutal. They have nearly destroyed the entire mountain range and all the living beings here have become their food. The Huang dog couldn't help but curse. Look, more dimensional creatures are coming out from the dimensional crack. They are all divine core dimensional creatures. Han Yen pointed at the bottom of the dimensional crack. Roar! The dimensional creatures that just came out from the dimensional crack discovered Zhou Xian and the group, and they immediately dashed towards them. Die! Yu Han took the lead and unleashed a powerful punch onto the dimensional creature's head. A miserable shriek sounded out, and the dimensional creature's head exploded on the spot. Right at this moment, more and more dimensional creatures discovered Zhou Xian and the group, and dozens of them dashed towards them. Reckless fools. Zhou Xian had a cruel expression on his face. He suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures, then unleashed a frightening sonic hawk cry. The sound wave turned into countless sharp blades, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of dimensional creatures were drowned by the sound wave. Dozens of dimensional creatures let out miserable cries, then one of them fell down from the sky. All of them were dead. This was Zhou Qian's strength. Killing these dimensional creatures was as easy as killing ants to him. Qin Gij, Mount Origin has fallen, and I'm afraid the Red City region is in danger as well. Yan Qinyu worriedly said. De Huang, brother Nan, you two stay here and guard the dimensional crack. Kill every dimensional creature that comes out. Brother Yan, Yu Zihan, you two follow me to the Red City region and kill those dimensional creatures to save our people. Zhou Qian immediately made his decision. The dimensional crack couldn't be repaired for now, and Zhou Qian didn't have the time to do that. So he left De Huang and Nangong went in here because no matter how many dimensional creatures came out, they wouldn't be enough to kill. All right. Chapter 373. The entire Mount Origin was in chaos. Smoke and blood filled the air. De Huang Dog and Nangong went in, stayed behind at the dimensional crack to kill those dimensional creatures, while Zhou Qian and the other men had flown out of Mount Origin. From where they stood they could clearly see what was happening in the Red City. All 28 cities were covered in thick smoke, and the dimensional creatures had attacked each and every city. Oh heavens, these dimensional creatures are so huge and they are so strong. This place is too remote, and the natural yuan energy here is very thin. There aren't any powerful warriors here, and with these dimensional creatures wreaking havoc here, it's a devastating blow to this area. Looking at the thick smoke, Han Yen couldn't help but say with mixed emotions. Little you, hurry back to the Red City, I'll go back to the Fragrant Sky City. Zhou Qian told Yan Qinyu. Alright, be careful, Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu immediately disappeared from the scene. She couldn't wait any longer. She was afraid that if she was late, the Misty Rain Tower would suffer an unimaginable loss. Brother Yan, Zihan, Iyun, Ishan, the four of you split up and go to different cities. Kill all those dimensional creatures you see, don't leave any survivors. Save as many people as you can. Zhou Qian told the four men. He was born in this land and he had many grudges with this land. But that was all in the past. Now that he, Zhou Qian, had returned, he couldn't allow this land to be destroyed by those dimensional creatures. This used to be his home. All right. The four men answered at the same time. After that, they turned into 4 trails of light and flew in 4 different directions. All 4 of them were peak divine core warriors, and they all had extraordinary talents. As long as they didn't run into any combat soul dimensional creatures, they would be invincible. Each of them could fight their own battles, and that was the reason why Zhou Qian wanted them to split up. Dad, hang in there. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth. He flew like a shooting star toward the Fragrant Sky City. He didn't have time to kill any dimensional creatures he ran into, so he had to get back to the Fragrant Sky City as soon as possible. He had to return to the Jiang family and make sure that Jiang Zhenhan was safe. Tianxiang City. Ever since Zhang Qian had destroyed the Murong family, the Jiang family had been the sole ruler of the city. Ever since Zhang Qian had destroyed the Li family of Crimson City, the Jiang family's name had spread far and wide. Tianxiang City had become the largest city in the region, but now Tianxiang City was no longer as bustling as it used to be. It had turned into an azure hell. Ah! The entire fragrant sky city had been plunged into darkness and chaos. Half of the houses and buildings had been destroyed, and the streets were filled with broken limbs. Those ferocious dimensional creatures were rampaging everywhere, killing anyone they saw. Some of them were over 6 meters tall, and they were grabbing a man's arm with both of their hands, tearing it apart with their teeth. It was a bloody scene that could make anyone vomit. Scope. We'll be safe once we enter the City Lord's mansion. There are experts guarding the City Lord's mansion. Let's all go there. These monsters are too cruel. Hurry, hurry, the gates of the City Lord's mansion are already open. The people of Fragrant Sky City had fallen into an unprecedented panic. Compared to those big provinces in the eastern continent, the warriors of Fragrant Sky City were just the lowest level mortals. There were only a few mortal core warriors here, and they had never seen anything like this before. They had never seen so many ferocious monsters before. At this point of time, everyone had placed their hopes on the City Lord's mansion. Ever since the young master of the Jiang family left, the mayor's mansion had become a prosperous place. The city lord, Jiang Zhenhai, had broken through again and again as if he had taken some powerful medicine. Now he was a late heavenly core warrior, and he was able to handle a huge amount of dimensional creatures. Most importantly, there was a real demon lord in the mayor's mansion. According to rumors, during the Battle of Crimson City, young Master Jiang Chen had subdued a black hawk. This demon lord was incredibly strong, much stronger than the city lord Jiang Zhenhai. This demon lord was strong enough to handle the dimensional creatures alone. The mayor's mansion was currently packed with people. Everyone had panicked expressions on their faces, and they were all gathered together, trembling with fear. All 4 walls of the mayor's mansion had been flattened by those dimensional creatures, and right now, all the powerful warriors in the mayor's mansion were fighting fiercely with those dimensional creatures. Arg! Alchemist Zhou Xian let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms had been torn off by a dimensional creature. The mayor's mansion had suffered a great loss as well. Those ordinary guards were killed by those dimensional creatures. The dimensional creature that tore off Zhou Xian's arm let out another loud roar. It had smelled the scent of blood, and it started crazily attacking Zhou Xian. Damn it, I'm going to die. Zhou Xian let out a miserable howl. He closed his eyes and was ready to die. Bang! Right at this moment a loud sound could be heard. A cold beam dashed out from the side. It was a sharp long sword, and in an instant, it pierced through the dimensional creature's head. A muscular man stood in front of Zhou Xian. It was Jiang Zhenhai. After Jiang Zhenhai had learned the Mystic Yuan skill from Jiang Chen, his cultivation had been improving day by day, and he was now a late heavenly core warrior. He had become the strongest warrior in the Crimson City. Xian, are you all right? When Jiang Zhenhai saw Zhou Xian's arm being torn off, he couldn't hide the anger on his face. Mayor, I'm fine, but if this continues, we're going to die sooner or later. These creatures are too strong and their numbers are increasing. The Black Hawk is trapped by them, we're going to die sooner or later. Zhou Xian stared at the increasing number of dimensional creatures outside the mayor's mansion. He felt an unprecedented fear and despair. In the sky above the mayor's mansion, an old man was fighting with 3 divine core dimensional creatures. The old man kept letting out loud cries. Sometimes he would transform into a human, sometimes he would transform into an eagle. He was the Black Hawk who was tamed by Jiang Chen. The sacred heavenly demonic skill that Jiang Chen taught the Black Hawk was a great help to him. Now the Black Hawk had broken through to the mid-divine core realm. The sacred heavenly demonic skill was a true sacred skill of the demon race, and if the Black Hawk could fully master it, it would be possible for him to become a demon king in the future. Rumble! Shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere. The Black Hawk was fighting 3-dimensional creatures at the same time, and he wasn't in a disadvantageous position. However, he was trapped by those dimensional creatures and he couldn't help the others. Furthermore, the number of dimensional creatures kept increasing, and this situation wouldn't last for long. Once the balance was broken, it would be a doomsday for the entire mayor's mansion, and even for the entire Fragrant Sky City. Kill! Jiang Zhenhan didn't have the time to think too much. He simply charged forward with his combat weapon. Right now all the cities in the Red City region had fallen. not just the fragrant sky city. Even if he wanted to run away, he had nowhere to go, so the only thing he could do was to kill more dimensional creatures. Even if he were to die in the end, he would still kill as many dimensional creatures as possible. Roar, roar! More and more ferocious dimensional creatures appeared in front of the mayor's mansion. These dimensional creatures had smelled the scent of humans and they wanted to have a good meal. Puff! Soon Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. There were just too many dimensional creatures and each one was stronger than the last. He was no match for them at all. Xianxia kept throwing up blood and his yuan energy was almost depleted. He tried to back away but was stopped by a few guards from the Jiang family. Mayor, what should we do now? Jiang Qing was only a mortal core warrior and his body was covered in blood. However, he wasn't dead yet. Right at this moment, all the men from the Jiang family had gathered together. Their faces were filled with despair as they stared at the dimensional creatures walking towards them. Sigh. I never thought Jiang Zhenhan would die in the hands of these monsters. Too bad I won't be able to see Qin'er one last time. Jiang Zhenhan's face was filled with pain. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had spent all his efforts on Jiang Qin, and now that he was in a life-and-death situation, all he could think about was Jiang Qin. I miss young master too. Jiang Qing cried out. He thought back to the days when he was still in Fragrant Sky City, and how he followed behind young master and flattered him. He felt so good, but now Fragrant Sky City was in danger and he couldn't even see his young master. If young master was here, I'm sure he would be able to change this situation. Zhou Xian had a painful expression on his face as well. Right at this moment, everyone was thinking about the young man in white who could do anything. It was this young man who had changed the situation in this area, and created one miracle after another. A few of the dimensional creatures stared at Jiang Zhenhai and the others and let out evil laughs. Step by step they walked towards Jiang Zhenhai and the others, as if it was a great pleasure for them to see the fear in the humans' eyes before death. It's over, the Castellan is going to die, the Fragrant Sky City is going to die, we're all going to die. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. These damn monsters, they will all die a horrible death. The people who were hiding in the Castellan's mansion were also filled with despair. Many of them were crying. Screech. Right at this moment, the Black Hawk let out a loud screech. He endured the attacks from the three-dimensional creatures and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai. With a sweep of his iron wings, he instantly killed a few dimensional creatures in front of him. Run! The Black Hawk turned around and shouted at Jiang Zhenhai. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Zhenhai's face, but he didn't move. Run where? There was nowhere to run, he could only wait for his death here. Dong dong dong. Right at this moment, another powerful dimensional creature appeared. This dimensional creature was more than 10 meters tall, and it looked like a gigantic tower. It was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Black Hawk. Not good. The Black Hawk had a bad feeling. This was a peak late divine core dimensional creature, there was no way he could defend against it. Although he had tried his best, he was still sent flying away by the dimensional creature's slap. Hee hee. The dimensional creature let out an evil laugh. Suddenly, it stretched out its huge hand and slowly grabbed towards Jiang Zhenhai. They were finished. Everyone felt disheartened. They were completely finished, the Black Hawk was injured and they had lost their biggest trump card. They could only face death now. Swoosh. Chapter 374. Bang. Right when the white figure appeared, the powerful dimensional creature's head suddenly exploded. After that, its gigantic body exploded into a blood mist and it died on the spot. You're courting death for hurting my dad. The white figure slowly became clearer, and a young man in white clothes appeared in front of everyone. When everyone finally recovered from their shock, they threw their glances at the young man. Oh. Young master. Cries of shock sounded out from the crowd. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Jiang Qing rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe what he just saw. Oh, we're not dead. Young master's back. Young master saved us. Jiang Qing immediately jumped up from the ground and started dancing. He couldn't control his emotions, it was an indescribable excitement. He was so excited that his face was covered with tears and he couldn't control himself. Although he was a man, no one thought it was inappropriate for him to cry like this, and no one laughed at him because many people were crying as well. Many people finally recovered from their despair and started cheering. Xianxia was back. The young genius who always created miracles had returned. Look at how strong this young man is. He killed a late divine core dimensional creature with just a single strike. His mighty strength had given everyone unprecedented confidence and comfort. Young Master Xianxia is back. We're saved. Did you guys see that? Young Master Xianxia killed the biggest monster with just a single strike. He's so powerful. The heavens haven't forsaken our fragrant sky city. They've allowed such a genius to appear in our city. He's our savior. Everyone looked at Xianxia with respect and gratitude. The fact that Xianxia was able to return at this time had brought them hope. Dad, I'm sorry for coming back late. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xian with a smile on his face. You're not late at all. Zhou Xian's voice was trembling. He only hoped to see his son again at the last moment of his life. He didn't expect that Xianxia would jump out and appear in front of him. Xianxia's fierceness and strength made Zhou Xian feel the greatest pride in his life. Dad, Uncle Zhou, Black Hawk, Xianxia, take these pills and heal yourselves. I'll deal with these dimensional creatures. With a flip of his palm, Xianxia took out a pill from his storage ring. He found all these pills on the island of ice, and each of them was a rare healing pill. They were priceless, and there was no way he could get them in the fragrant sky city. All right. Zhou Xian and the others were all injured, so they didn't hesitate to take the pills and swallow them. Roar, roar. Since the leader of the dimensional creatures was killed, the rest of the dimensional creatures became even more ferocious. Each and every one of them let out a loud roar, and dozens of dimensional creatures pounced toward Xianxia at the same time. You bastards, go to hell. Xianxia let out a hearty laugh. He leapt into the air, and with a sway of his body he left numerous afterimages in the sky. He dashed into the group of dimensional creatures and kept swinging his fists that were glowing with a golden light. Bang, bang, bang. Every time Xianxia punched out, a dimensional creature would turn into a blood mist and dissipate into the air. In just a minute, all of the dimensional creatures had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. Xianxia coldly harumphed. Then he turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky above the fragrant sky city. His speed was extremely fast, and all of the dimensional creatures in the city were killed by Xianxia. Seeing this, everyone in the mayor's mansion was stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the young man who was dancing in the sky above the fragrant sky city and killing dimensional creatures. It was as if they were dreaming. Heavens, is he still a human? What did I just see? He killed dozens of dimensional creatures in just a minute? How strong has he become now? What is young Master Xianxia's cultivation level now? Those terrifying dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. They couldn't even defend themselves, and he could kill them with just a wave of his hand. It's as easy as killing an ant. Wow, young Master is so powerful. I think young Master is at least a divine core warrior now, the divine core realm. Oh heavens, that realm is so far away from me. No, Master is at the peak divine core realm now. He's half a step into the combat soul realm. The Black Hawk said with a shocked expression. Everyone were shocked. Xianxia's performance could no longer be described as just being powerful. For the people of the fragrant sky city, Xianxia's strength had exceeded their understanding. He was no longer immortal. Haha. Zhou Xian burst into laughter. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, with a son like this, what more can I ask for? What more can I ask for? At the same time in the Red City. The situation in the Red City was no better than the fragrant sky city. The entire city had been flooded by dimensional creatures. Many buildings had turned into ruins and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. The miserable screams of the people and the violent roars of the dimensional creatures filled the entire sky above the city. This place was like a living hell, and it wasn't any weaker than the fragrant sky city. Just like the fragrant sky city, after Xianxia annihilated the Li family, the Misty Rain Tower became the biggest business in the city, and their business was getting better and better. The chief of the Yan family, Yan Zhanyun, had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm half a year ago, and he was now a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Also, the Yan family and Jiang family were connected by marriage and they had a close relationship. It could be said that the Yan family had completely ruled this area, and they were the undisputed local tyrants. But right now the Misty Rain Tower was in a miserable state. The Misty Rain Tower, which had the symbol of the Crimson City, had already been torn apart by the dimensional creature's iron hooves. The Yen family was in a bloody mess, as many of the Misty Rain Tower's guards had been killed by the dimensional creatures, becoming their food. The Yen family was fighting back with all their strength, but there was no way they could defend themselves. They didn't have the help of a divine core warrior like the Black Hawk, and they only had Yen Zhanyun and the great elder Yen Hongtai, who was only at the early heavenly core realm. There was no way they could fight these dimensional creatures. Under the attack of the dimensional creatures, the Misty Rain Tower was severely damaged, and many men from the Yen family had died. At this moment the remaining people of the Yen family were gathered in the square, staring at the trampled bodies on the ground and the dimensional creatures that surrounded them. Apart from despair, there was also a deep sense of sorrow on their faces. The dimensional creatures had surrounded all of them, but they didn't pounce on them immediately. Instead, their eyes were filled with ridicule. They wanted to let these men in front of them taste despair before killing them, and enjoy the pleasure of killing them. We're finished, the Yen family is finished. We're going to be destroyed by these brutal creatures. The great elder Yen Hongtai's eyes had turned red. One of his arms was missing and his body was filled with wounds. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he wasn't treated as soon as possible, even if the dimensional creatures didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to live for long. His injuries were just too severe. Yen Zhanyun wasn't in a good condition either. He was gasping for breath and the dozens of wounds on his body were bleeding. The few young men from the Yen family were filled with despair as well. Some of them were on the verge of death. Yen Meng was an old man and he couldn't withstand the dimensional creature's attacks any longer. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. "I, Yen Meng, am going to die soon. It's a pity that I won't be able to see young Miss in my last moments." A bitter expression emerged on Yen Meng's face. Yen Qinyu was everyone's treasure, and ever since she left, the Yen family seemed to have lost something. At the last moment of his life, Yen Meng recalled the time when he met Jiang Qin by chance, and how he cured his young miss and solved the problem of Yen Qinyu's 9 meridians. It was also the appearance of this young man that changed the entire Red City, and brought a new order to the city. The Yen family is finished. Yen Hongtai let out another heart-wrenching roar. "No, the Yen family isn't finished yet, we still have you." Yen Zhanyun smiled. Whenever he thought about his daughter, Yen Zhanyun would smile, even if he was facing death. "Bastards, come on." Yen Zhanyun suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures. At this point, life and death were meaningless to him. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well die a heroic death. Roar. Seeing the provocation from the humans, the dimensional creatures roared again, and began to press down on the Yen family members. Dong, dong, dong. Every time a dimensional creature took a step forward, the ground would tremble. The Yen family members' hearts had sunk to the bottom, and they no longer had any hope of surviving. Yen Hongtai had even closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Whoosh. Right at this moment something strange happened. The airflow above the Yen family seemed to have frozen, and an extremely cold aura suddenly appeared. After that, beams of white light appeared like a tidal wave, landing on the bodies of dozens of dimensional creatures. Crack. In an instant, all those brutal dimensional creatures were frozen into statues, and a thick layer of ice appeared on their bodies. Crack. After that, the ice cracked and the bodies of those dimensional creatures were turned into pieces, falling onto the ground along with the ice. Their blood and flesh had already frozen and they had died a violent death. Seeing this, the Yen family members who had lost all hope widened their eyes. They stared at the frozen dimensional creatures in front of them, and felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. "Daddy!" Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded out. A young girl in white clothes descended from the sky. It was none other than Yen Qinyu. Yen Zhanyun's body trembled and he couldn't believe his own eyes. The girl who suddenly appeared in front of him was really the daughter that he had been thinking about day and night. "Little you, is that really you?" Yen Hongtai's body was also trembling with excitement. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He thought that the Yen family was finished, but who would have thought that the young lady who had left a long time ago would suddenly appear, and kill all the dimensional creatures in an unstoppable manner. Chapter 375. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the white fairy who had appeared out of nowhere. The sudden change from despair to hope, the transition between great joy and great sorrow, made everyone feel as if they were dreaming, as if life was playing a big joke on them. Yan Qinyu, the young lady of the Yan family, the one who could move everyone's heart. Everyone knew what she had gone through in the past and how much pain she had gone through. But now it seemed like that sickly little girl had completely grown up. Just the aura she was emitting was enough to send chills down people's spines. Those dimensional creatures that were so strong that they couldn't resist were all killed by her with ease. Are you really back? Yan Zhanyun, who had been prepared to die, could no longer restrain himself. Ever since his precious daughter left, he had spent every day and night worrying about her. At the last moment of life and death, the only thought in Yan Zhanyun's mind was his own daughter. He had thought that if he died like this, it would be the biggest regret of his life. In the future, when his daughter came back, she wouldn't be able to see her father. How painful would that be? Yan Zhanyun could never have imagined that his beloved daughter would appear at such a critical moment, saving the entire Yan family and changing the fate of the entire Red City. Dad, Great Elder, both of you are badly injured. Hurry up and take some pills to heal yourselves. I'll kill all the dimensional creatures in the city first, and then I'll meet Qingij later. He has some healing pills that can help you recover quickly. Yan Qinyu said worriedly when she saw the injuries of Yan Zhanyun and the others. Jiangqin is back as well? Yan Zhanyun's eyes lit up. He would never forget the young man in white who had changed the order of this area. Yes, Qingij has gone to Fragrant Sky City. After saying that, Yan Qinyu flew up into the sky above the city. She had a lot of things she wanted to talk to her dad about, but now was not the time. The dimensional creatures were wreaking havoc in the city. If she was any slower, many people would die in the hands of those dimensional creatures. Yan Qinyu's clothes were as white as snow. She stood in the sky above the Red City, and her whole body was emitting a pure and clean aura. She looked like a real fairy that had descended from heaven. As far as Yan Qinyu's eyes could see, the entire Red City was within her sight, and she could see every single roaring dimensional creature. Humph! You cruel creatures slaughtered humans. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Yan Qinyu let out a cold snort. Her body slightly swayed and beams of bright light shot out from her body. Those beams were extremely cold, and wherever they passed by, even the air was covered with white mist. The speed of the beams was too fast, and each of them seemed to have a specific target, as they were all aimed at a dimensional creature that was wreaking havoc in the air. Puchi! Roar, roar! Miserable shrieks rose one after another, resounding in the sky above the Red City. One after another, the gigantic dimensional creatures were pierced by the beams of light, and their huge bodies were instantly pierced through, then shattered into pieces like solid ice. In just the time of 3 breaths, the entire Red City had returned to its peaceful state. All of the dimensional creatures had been killed, without a single exception. When the panicking people saw this, they were first shocked, but soon after they were filled with uncontrollable joy. These monsters are all dead. Look, it's that fairy who saved us. What a beautiful fairy. She looks familiar. It's Yan Qinyu, the young lady of the Yan family. Our young lady has returned, she saved us. It's really our young lady. She saved our lives. We should kneel down in front of her. Many people in the city recognized Yan Qinyu, and they immediately kneeled down in front of her. In their eyes, Yan Qinyu was no longer that sickly girl, she was a real fairy. They had no way to repay her for saving their lives, so they could only kneel down in front of Yan Qinyu like a deity. In other words, in their hearts, Yan Qinyu had become a deity, a real fairy. Within the Yan family, all the people from the Yan family were staring at Yan Qinyu, who was floating in the sky. An infatuated look could be seen in their eyes. Chief, what level do you think little you is at now? Yan Hongtai arrived next to Yan Zhanyun and asked. With my eyesight I can't tell. But even those divine core creatures couldn't withstand a single strike from her. You can imagine how strong you is. A bright smile bloomed on Yan Zhanyun's face. Having a daughter like this was something he should be proud of. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect our Yen family to have such a peerless genius. Our ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds. Yen Hongtai had tears streaming down his face. He felt like the Yen family's ancestors must have been lucky to have such a proud daughter. Yen Qinyu's eyes were burning with anger as she stared at the ruins of the Red City. She flew towards Yen Zhanyun and said, "Daddy, all the dimensional creatures in this city have been killed. I need to go save the people in the other cities." "Alright, be careful you Yen Zhanyun nodded his head. The invasion of the monsters had brought a devastating blow to the Red City. If the Red City and the Fragrant Sky City were in such a state, then the other cities would be in a similar state. There were a total of 28 cities in this region, and all of them were being attacked by the dimensional creatures as well. If Yen Qinyu could help them now, she would be able to save a lot of lives. With a wave of her white dress, Yen Qinyu disappeared from the sky above the Red City, flying towards the nearest city. Since all the dimensional creatures in the Red City had been killed, Yen Qinyu wasn't afraid of any more dimensional creatures appearing. Before they arrived, all the cities in the Red City area were already occupied by the dimensional creatures. The dimensional crack in Mount Origin was guarded by De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian, so no new dimensional creatures would appear in a short period of time. Without new dimensional creatures, the Red City would be safe. While Yen Qinyu was leaving the Red City, Jiang Qin had also left the Fragrant Sky City and was heading towards another city. Han Yen, Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun and Tianishan had split up into 4 groups, killing dimensional creatures along the way. Soon they had arrived at different cities. Rumble. The air was rippling and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. More than half of the city in front of them had been destroyed, and the city was filled with violent dimensional creatures. At this moment, a young man in blue robes appeared, emanating a boundless devilish aura. "Fuck you, all of you can die now." The young man in blue robes was none other than Han Yen. When he saw the miserable state of those humans in the city, Han Yen was instantly enraged. He cursed out loudly, then he unleashed a devilish wave that swept across half of the city. Roar! Roar! Some divine core dimensional creatures kept roaring out furiously. They leapt into the sky and leapt towards Han Yen. But they were no match for Han Yen and were instantly torn into pieces. In just 10 minutes, Han Yen had killed all the dimensional creatures in the city. Without waiting for the people to express their gratitude, Han Yen flew away like a gust of wind, heading towards another city. "We're saved. All the monsters are killed. It was that young man who helped us. We don't know him. The heavens don't want us to die. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." At this moment, the entire city was filled with people kneeling down and worshipping Han Yen. On the other side, Yuzihan City was in the same situation. There were a lot of dimensional creatures here, but the good thing was that there weren't any combat soul dimensional creatures. According to the Imperial Emperor, combat soul dimensional creatures would appear in the dimensional crack. But since there weren't any in the city right now, it was most likely because they hadn't come out from the dimensional crack yet. "Invading my territory, killing my fellow humans. This is an unforgivable crime." Yuzihan let out a furious roar. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. None of the dimensional creatures could withstand a single strike from him, and they were all killed on the spot. Guan Yiyun and Tianishan were in the same situation as well. After witnessing what these brutal dimensional creatures had done, they were instantly enraged and they didn't show any mercy at all. Besides, with Jiang Qin and Yen Qinyu's help with their formidable combat strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out all the dimensional creatures in this area. It wouldn't take them too long to do so. This was a race against time because with every second that passed, more people would die in the hands of these dimensional creatures. Bam bam bam. Loud booms kept ringing out and shockwaves from battles could be felt everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Qin and the few men were like ferocious wolves and tigers. They started sweeping back and forth in this area, and wherever they went, all the dimensional creatures would be killed and turned into ashes. At the same time, back at Mount Origin, loud booms kept ringing out from the huge dimensional crack. Thunderbolts were interweaving with each other, and dark energies were swirling about. A tremendous suction force was unleashed from the dimensional crack, and it was devouring everything underneath it. From time to time, some dimensional creatures would roar and fall out from the dimensional crack. De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were guarding both sides of the dimensional crack. Even they had to be extremely careful in this place, and they dared not get too close to the dimensional crack. If they were sucked into the dimensional crack by the suction force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bam! A late divine core dimensional creature fell out from the dimensional crack, and in an instant, it was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog's head. It died on the spot. As more and more dimensional creatures appeared, Big Yellow and Nangong Wentian realized something. During this period of time, the dimensional creatures that came out from the dimensional crack were getting stronger and stronger. De Huang, something doesn't feel right. The dimensional creatures are getting stronger and stronger. Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. Damn it, if this continues, I'm afraid a huge amount of combat soul dimensional creatures will appear. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Right after his words left his mouth, loud booms could be heard coming from the dimensional crack. After that, a majestic dimensional creature fell out from the crack, and it really did possess the aura of a combat soul warrior. You jinxed it, a combat soul dimensional creature appeared right after you said that. Nangong Wentian rolled his eyes and glared at De Huang Dog. What a dog's mouth, nothing good would come out of it. Chapter 376. Roar. Although the dimensional creature was only at the early combat soul realm, its strength was not something an ordinary divine core dimensional creature could compare with. After the dimensional creature appeared, it immediately saw De Huang Dog, then it crazily leapt toward De Huang Dog. Damn it! De Huang Dog showed no signs of fear. With his huge head raised, he dashed toward the dimensional creature. De Huang Dog possessed the complete dragon horse bloodline, so no ordinary demon beast could compare with him. Even though he was only at the peak divine core realm, he was more than enough to fight an early combat soul warrior. Bam! De Huang Dog's head collided with the dimensional creature's palm, producing a loud clanging sound and producing some sparks. The combat soul dimensional creature was extremely powerful, and De Huang Dog was knocked back dozens of meters by the slap. On the other hand, the dimensional creature was shocked. It knew very well how powerful its attack was, and in its mind the dog in front of it should have been smashed into pieces. However, nothing had happened to De Huang Dog, and his head was incredibly hard. Roar! The dimensional creature roared out once again, then it leapt toward De Huang Dog. Facing this situation, Nangong Wentian couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately charged toward the dimensional creature with the giant ruler that was glowing with a bright blue light. Bang, bang, bang. The air around them started burning, and the unstable dimensional barrier became even more violent because of the intense battle. A man and a dog were fighting a combat soul dimensional creature together, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Furthermore, with De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian working together, the dimensional creature was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. Roar! Roar! The dimensional creature pounded its chest with both hands in a furious manner. Its gigantic body dashed forward, trying to tear the man and dog in front of it into pieces. De Huang, kill this guy! Nangong Wentian shouted out loudly. His body was covered in bright blue starlight, and he and De Huang Dog's teamwork was getting better and better. With the perfect teamwork, the dimensional creature was once again knocked back while letting out loud howls. Boom! However, before Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog could feel happy about it, another loud explosion sounded out from the dimensional crack, and another combat soul dimensional creature fell out from it. Another early combat soul dimensional creature. De Huang Dog's eyes widened. Not good, combat soul dimensional creatures have started appearing, and I'm afraid more and more of them will appear in the near future. I'm afraid late combat soul dimensional creatures will appear soon, and with our strength, there's no way we can defend against them. Nangong Wentian said worriedly. Looks like I'll have to seal this spatial crack as soon as possible. De Huang Dog frowned. It's extremely difficult to seal the spatial crack, unless a combat king warrior personally intervenes. Nangong Wentian said. We can't seal the spatial crack anymore. Let's go find little Xianxia now. I'm sure those two-dimensional creatures will catch up to us. We'll let little Xianxia deal with them. Once we kill all the dimensional creatures in the Red City region, we'll figure out a way to seal the spatial crack. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and flew toward the Red City region. Nangong Wentian dared not hesitate. He immediately chased after De Huang Dog. With the two of them working together, they were able to deal with a powerful early combat soul-dimensional creature, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to deal with two of them. However, the current situation didn't look good for them as more and more combat soul-dimensional creatures would appear, and there was no way they could defend against them. Roared, seeing that the man and dog had chosen to flee, the two-dimensional creatures immediately became furious and chased after them. They unleashed powerful energy waves, and wherever they went, all living beings would be killed. Right at this moment, most of the cities in the Red City region had calmed down. Zhou Xian and his men were simply too powerful, and no matter how many dimensional creatures there were, they were still not enough to kill. Many of the dimensional creatures in the cities had been killed, and only 3 cities were left. Yuzihan, Guan-Yiyun and Tianishan were rushing toward those cities, while Jiangchen was rushing toward Mount Origin with Yanqinyu and Han Yan. It's De Huang and Brother Nan. There are 2 powerful dimensional creatures following behind them. Han Yan saw De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian approaching from afar. Sure enough, combat soul dimensional creatures have appeared. Looks like De Huang and Brother Nan won't be able to defend against them. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. It hadn't been long and combat soul dimensional creatures had already appeared. No one knew which dimensional crack was connected to, and no one knew how many dimensional creatures there were in that dimensional crack, and no one knew how powerful these dimensional creatures were. Little Qinzi, hurry up and kill them. Upon seeing Jiang Qin and his men, Nangong Wentian immediately shouted out, "Let me do it." After saying that, Yanqinyu flew toward the 2-dimensional creatures with incredible speed. In an instant she flew past De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian and stood in front of the 2-dimensional creatures. Swoosh! Yanqinyu waved her hand and unleashed 2 cold beams. They were 2 extremely sharp ice swords, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 2-dimensional creatures. Puchi! Puchi! Yanqinyu, who was an early combat soul warrior, was simply too powerful. She had completely unleashed the power of her 9 meridians. With just 2 cold beams, she had pierced through the 2 early combat soul dimensional creatures and sealed them in ice. What an abnormal 9 meridians. Looking at the situation, Nangong Wentian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The 9 meridians of a combat soul warrior was simply too powerful. Although he had great talent and could fight combat soul warriors with just his divine core cultivation, he was still a divine core warrior, not a combat soul warrior. At least compared to Yanqinyu, the gap between him and Yanqinyu was huge. Little Qinzi, how are the dimensional creatures in the Red City area? De Huang Dog asked. Most of them have been killed and there are only 3 small cities left. Zihan and the others will deal with them. We're going to Mount Origin to help you guys. Jiangchen said. Killing all the dimensional creatures in the Red City area was just for the sake of saving people, but the real source of these dimensional creatures was in Mount Origin. If they didn't deal with the dimensional crack soon, more dimensional creatures would appear, and the strength of those dimensional creatures would only get stronger. More combat soul dimensional creatures are coming from that direction. We can't hold them off any longer. Nangong Wentian said. Let's go have a look. Jiangchen took the lead and flew toward the dimensional crack in Mount Origin. Soon the group arrived at the dimensional crack. Right at this moment, 2 powerful dimensional creatures appeared at the same time. These 2-dimensional creatures were even more powerful, and one of them had reached the mid-combat soul realm. When it saw Jiangchen and the group, it immediately leapt toward them. Jiangchen coldly harumphed. Then he swung the Heavenly Saint sword and killed both dimensional creatures in an instant. What made Jiangchen depressed was that these dimensional creatures didn't even have demon souls in their bodies. If they did, he would be able to obtain some wealth from them. We need to find a way to fix the dimensional crack. If not, even more powerful dimensional creatures will appear. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. But without a combat king warrior, it's impossible to fix the dimensional crack. Han Yan said. There's another way. We can use a formation. Jiangchen said. Using a formation? Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were both startled. They had never heard of using a formation to mend a spatial crack. Would it really work? That's right. The only thing we can do now is to use a formation to seal the dimensional crack, preventing those dimensional creatures from coming out. Jiangchen said, I know of an ancient formation called the Skymend Formation. It's constructed using the principles of yin and yang. Everything in this world belongs to yin and yang, and if we can successfully construct the Skymend Formation, we'll be able to temporarily seal the dimensional crack. At that point of time, the Imperial Emperor won't just sit back and do nothing. I'm sure he'll fix the dimensional crack. I've heard about this Skymend Formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. However, the process of constructing this formation is extremely complicated, and will need the yin and yang energies to work together. De Huang Dog said. He was an expert in the ancient Heavenly Book of Source Formations, and he knew every single formation in this world, including the Skymend Formation mentioned by Zhou Xian. Little Yu is born with the 9 yin meridians, a true 9 yin body. She can provide us with the 9 yin energy. I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill and the 9 solar energies, so my yuan energy is extremely young. Furthermore, I can use the 9 solar energies to form the 6 solar energy, and together with the yuan energy in my body, I'll be able to provide them with yang energy. With the balance of yin and yang, I'll be able to construct the Skymend Formation. There's no time to lose, let's start now. De Huang, you're an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. I'll need your help later. Zhang Chen said. With his current cultivation, constructing the Skymend Formation would be extremely difficult. But with De Huang Dog's help, it would be a different story. This dog was extremely mystical and he was an expert in many aspects, especially when it came to formations. Back in the poisonous miasma space, he was able to construct an ancient formation like the spiral formation. Alright, let's work together and construct the Skymend Formation. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He was instantly interested. He was the same as Zhang Chen. The more challenging something was, the more he liked it. Little Yu, listen to my command later and unleash your 9 yin energy. Zhang Chen looked at Yan Chenyu. Okay, Chen Gij. Yan Chenyu hurriedly nodded. At such a crucial moment she didn't dare to screw up. Swish. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned into 2 rays of light and appeared on both sides of the spatial crack. Jiang Chen had a solemn expression on his face. He unleashed the Great Soul Derivation technique to the extreme, and both of his hands kept drawing in the air, striking out one rune after another that no one could understand. Those runes were actually seals. Soon, a huge illusory net made entirely of seals was condensed in front of Jiang Chen. On the other side, De Huang Dog was doing the same. He kept drawing in the air with his hooves and his speed was extremely fast, creating a huge net made entirely of seals as well. Chapter 377. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. However, after spending so much time with Jiang Chen, Han Yan and the others had gotten used to it. No matter what incredible things Jiang Chen was going to do, they would be mentally prepared for it. In this world there were some things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Jiang Chen was an exception to this rule. He wasn't even 17 years old, but his soul had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore his experiences were not something ordinary people could compare with. Without a doubt, it was a very difficult process to set up a super formation like the Skymend Formation. At least it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen right now. Even if he and De Huang Dog worked together, it would still be very difficult for them to set up the formation in a short period of time. Furthermore, during the process of setting up the Skymend Formation, there would be many powerful dimensional creatures coming out from it. This made it even more difficult for them to set up the formation. Roar! Right at this moment, a series of roars could be heard. 3 powerful dimensional beasts let out tyrannical roars as they charged out from the spatial crack. As the spatial crack continued to appear, more and more dimensional beasts appeared, and each time the number of dimensional beasts appeared was also increasing. Among these 3-dimensional creatures, 2 of them were only at the late Divine Core realm, and the last one was at the early Combat Soul realm. Little Yu. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Both he and De Huang Dog were fully focused on setting up the Skymend Formation, so there was no way they could kill these dimensional creatures. Therefore they could only rely on Yan Chenyu to kill these Combat Soul dimensional creatures. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, Yan Chenyu had already struck the moment the 3-dimensional creatures appeared. With lightning speed she unleashed 3 bright beams that pierced through the 3-dimensional creatures, shattering them into pieces. Buzz. the air rippled and the black devouring force became even stronger. Sharp hurricanes kept attacking Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's bodies. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare get so close to the dimensional crack. Just the terrifying hurricanes alone could cause them unimaginable damage, and they might even be devoured by the dimensional crack. However, both Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had extremely powerful fleshly bodies. Although these hurricanes were terrifying, they were not enough to harm them. As the greatest saint in the world, Zhou Xian was omnipotent. De Huang Dog was well versed in the holy book of source formations and knew all kinds of formations in the world like the back of his hand. On top of that, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other for a long time. Therefore, when they worked together, it was perfect. The man and dog were both extremely fast, and they kept casting out complicated and indescribable seals. There were many seals that even Nangong Wentian and Han Yen couldn't understand. As the number of seals increased, the net formed by the seals grew larger and larger. However, it was an extremely slow process. During the process, some powerful dimensional creatures would come out from the hole, but they were all killed by Yan Qinyu. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had completed the array formation. De Huang, connect. Zhou Xian let out a loud shout and threw the net in his hand forward. At the same time, De Huang Dog also threw the net in his hand. The two nets quickly merged together, and the Skymend formation was being completed in an orderly manner. Roared, the dimensional creatures in the dimensional crack seemed to have sensed the pressure from the formation, causing them to become even more restless. Two beams of light flashed across the sky, and in the next moment 2 30-meter-tall dimensional creatures dashed out from the crack. Roar, roar! After these two-dimensional creatures appeared, they fiercely pounded their own chests, then they charged toward Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog from the left and right. Not good. Nangong Wentian immediately cried out in panic because these two-dimensional creatures had both reached the mid-combat soul realm. Among all of them, apart from Zhou Xian, only Yan Qinyu had the ability to fight a mid-combat soul warrior. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen could at most fight an early combat soul warrior, but when facing a mid-combat soul warrior, there was nothing they could do. Qin Gij, what should we do now? Yan Qinyu was shocked and she panicked for a moment. Two mid-combat soul-dimensional creatures were charging toward both sides, and she could only block one of them at most. Help De Huang, Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. He didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. All right, Yan Qinyu replied. With a sway of her body, she arrived in front of De Huang Dog. She unleashed an icy energy toward the ferocious dimensional creature. On the other side, the mid-combat soul-dimensional creature had arrived in front of Zhou Xian as well. It looked extremely ferocious, as if it was going to tear Zhou Xian apart with its bare hands. Right now, Zhou Xian was focusing all his energy on the Skymend formation. If he were to spare some of his energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, the Skymend formation would fall apart. Of course, Zhou Xian couldn't spare any energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, but he did have a way to deal with them. Ice Demon, it's your turn. Zhou Xian let out a loud shout, then a white beam shot out from his storage ring. Ever since he brought the Ice Demon King out, he had kept it as his trump card and he had never used it. But now that the situation was critical, he had no other choice but to use it. Roar, the 30-zhong tall Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked even more ferocious than before. The Ice Demon King was like a mountain and its entire body was covered with ice. As soon as it appeared, it smashed its fist onto the dimensional creature's head, causing it to explode and die on the spot. Ooh, the Ice Demon King threw its head back and roared into the sky. It was extremely satisfied. For a ferocious existence like it, staying in the storage ring for a long time had driven it crazy. Therefore, now that Zhou Xian had let it out, it was like a dragon swimming in the ocean or a tiger returning to the woods. Tearing a dimensional creature into pieces and tasting its blood, it felt extremely good. After killing a dimensional creature, the Ice Demon King didn't stop there. It immediately dashed to the other side and killed another dimensional creature that was fighting with Yan Qinyu with a single punch. In the Ice Demon King's eyes, Yan Qinyu was the true inheritor of the Ice God, and she was its true master. It would never allow anyone to bully the inheritor of the Ice God. Damn it! De Huang Dog staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. His eyes were wide open and he stared at the ice demon in front of him, who looked even more terrifying than the dimensional creatures. Not only Da Huang Dog, even Han Yen and Nangong Wentian had their mouths wide open, and they looked like they were struck dumb. Jiang Qin hadn't told anyone about the Ice Demon King, and besides Yan Qinyu no one else knew about it. Therefore when they suddenly saw such a frightening existence, there was no reason for them not to be shocked. Damn it, when did little Qinzi tame such a frightening monster? Judging from its aura just now, I'm afraid it's at least a late combat soul warrior. Nangong Wentian said with a shocked expression. This is insane. A mid-combat soul-dimensional creature was killed with just a single punch. I never expected little Qinzi to have such a powerful trump card. It's so dazzling. With the help of such a formidable existence, even the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't be a problem for us. Han Yen was also sighing with mixed emotions. I think little Qinzi tamed this monster in the Island of Ice. This guy is really amazing, he can even tame an existence like this. I really wonder how he did it. Nangong Wentian shook his head. He was completely speechless by Jiang Chen's abilities. With the help of this monster, no matter how many dimensional creatures come out, they will all be killed. With that, little Qinzi and Da Huang will be able to build the Skymend formation. Han Yen said. The worried expression on his face had disappeared. Rumble. Loud rumbling noises could be heard coming from the dimensional crack, as if they had sensed the existence of the Skymend formation. The dimensional creatures inside the dimensional crack began to grow restless, and were trying their best to break out. This made it even more difficult to set up the Skymend formation. Fortunately, Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog were very skillful. The Skymend formation was set up in an orderly manner, and a gigantic illusionary net was about to be formed. During this process, more and more dimensional creatures came out from the dimensional crack, and each one was stronger than the previous one. There were even a few mid-combat soul-dimensional creatures, but in front of the mighty Ice Demon King, these dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Ice Demon King just stood outside the dimensional crack, and every dimensional creature that came out would be greeted with a single punch from it. With just a simple punch, all dimensional creatures exploded. An hour later, the Skymend formation was finally completed. Jiang Qin let out a loud shout, then the Skymend formation covered the dimensional crack. In the next moment, the black devouring force started disappearing, and the restless dimensional crack suddenly calmed down. The sky above Mount Origin returned to normal. It's done. Nangong Wentian widened his eyes and threw his glance toward the spot where the dimensional crack appeared. He couldn't find the Skymend formation. It was as if nothing had happened. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog let out sighs of relief at the same time. Both of their faces were covered in sweat. It wasn't hard to imagine how much energy it took to set up the Skymend formation. Amazing, they really sealed it. Han Yen praised. 2 divine core warriors actually sealed the dimensional crack with a formation. Damn it, do they really have to be so amazing? Nangong Wentian couldn't help but say. This was an amazing situation, and if this news was spread out, it would definitely bring a huge storm to the world. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog's reputation would definitely reach a new height. Dong dong. Suddenly, a muffled sound of something crashing could be heard from the sky. The Skymend formation started shaking violently, and in the blink of an eye, numerous cracks appeared on the formation, and black mist started shooting out from the cracks. Not good, some powerful dimensional creatures are attacking the Skymend formation, and it's at least a late combat soul dimensional creature. If this continues, the Skymend formation won't last long. Da Huang Dog's expression changed dramatically. Our strength is limited, and the power of the Skymend formation is limited as well. The dimensional creatures inside don't want to be sealed, so they are attacking the formation. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Qingij, what should we do now? If the Skymend formation is destroyed, even more powerful dimensional creatures will come out. Although we have the Ice Demon with us, we have no idea how many dimensional creatures there are. We can't let this continue. Yan Qinyu worriedly said. Chapter 378. Rumble. The rumbling sounds coming from inside the dimensional crack became even more intense, and they could faintly hear the roars of dimensional beasts coming from inside. More cracks began to appear on the previously undamaged Skymend formation. Everyone's faces darkened. If the situation continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Skymend formation was completely destroyed, and once that happened, even more powerful dimensional beasts would appear. If there were more of them, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to kill them all, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, it looks like all our efforts are going to be in vain, De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Facing a situation like this, even if he was an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, it would still be useless. After all, he was too weak, and an ancient formation like the Skymend formation couldn't unleash its true power. The Skymend formation in front of him was the result of him and Jiang Chen's combined efforts. If it still couldn't seal the dimensional beasts, then there was nothing they could do. Everyone was panicking except for Jiang Chen, who had an indifferent expression on his face. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's calmness. It was as if no matter what happened, this young man in white would never panic. He was always so calm and collected. "All of you get out of my way," Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, everyone was startled for a moment, then they quickly backed away, including the Ice Demon King. All of them backed away from the dimensional crack, and even De Huang Dog stayed away from the Skymend formation. Could it be that little Chenzi still has some tricks up his sleeves? Nangong Wentian said in shock. He really couldn't think of any tricks that Jiang Chen could use to seal the dimensional crack. It's hard to say, this kid is a weirdo, he might really have some tricks up his sleeves. Let's just wait and see. He has always been a calm person, and these dimensional beasts are related to the safety of the Red City. I'm sure he has to treat them seriously. De Huang Dog said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing under the Skymend formation. They wanted to see what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves to strengthen the Skymend formation and seal the dimensional crack. Clang. With a sway of his arm, the Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand with a clang, emitting a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the Heavenly Saint Sword, and he used his hand to stroke the body of the sword lovingly. "Don't disappoint me." As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately closed his eyes. He was communicating with the Heavenly Saint Sword. At this time there was only one way to strengthen the Skymend array and completely seal the spatial crack, and that was to use the remnant Great Sage Laws in the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was a tyrannical peerless saint weapon. Although only 2 parts of it were found, it still contained Great Saint Laws. However, the level of Great Saint was too far away from Jiang Chen's current cultivation. Even if there were Great Saint Laws, Jiang Chen would not be able to use them. But Jiang Chen's situation was different, because the Heavenly Saint Sword was forged by him, and the Great Saint Laws were added by him as well. If there was someone in this world who could summon Great Saint Laws at the Divine Core Realm, that person would definitely be Jiang Chen, and he would definitely summon them from the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Great Saint Laws were above everything else, they were the peak existences in this world. Although Jiang Chen couldn't unleash the power of the Great Saint Laws, as long as he could summon them and add them into the Skymend formation, it would make the formation extremely sturdy. With that, sealing the dimensional crack wouldn't be a problem. Swoosh. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed an invisible airflow from the Heavenly Saint Sword. The moment the airflow appeared, it instantly froze the surrounding space. Han Yen and the others could feel a mighty pressure pressing down from the sky. The pressure was so great that it made their souls tremble, and it made it difficult for them to breathe. Although it only lasted for a short moment, it gave them the urge to kneel down and worship it. The invisible airflow entered the Skymend formation, and the shaking Skymend formation instantly calmed down. The rumbling noises had disappeared as well, and the sky returned to normal. This time the dimensional crack had been completely sealed. Swoosh. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a loud cry, then it was put away by Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the sky above Mount Origin had returned to normal, and the aura of the dimensional creatures could no longer be sensed. Facing such a sudden change, Han Yen and the others had their mouths wide open in shock. They had no idea what had just happened. They only felt the pressure for a split second, and after that they lost their consciousness. As for the place where the dimensional crack had appeared in the sky, apart from the fact that there was a formation there, they couldn't see any other changes. In fact, with their eyesight they couldn't see the existence of any laws. The Great Saint Laws were like nothingness in front of them. Not to mention them, even if the Combat King Realm Imperial Emperor was here, he would only be able to see the Skymend formation, but he wouldn't be able to see the Great Saint laws within it. For Combat King Realm cultivators, the Saint Realm was too far away and the gap between them was not small. A real saint could kill billions of Combat King Realm cultivators with just a flick of his finger, turning them into ashes. Damn it! Little brat, tell me, how did you do it? The Huang dog jumped in front of Jiang Chen and asked while baring his teeth. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities, but today, Jiang Chen had shocked him once again. He couldn't see what method Jiang Chen had used to strengthen the Skymend formation and completely seal up the dimensional crack. Little Chenzi, what method did you use? What was that pressure just now? Han Yan also asked. Although Nangong Wenting didn't say anything, his eyes had already expressed his bewilderment. This was truly too astonishing. The heaven repairing array that was on the verge of being destroyed actually became impregnable in the blink of an eye, completely sealing the spatial crack. This was truly too mystical. That's a secret. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He decided to keep this a secret. He couldn't tell them the Great Saint laws, that would be ridiculous. Fuck you. 2 men and a dog shouted at the same time. Although they had guessed that Jiang Chen wouldn't tell them, they still couldn't help but curse out loud when they heard Jiang Chen's words. Alright, now that the dimensional crack has been dealt with, let's go home before we return to the Martial Palace. The Red City area was attacked by those dimensional creatures, and it was severely damaged. Many people were killed, so we need to take care of the aftermath. Besides, it wasn't easy for me to come back. If I just leave like this, my dad will curse me to death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. When he thought of Jiang Zhenhan, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He really cherished this kind of family. And many of our Yen family members are severely injured. Qin Gij has a lot of healing pills with you. I can help them recover quickly. Yan Qinyu said. She couldn't help but worry when she thought of the injuries suffered by Yan Zhanyun and the others. Right when they were about to leave for the Red City area, a series of loud laughter sounded out. After that, a figure suddenly appeared from afar like a ghost. It was an old man wearing an imperial robe. He looked to be in his 50s and he was unleashing an extremely powerful aura that made those who looked at him feel pressured. Upon seeing this old man, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the others instantly changed. This old man wasn't a stranger to them. He was one of the men who followed the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sects sect chief to the Martial Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. He was a highly respected elder from the Shangguan clan, and he was a late divine core warrior. He was a frightening man. Those men from the Shangguan clan are really shameless. Why did they follow us all the way here? Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He was really angry. Although he didn't know this old man's name, he knew that this man was from the Shangguan clan. For a late combat soul warrior from the Shangguan clan to appear here at this time, he was definitely not here to chat with him. However, the Shangguan clan knew that he had accepted such a difficult mission, and they still sent someone here. This was really disgusting. The old man was none other than Shangguan Yiqing's grandfather, Shangguan Ying. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was beyond anyone's imagination. With Shangguan Ying's eyesight, he immediately saw the Skymend formation above them, and a shocked expression emerged on his face. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. You actually used a formation to seal the crack in space. My grandson also has a very high attainment in formation. If you didn't kill him, he would definitely become a great formation master in the future. Shangguan Ying said. When he saw the Skymend formation, he couldn't help but think of his grandson who he was so proud of. With Shangguan Yiqing's attainments in the art of formations, his future achievements would definitely be beyond anyone's reach. You're Shangguan Yiqing's grandfather? Jiang Chen finally understood. That's right, Jiang Chen, you little bastard, you killed my grandson. Today I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The 9th Emperor isn't here to protect you. Let's see how you can escape from me. Shangguan Ying said with a grin on his face. In fact, it wasn't the Shangguan clan's idea for him to come to Mount Origin. He had come here secretly. After all, Jiang Chen's mission to fix the dimensional crack was given by the Imperial Emperor himself, and even the 9th Emperor wasn't allowed to participate in it. If he attacked Jiang Chen secretly, he would be breaking the Imperial Emperor's rules. However, in order to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Ying couldn't care less. All he wanted to do was to kill Jiang Chen, nothing else mattered to him. However, Shangguan Ying had placed all his attention on Jiang Qin, and he had completely ignored the Ice Demon King who was standing next to Yan Qinyu. He never expected that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful existence by his side. Damn it, the Shangguan clan is really despicable. We even accepted a mission like this, but you guys attacked us secretly. How shameless. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. No matter what, the Shangguan clan is one of the strongest superpowers in the Jian province. What they did is really disgusting. Chapter 379. The anger of Nangong Wentian Han Yen and the others didn't make Shangguan Ying feel ashamed or uncomfortable. Instead, it made him feel even better. In Shangguan Ying's mind, the angrier they were, the more afraid they were of him. The feeling of making one's enemies feel fear was really refreshing, and Shangguan Ying enjoyed it. In his eyes, these people were like turtles in a jar, his prey. He wouldn't let any of them go. He was going to kill them one by one, especially Jiang Qin. He wanted to torture him thoroughly before killing him. If not, he would feel sorry for his dead grandson. Jie Jiang Qin, let's see how you can escape from me today. You're all going to die today, and you're all going to die miserably. This is the result of going against the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Ying said with an evil smile on his face. He couldn't think of any way these juniors could escape from him. The strongest among them was Jiang Qin, and although Jiang Qin was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors, he still stood no chance against a late-combat soul warrior like Shangguan Ying. Haha, Shangguan Ying, are you really sure you can kill us? Jiang Qin didn't get angry, instead he started laughing. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Not only Jiang Qin, even Han Yen and Nangong Wentian had a smile on their faces. The anger on their faces was completely gone, and no fear or panic could be seen on their faces. This startled Shangguan Ying for a moment, but he quickly figured out that these men were just pretending to be calm. No matter how hard you try to stay calm, no one will be able to save you today. The 9th Emperor will never show up at this moment. Jiang Qin, I heard you found a broken piece of an Emperor weapon on the island of ice. If you can give me that broken piece of an Emperor weapon, I might consider giving you a quick death. Jiang Qin said. Shangguan Ying coldly harumphed. His sharp gaze fell upon Jiang Qin. The news about Jiang Qin obtaining a broken piece of an Emperor weapon in the island of ice had spread far and wide, and Shangguan Ying naturally knew about it as well. Everyone was greedy, especially when the prey was right in front of them. I'm really sorry, but it's impossible for me to give you the fragment of the Emperor armament. Furthermore, who told you that if the 9th Emperor doesn't make a move, we'll definitely die? If I told you that you're going to die today, I'm afraid you won't believe me, right? Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said casually. What? I'm dead meat, huh? Shangguan Ying was startled for a moment, but soon after he burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It was like a mouse baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at a cat that was 10 times bigger than it, telling the cat that it was going to die. What a joke. Jiang Qin, I really have no idea why you would say such a joke, but since you don't want to hand over the Emperor weapon, I'll come and get it myself. Once I kill you, all your treasures will be mine. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Shangguan Ying's killing intent erupted from his body. He decided not to waste his breath on Jiang Qin. He decided to strike without hesitation. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded out, followed by an illusory gigantic hand descending from the sky. Shangguan Ying had perfectly unleashed his late combat soul aura, and it was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at it. It was as if the gigantic hand could destroy everything in its path, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Facing such a powerful attack from Shangguan Ying, Jiang Qin's smile didn't diminish. He just stood there showing no signs of attacking. Ignorant kid, how dare you be so arrogant? Die now. Shangguan Ying coldly harumphed. With an evil smile on his face, the gigantic hand continued attacking Jiang Qin without slowing down. Roar! Right at this moment, a loud roar sounded out. In the next second, Shangguan Ying saw a white beam suddenly appear in front of Jiang Qin. It was a gigantic monster that stood over 30 meters tall, and it moved with incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, it had punched out. Rumble. The air rippled and even the air became scorching hot. The Ice Demon King had shattered Shangguan Ying's attack with just a single punch, and the whole process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Tap tap tap. Shangguan Ying was forced 3 steps back. What? Shangguan Ying's expression changed dramatically. He stared at the monster in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The shock he felt in his heart had reached an extreme level. Shangguan Ying had noticed this monster when he first arrived. However, the Ice Demon King just stood there without releasing any aura. That's why Shangguan Ying didn't notice it. He never expected this monster to be so powerful. Judging from its cultivation, it had reached the peak combat soul realm, and its combat strength was even greater than his. What do you think, Shangguan Ying? I told you can't kill me, but since you're here today, don't think you can leave. Jiang Chen said. How is this possible? How can you control such a powerful monster? Shangguan Ying felt he was having a hard time breathing. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. A young late divine core warrior actually had the ability to control a peak combat soul demon beast. This was really shocking, and he wouldn't believe it if he didn't witness it with his own eyes. That's not something you should worry about. You better think about your own situation. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Jiang Chen, do you really think a monster like this can defeat me? That's just wishful thinking. This monster only has a strong body and an extremely cold physique. It doesn't have any powerful combat skills. With my combat skills and combat weapon, I can easily kill it. Shangguan Ying said with a loud voice. He could tell that although this monster in front of him had a powerful combat strength, it only relied on the strength of its body. It didn't have any powerful combat skills, and it didn't have any combat weapon. This was the gap between them. Let me give you a friendly reminder: if you choose to run away now, you might still be able to make it. Jiang Chen said. What he said was true. Shangguan Ying was a late combat soul warrior, and if he really wanted to run away, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, they weren't in the world of glaciers, so the Ice Demon King's combat strength and speed would be greatly reduced. What a joke. Die now. Stone-shattering palm. How could Shangguan Ying run away? To him this was a rare opportunity. He unleashed his energy and unleashed the Shangguan clan's ultimate skill, the stone-shattering palm. When this powerful combat skill was unleashed by Shangguan Ying, its power wasn't something any of the other Shangguan clan disciples Jiang Chen had met before could compare with. Swoosh. Jiang Chen and the others moved to the side, creating a space for the Ice Demon King and Shangguan Ying to fight. At the same time, Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation skill and locked onto Shangguan Ying, not giving him any chance to run away. He knew how frightening the Ice Demon King was, and if Shangguan Ying continued fighting it, he wouldn't have a good ending. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Shangguan Ying go today. The reason was simple. First, Shangguan Ying was from the Shangguan clan, and he was Jiang Chen's mortal enemy. There was no reason for him to let an enemy escape. Secondly, Shangguan Ying had seen the Ice Demon King, and if he ran away, Jiang Chen's secret would be exposed. For Jiang Chen, the Ice Demon King was a powerful trump card, and if his enemy found out about it, it would lose its purpose. Roar. The Ice Demon King let out a furious roar. It punched out its gigantic fist towards Shangguan Ying's stone-shattering palm. Bang. Once again the atmosphere became chaotic. This time the Ice Demon King wasn't able to gain the upper hand. Just like what Shangguan Ying had said, the Ice Demon King's strength came from its own body, while Shangguan Ying was able to use a powerful combat skill. A powerful combat skill would provide an unimaginable boost to one's combat strength. Therefore, the Ice Demon King was knocked back by Shangguan Ying's attack. Haha, this monster is no match for me. Jiang Chen, if this is your trump card, you're finished today. Once I kill this monster, I'll kill all of you. Seeing the Ice Demon King being knocked back, Shangguan Ying burst into laughter. Once again he unleashed his powerful combat skill, unleashing a rainbow-colored energy wave towards the Ice Demon King. Roared. The Ice Demon King kept roaring furiously. It didn't know what death was, and it didn't even put up any defense, it just continued attacking. Little Chenzi, do you think this Ice Demon can defeat Shangguan Ying? Han Yen said with a sigh. I don't think it's possible. Nangong Wenting shook his head as well. Let's just wait and see. If Shangguan Ying doesn't run away, he's dead for sure. Jiang Chen sneered. Only he knew that the Ice Demon King had another amazing ability, the ability to be immortal. Now that Yan Qinyu was here, it was like the Black Ice Talisman was here. As long as the Ice Demon King got close to the Black Ice Talisman, its demon spirit would be able to hide, and it would be able to resurrect instantly. Han Yen and Nan Gong went in exchanged a glance. They had no idea where Jiang Chen got his confidence from. On the other side, Shangguan Ying and the Ice Demon King were fighting fiercely. The more Shangguan Ying fought, the more frightened he became. This monster in front of him was too difficult to deal with. It was fighting with no regard for its own life. It only knew how to attack fiercely, and it didn't know how to defend itself at all. Damn it, is this monster not afraid of death? If that's the case, I'll just have to kill you. Shangguan Ying cursed. With a shake of his arm, a bright blade appeared in his hand. It was a perfect ranked combat weapon. With Shangguan Ying's status, the combat weapon in his hand was obviously the best among all perfect ranked combat weapons. It was not something an ordinary perfect ranked combat weapon could compare with. Die. Shangguan Ying raised the blade high up, unleashed all of his yuan energy and slashed down at the Ice Demon King. Puchi. The Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, and just like that, it was slashed in half by Shangguan Ying's blade. Its body shattered and turned into ice. What? Chapter 380. Ha Jiangchen, your monster helper is just SOSO. Apart from his brute strength, he's useless. Now that he's been killed by me, what other tricks do you have left? Shangguan Ying burst into laughter. He felt extremely delighted. He felt that he had overestimated this ice demon. He thought it would have some powerful tricks, but it turned out that it was just an idiot who only knew how to attack and not how to defend. An existence like this could never pose any threat to him. Is that so? How do you know it's standing right behind you after you killed it? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Haha, Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? Shangguan Ying kept laughing. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Jiang Chen pointed behind Shangguan Ying. Shangguan Ying's expression changed and he couldn't help but tremble. He wasn't shocked by Jiang Chen's words, he was shocked by the fact that he really felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a huge fist coming toward his head. A gigantic creature had suddenly appeared behind him, and it was none other than the Ice Demon. What? This time Shangguan Ying was really shocked. He immediately unleashed the earth-shattering palm to block the Ice Demon King's attack. However, as he was caught off guard, he was knocked back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. Right at this moment, Shangguan Ying's heart was in turmoil. Impossible. This is impossible. I killed it, how could it appear in front of me unscathed? Not only that, it didn't even lose a single bit of its combat strength. Shangguan Ying simply couldn't accept this reality. He had slashed the Ice Demon King in half just now, and it was a devastating attack that couldn't possibly recover from. But what was going on in front of him? Roar Shangguan Ying was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King didn't hold back at all. It immediately unleashed a violent attack toward Shangguan Ying. Boom! The Ice Demon King and Shangguan Ying once again engaged in a fierce battle. The Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all after being resurrected, and it was still attacking Shangguan Ying without any regard for its own life. The Ice Demon King was very clear about its advantage. It was invincible, so it didn't even bother defending itself. On the other hand, Shangguan Ying was in a completely different situation. The fact that the Ice Demon King had come back to life had caused his mind to be in a mess, and his combat strength had been greatly weakened. Holy shit, this works too. Han Yen rolled his eyes. He felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Little Chinzi, what's going on? The Ice Demon King was clearly killed, how did it suddenly come back to life? Nangong Wentian stood beside Jiang Chen and asked anxiously. If he did not get an answer to this question, he might go crazy. This is the Ice Demon King's special ability. It has two incredible abilities. Its demon spirit can hide in the void, and when its body is destroyed, it can instantly resurrect itself using its demon spirit. Jiang Chen told Nangong about the Ice Demon King's terrifying ability, but he didn't mention anything about the Black Ice Talisman. Damn it, this ability is simply heaven-defying. If that's the case, Shangguan Ying is going to be in big trouble today. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. He had never heard of the Ice Demon King's ability before. If what Jiang Chen said was true, The Ice Demon King was an existence that couldn't be killed. If Shangguan continued fighting the Ice Demon King, sooner or later he would be completely exhausted and he would be severely injured by the Ice Demon King. Ha, awesome. This old guy is going to die. Han Yan burst into laughter. He was extremely happy and Nangong Wentin kept giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen was able to subdue a monster like this. This really made him admire Jiang Chen greatly. Shangguan Ying's mind is in a mess. Everyone seal off this area, don't give him any chance to escape. Little Yu, De Huang, Anan and Ayan stand on one side, I'll stand on the other. Today we have to kill this old man. If he escapes, we won't be able to keep the secret of the Ice Demon King. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yan Chenyu nodded. Apart from Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu was the strongest person here. With the few of them working together with the Ice Demon King, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Shangguan. Rumble. The intense fight continued. Shangguan and the Ice Demon King were locked in a stalemate. Damn it, I don't believe you can't be killed. Shangguan was enraged. This was the first time in his life that he had been in a fight like this. He felt like he had just seen a ghost. Shangguan once again drew out the saber in his hand, unleashing all of his yuan energy. The saber shone brightly as it slashed down towards the Ice Demon King's head. Rumble. Under the impact of the perfect ranked combat saber, the Ice Demon King was slashed in half once again and died on the spot. However, before Shangguan could celebrate his victory, a new Ice Demon King appeared. This new Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all, it was still at its peak state, and it continued attacking Shangguan. What? Shangguan cried out in shock. Both of his eyes had turned red and he felt like he was in a dream. This monster's monstrous ability was beyond his understanding. Even if ordinary demonic beasts had the ability to resurrect, they would still have to pay a heavy price every time they resurrected. At the very least, they would be killed once and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. However, this Ice Demon King in front of him, every time it resurrected, it would return to its peak state and it didn't seem to be weakened at all. On the other hand, after killing the Ice Demon King twice in a row, Shangguan had consumed a lot of his energy. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, it was difficult for him to unleash his full combat strength. Amazing! Han Yan shouted out. He had finally witnessed something new today. He never expected there to be such a monstrous ice demon in this world. With its undying ability, even the strongest enemy would have a headache dealing with it. In fact, only Jiang Chen knew that it wasn't that the Ice Demon King was undying, it was just that its demon spirit had a monstrous ability to hide itself. With Jiang Chen's ability, it was impossible for him to discover its hidden demon spirit. However, if he encountered a combat king warrior, he might be able to discover the Ice Demon King's weak point. It was just like how Jiang Chen had killed the other ice demons in the world of glaciers. He could destroy its demon spirit the moment he killed it, and that way he would be able to completely destroy the Ice Demon King. Unfortunately, Shangguan didn't have the ability to destroy the Ice Demon King, so he was destined to be destroyed by it. Arg. The more Shangguan fought, the more aggrieved he felt. In the end he was screaming out in pain. Damned monster, I don't believe you have 3 lives. Die. Shangguan eyes turned red. This time he was really going all out. He raised his saber high up in the air, then swung it down, leaving a deep mark in the air. The terrifying saber light looked like a golden waterfall and it was extremely frightening. This was Shangguan last attack with all his strength. His blood and qi had started to boil, and this attack was more than enough to kill the Ice Demon King once again since it didn't know how to defend itself. However, if the Ice Demon King could recover, Shangguan combat strength would be halved, and he wouldn't be a match for it at all. Puchi. Without any surprise, just as Shangguan had expected, his powerful attack killed the Ice Demon King once again. But unfortunately, in the next moment, the Ice Demon King reappeared, unscathed. Seeing this, Shangguan immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. How could he continue fighting like this? He couldn't bear it anymore. The Ice Demon King jumped up once again and its gigantic fist smashed down. Shangguan who had almost exhausted all his energy, was no longer a match for it. Furthermore, the Ice Demon King was too fast and Shangguan could only raise his arms to block. Boom. Under the Ice Demon King's violent energy attack, one of Shangguan Ying's arms was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, and he let out a miserable shriek. Damn it, I admit defeat today. Shangguan Ying endured the pain coming from his broken arm, and without saying anything he turned around and started running away. He was not an idiot, he knew that there was no way he could kill Jiang Chen in this situation. If he kept fighting he might even lose his life here. This time he didn't manage to find out more about Jiang Chen's strength, and he was very upset about it. Shangguan Ying, are you still trying to run away at this point? A young man in white clothes suddenly appeared and blocked Shangguan Ying's way. Jiang Chen, die. When Shangguan Ying saw Jiang Chen, he immediately swung his saber at him without saying anything. Too bad, with your current strength you are no threat to me. Jiang Chen swung his heavenly saint sword, and it collided with Shangguan Ying's saber, producing a large amount of sparks. Shangguan Ying felt his arm go numb from the impact and he nearly lost his grip on his saber. When he saw the state of his saber he was shocked. His superior combat weapon was a powerful perfect-ranked combat weapon, but after colliding with Jiang Chen's long sword, a few cracks had appeared on it. What an amazing divine sword! Shangguan Ying was shocked, but he didn't have the time to think about it, because the Ice Demon King had caught up to him. Boom! The Ice Demon King's attack was very simple, it just threw a punch at Shangguan Ying. However, it was this simple attack that Shangguan Ying couldn't handle. He tried his best to block the Ice Demon King's attack, but he couldn't block Jiang Chen's divine sword. Slash. The heavenly saint's sword mercilessly slashed down on Shangguan Ying's shoulder, cutting off his other arm. Ugh. After losing both his arms, Shangguan Ying let out an angry and unwilling scream. He knew he was done for today and he didn't even have the chance to run away. His heart was filled with regret. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen let out a light shout. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a huge cage, trapping Shangguan Ying within it like a huge mountain. Shangguan Ying was at the end of his tether. There was no way he could block Jiang Chen's True Dragon Palm. I've kindly reminded you before, if you had chosen to run away at the beginning, you might still have a chance. But now, you're going to die. Chapter 381. After being trapped by the True Dragon Palm, Shangguan Ying finally felt the real danger, the threat of death. He had never met Jiang Chen before, but he knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Although he was young, he was a cruel and merciless man. Now that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, there was no way he could survive. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? The Shangguan clan's fury is not something you can withstand. Shangguan Ying roared out. Can't you Shangguan clan people say something else before you die? You're just too boring. Jiang Chen sneered. He increased the power of the True Dragon Palm, causing Shangguan Ying's body to twist. Cracking sounds could be heard from his bones and many cracks appeared on his body, causing blood to shoot out from his wounds. Ah, Jiang Chen, you're dead meat. Don't think the Ninth Emperor can protect you. Just because the Imperial Emperor doesn't like you, you won't have a good ending. Shangguan Ying burst into laughter. You talk too much nonsense. You can die right now, Zichen said. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with Shangguan Ying. He forcefully increased the power of the True Dragon Palm and smashed Shangguan Ying into dust. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed the saber and the storage ring. Shangguan Ying was a highly respected elder of the Shangguan clan, and he was also a late combat soul warrior. The amount of wealth he had was definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. Since he had killed this man, if he didn't take his wealth, he would be letting himself down. As for the saber, it was also a superior perfect-ranked combat weapon. Although it was cracked by the Heavenly Saint sword with Jiang Chen's abilities, it was easy for him to repair it. After killing Shangguan Ying, Jiang Chen didn't feel happy at all, because the words Shangguan Ying said before he died really annoyed him. But what Shangguan Ying said was right. Indeed, the Imperial Emperor didn't like him and Jiang Chen could feel it. The reason he didn't like him wasn't just because he didn't kneel down and kowtow to the Imperial Emperor in the Martial Saint dynasty. There was another reason. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Wuxia was the reason behind all this. Although the Imperial Emperor seemed to respect Wuxia on the surface, it didn't mean that he liked Wuxia in his heart. No one wanted to live in someone else's shadow, especially someone with a high position like the Imperial Emperor. He needed the respect of all his people, and Wu Jiao's existence had left a shadow in his heart that was hard to erase. Every time he smiled or showed respect to Wu Jiao, it would make him feel extremely uncomfortable, making him feel that everything he had today was given to him by Wu Jiao. For a high and mighty emperor, he would never allow a shadow like this to exist. Therefore, Zhang Qin had a feeling that the conflict between the imperial emperor and Wu Jiao would escalate sooner or later, and his appearance would most likely be the fuse that would cause this conflict to escalate. This could be seen from the fact that the imperial emperor had given him such a difficult and nearly impossible mission. Qin Gij, what's wrong? Yan Qin Yu noticed the strange expression on Zhang Chen's face, so she asked. That's right, little Qinzi, killing that old fool should be a happy thing. Why do you look so sad? Han Yan teased. It's nothing. Zhang Qin shrugged his shoulders as a smile emerged on his face. He had temporarily thrown all these questions to the back of his mind because it was useless to think about it. The imperial emperor was a combat king warrior, and the gap between their cultivation levels was huge. To put it bluntly, whenever the imperial emperor wanted to touch Zhang Qin or Zhang Qin, they would have no choice but to stretch out their necks and wait for the imperial emperor to kill them. The only thing they needed to do now was to improve their strength as quickly as possible. In this cruel world, only strength mattered. As for Wu Jiao, Zhang Qin believed that the imperial emperor wouldn't dare touch him right now. After all, the imperial emperor was the martial Saint dynasty's emperor, and the ninth emperor was also a high and mighty figure. If the imperial emperor wanted to touch Wu Jiao, he would have to find an irrefutable reason. Little Qinzi, where are we going now? Are we going back to the martial palace? Nangong Wentian asked. There's no need to rush back to the martial palace. Going home is more important. More than half of the Red City area has been destroyed, and it's not something that can be repaired in a short period of time. It's time for the Jiang family to stand out and become the leader. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. There were a total of 28 cities in the Red City area, and each of them had been severely damaged. Many of them had even lost their city lords' mansions, and their city lords had been killed. The entire area had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. Right at this moment, someone had to stand out and rebuild the city so that they could rule over this area. Once they had a leader, it would be much easier to rebuild the city, and only the Jiang family was qualified to be the leader. Furthermore, if this guy leaves without saying anything, that old man of his will probably curse him for 3 days and 3 nights. De Huang Dog said while clenching his teeth. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter, especially Jiang Qin. With a leap, he had already flown a few miles away. In this life, his father was extremely important to him, as important as his own life. Everyone quickly followed behind Jiang Qin. Now that the dimensional crack had been sealed and they had even killed Shangguaning, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. For Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu, after traveling for such a long time, it was rare for them to be able to return home. This kind of feeling was not something that ordinary people could understand. During the past year, Jiang Qin had traveled across the world and he had long gotten used to the life of slaughter. Now that he had returned home, he felt like a man who had just returned from a long journey. As for the imperial emperor of the martial Saint dynasty, regardless of whether the imperial emperor hated him or not, and regardless of the reason why he gave him this mission, Jiang Qin still had to thank him. If it wasn't for the imperial emperor, he wouldn't have been able to find out about what had happened in Mount Origin. If he had come back a moment later, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. When he returned home with great success and fame, he would find out that his loved ones had been turned into ashes, and that would be a great sorrow. But now, because of the imperial emperor, that would never happen again. Soon the group left Mount Origin and they bumped into Yu Zihan and the other 2-dimensional creatures who were heading towards them. The 3 of them had killed all the remaining dimensional creatures in the Red City region, and when they saw Jiang Qin and his group, they immediately greeted them. Little Qinzi, how's the dimensional crack? Yu Zihan asked. It's been solved. Jiang Qin said. What? Solved? How did they do it? Tian Yishan cried out in surprise. He wasn't surprised at all. Even Han Yan and the others were shocked to the core, let alone Tian Yishan and the others. It's been solved. Little Qinzi and De Huang have deployed the Skymend formation to temporarily seal the dimensional crack. The dimensional creatures inside won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Nangong Wentian said. After knowing that the Skymen formation had sealed the dimensional crack, the three of them were still shocked. However, when they thought about all the things that Jiang Chen had done in the past, it seemed like nothing was impossible when it came to him. Zihan, have you dealt with all the dimensional creatures here? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, I've dealt with them all, and I can guarantee that there won't be any dimensional creatures left alive in this area. Yu Zihan patted his chest and promised. Good, let's head to the Fragrant Sky City now. Jiang Chen said. The closest city to Mount Origin was the Red City, and it was also the biggest city in this area. It was also the strongest city in this area. Of course, this was only when Jiang Chen hadn't left this area. Right now, the strongest city in this area was the Fragrant Sky City. After Jiang Zhen had obtained the Mystic Yuan skill, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a late Heavenly Core warrior. He had long surpassed Yan Zhanyun. Qin Gij, I need some healing pills from you. I need to go back and treat the people from the Yan family first. My dad, Great Sect Elder, and Uncle Meng are all severely injured, and if we don't treat them soon, I'm afraid their lives will be in danger. Yan Qinyu said. If that's the case, let's go to the Red City first and bring father-in-law and Great Sect Elder to the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. When she heard Jiang Chen call her father-in-law, she couldn't help but blush. The entire Red City was in a state of grief. Many people who had lost their families and homes were crying out loud. This kind of grief would last for a long time and it wouldn't go away in a short period of time. Damn those dimensional creatures. If we didn't arrive in time, many places here would have turned into dead cities. Looking at this sad scene, Han Yen couldn't help but say angrily. Let's go, no one can stop a natural disaster like this. Jiang Chen shook his head and started walking towards the Yen family. Compared to the other places in the city, the Yen family was still in good condition. Besides the Misty Rain Tower which was destroyed, all the buildings inside the Yen family were still in good condition. When they saw Jiang Chen and his men, the severely injured Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai immediately rushed forward to greet them. Dad! Yan Qinyu's heart ached. She hurriedly walked up to Yan Zhanyun and supported him. Father-in-law, Jiang Chen came back late. Jiang Chen bowed to Yan Zhanyun. Not late, not at all. I'm so happy that you're back. Yan Zhanyun was very emotional. He kept looking at Jiang Chen, thinking that he had not misjudged Jiang Chen. Father-in-law, Great Sect Elder, here are some pills. Take them now and follow me to the Fragrant Sky City to heal your wounds. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw some pills into Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai's hands. Some of these pills were obtained from the Island of Ice and some were looted from other places. They were all great healing pills and any one of them would be considered as the best of the best in the Red City. Alright, you distribute these pills. Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai each took one pill and Yan Qinyu took the rest. Yan Meng was seriously injured so he couldn't come out and meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart was in the Fragrant Sky City, so he didn't go see Yan Meng. After Yan Qinyu finished distributing the pills, she brought Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai to the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen, the son-in-law, had already met his father-in-law, and Yan Qinyu, the daughter-in-law, still had to meet her father-in-law. Chapter 382. Young Master's Back. Young Master's Back. Right after Jiang Chen and the group landed in the Jiang family's courtyard, they immediately heard loud cheers. All the guards of the Jiang family were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs. Every part of their faces was filled with excitement. They couldn't help but be excited. A legendary figure had appeared in the Jiang family, and he had always been the pride of all of them. Not long ago, this young master had appeared out of nowhere and killed all the dimensional creatures, saving all of their lives. After Jiang Chen left the Fragrant Sky City, the legends about Jiang Chen were still spreading in the Fragrant Sky City, or rather the entire Red City. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, killed all the dimensional creatures and saved all the lives in the Red City, it could be said that he had made a great contribution to the Jiang family. The guards were yelling at the top of their lungs, and the people of Jiang Chen's family started walking out one by one. Actually, they couldn't really be called walking out anymore because every single one of them was running out of the Jiang family. The person in the lead was none other than the mayor, Zhang Zhenhai. Behind him there were more than a dozen people. One of them was an old man with a dignified appearance. He was the Black Hawk who was subdued by Jiang Chen a long time ago. There were also the Jiang family's alchemist, Zhou Xian, and the others. Many of these people were injured, some were limping, but they still insisted on coming out to welcome Jiang Chen's return. The number of Jiang Chen's experts had obviously increased compared to the time when Jiang Chen left. Many of these people had joined the Jiang family later, and because of their relationship with Jiang Chen, the Jiang family had become the most prestigious family in this area, so it was normal for some extraordinary people to join them. In fact, all the people from the Jiang family were badly injured, but because of the healing pills given by Jiang Chen, after such a long period of recovery, many of them had almost fully recovered, including Jiang Zhenhai and the Black Hawk. Only those who were badly injured were recovering a bit slower. Jiang Zhenhai shouted out from afar. He was extremely excited. Although he had met Jiang Chen once when they were killing those dimensional creatures, they didn't have enough time to talk to each other. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with excitement. Father! Jiang Chen shouted out as well. With a big step he arrived in front of Jiang Zhenhai and gave him a big bear hug. Jiang Zhenhai hugged Jiang Chen's shoulder tightly. This was a way for a man to express his feelings. Jiang Chen enjoyed the strong sense of familial love coming from Jiang Zhenhai. It was the feeling of home. After a while, Jiang Zhenhai finally let go of Jiang Chen. His tiger-like eyes kept sizing up the young man in front of him. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Good, do you see? This is my son Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai said confidently. This was his pride, his everything. Jiang Zhenhai had spent a lot of effort on this useless son of his. Now who would dare to look down on his son? He was proud of Jiang Chen. Dad, you've broken through to the late heavenly core realm, not bad. Jiang Chen could tell Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation level with just one look, he said with a smile on his face. The Xianyuan skill you gave me is really amazing. Not only did it transform me, it also improved my cultivation level. It allowed me to reach my current cultivation level in such a short period of time. This is something I would never have dreamed of in my entire life. Jiang Zhenhai said with mixed emotions. He used to be an ordinary man at the peak Qi-Hai realm, and his biggest dream was to break through to the mortal core realm one day. He never thought he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Dad, your potential has been developed once again. You'll be able to break through to the divine core realm soon, and the day you break through to the combat soul realm is just around the corner. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai didn't know about the Xianyuan skill, but he did. It was the original skill he cultivated in his past life, and it was all because of this skill that he was able to become the once greatest saint in the world. Greetings, Master. The Black Hawk walked up to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply towards him. His gratitude towards Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Jiang Chen had done him a great favor, and without the sacred heavenly demonic skill with the Black Hawk's potential, the chance of him breaking through to the divine core realm would be very slim, let alone reaching the mid-divine core realm now. And, Black Hawk, you've done a great service in protecting the Jiang family. I'll reward you later. Jiang Chen patted the Black Hawk's shoulder. No matter if it was Jiang Zhenhai or the Black Hawk, Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by their current cultivation level. No one knew better than him how powerful the Xianyuan skill and the sacred heavenly demonic skill were. Thank you, Master. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the Black Hawk immediately became respectful. Young Master, I never thought you'd become so strong. Uncle Zhou is really happy. Zhou Xian said while wiping his tears. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, this old man would have died. Uncle Zhou, you're already so old. Isn't it too shameful to cry in front of so many people? Jiang Chen said with a smile. In the Jiang family, Zhou Xian was someone he respected, and he had always been loyal to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Young Master, young Master. Right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded out from within the Jiang family. Jiang Qing walked out with a limp, and when he saw Jiang Chen he immediately burst into tears. Young Master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiang Cheng's tears turned into a loud wail, and this made Jiang Chen speechless. However, Jiang Cheng's feelings for his young master were real, and there was no way he could fake it. Jiang Qing, look at how useless you are. Jiang Chen scolded as he walked up and held Jiang Cheng's arm. Young master, ever since you left I couldn't act like a tyrant with you anymore. Jiang Qing said with a wronged expression. Hearing the words acting like a tyrant, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's enough Jiang Qing, don't you feel ashamed crying like this? Jiang Zhenhai scolded. After that he threw his glance at Han Yen and the others. He wasn't unfamiliar with Big Yellow but Han Yen, Nangong Wenti and Yu Zihan, and the others were unfamiliar to him. However, the aura they were unleashing was enough to make him feel suffocated. From this, he could tell that none of these men who came back with Jiang Chen were ordinary people. Chen, who are these people? Jiang Zhenhai asked. These are all my brothers. Jiang Chen introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. Greetings, uncle. Han Yen and the others bowed deeply toward Jiang Zhenhai. With their status and cultivation levels, they normally wouldn't bow to a heavenly core warrior, but Jiang Zhenhai's status was different. He was Jiang Chen's father, which made him their senior. Good. Jiang Zhenhai kept nodding his head. He felt extremely proud. Even a genius divine core warrior had bowed to him. In the entire Red City only he Jiang Zhenhai could receive such an honor. Brother Jiang, you look like a gentle breeze right now. Yan Zhanyun walked up from behind. He had just consumed a healing pill so he wasn't in a good condition. He was supported by Yan Chenyu. Brother Yan, are you all right? Jiang Zhenhai hurriedly walked up to Yan Zhanyun. Although he said he was concerned about Yan Zhanyun's injuries, his eyes didn't even look at Yan Zhanyun. He was looking at Yan Chenyu. The more a father-in-law looked at his daughter-in-law, the happier he was. Quickly bow to your father-in-law. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile on his face. Xiao Yu greets, father-in-law. Yan Chenyu's pretty face was flushed red. He was really shy to the extreme. Good. Xiao Yu is smart, pretty and talented. It's great that the Jiang family has a daughter-in-law like you. Brother Yan, I can see that your injuries are quite serious as well. Let's not just stand here, let's hurry up and go inside. Jiang Zhenhai said with a loud voice. He was really happy today, so happy that he almost forgot his own surname. Soon, under Jiang Zhenhai's lead, the group arrived at the Jiang family's main hall. Although there were quite a lot of people here, the Jiang family's main hall was much bigger, and it still looked spacious even with so many people inside. The atmosphere in the main hall was cheerful and people were laughing and joking. Because of the dimensional creatures' attacks, everyone had been feeling gloomy. But now that gloomy feeling had finally disappeared, and with the return of Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, everyone was excited. Chen, what happened to those monsters? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Dad, father-in-law, those monsters came from a different dimension. There was a dimensional crack in the sky above Origin Mountain, and those dimensional creatures came out from it. They are very powerful, and if we didn't arrive in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. All the living beings in the Red City area would have been attacked by those dimensional creatures, and this area would have become a real dead zone. Jiang Chen explained. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions, and they felt a lingering fear. Perhaps they had all witnessed how ferocious those dimensional creatures were, and if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, all of them would have become the dimensional creatures' food by now, and there would be no exceptions. Chen, if that's the case, will there be more dimensional creatures coming out from the dimensional crack? Jiang Zhenhai asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dad, I've sealed the dimensional crack with the Skymend formation, and those dimensional creatures won't be able to come out. What we need to do now is to stabilize the people's morale in the Red City area, and restore the atmosphere of this area. Jiang Chen said. That's easier said than done. This time, those dimensional creatures went berserk. More than half of the cities were destroyed and countless people were killed or injured. Those who survived are all grieving, and it's going to be very difficult to restore the atmosphere of this area. It's going to be very difficult for this area to return to its former glory. Chapter 383. The cheerful atmosphere instantly turned gloomy. The incident with the dimensional creatures had dealt a huge blow to this region, and everyone was in a gloomy mood. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat and said, Therefore at this moment we need a leader. There are a total of 28 cities in the Red City region, and they are all independent from each other. Since the beginning they have been scattered all over the place. Now that there are so many things waiting to be done, we need someone to stand out and be the leader. This will be a great help to the revival of this region. More importantly, these 28 cities can unite together and form a new power. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of the people from the Jiang family and Yan Zhanyun lit up. The powers in this region had always been scattered, and they had never been united before. The reason was because no one had the power to rule this region. If all 28 cities belonged to a single power, they would be able to give the most unified orders immediately after the incident with the dimensional creatures, and the casualties would be much lower. Furthermore, they would be able to unite their forces. If it was in the past, it would be very difficult to change the situation in this region. No one could stand out and be the leader, and even if someone did, there would be a lot of people who wouldn't accept it. However, things were different now. All the cities had suffered heavy losses and the people's morale was at an all-time low. They needed a leader to stand out. If someone really wanted to stand out, the Jiang family would be the best choice. Only the Jiang family would be able to convince everyone. The reason was simple. First, the Jiang family had the power to do so. Second, Jiang Qin had saved everyone's lives and they were deeply grateful to him. Qin'er is right. With the current situation of all 28 cities, if we can have a leader to stand out and be the leader, it will be beneficial to the revival of this region, and also help the people get rid of the dark clouds. Furthermore, the Jiang family will be the leader. Yan Zhanyun said. In fact, with the relationship between Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu, the Jiang family and the Yan family were destined to be one big family. Therefore, Yan Zhanyun was the first one to agree to the Jiang family becoming the leader. I will announce the news to all 28 cities in my own name. From now on, the Jiang family will only obey the orders of the people in this region. Jiang Qin was shocked. The Jiang clan becoming the leader was exactly what he wanted. Only the Jiang clan was qualified to do so. Everyone nodded without any objections. Now all the people who survived in the major cities were deeply grateful to Jiang Qin. At this time, it was most suitable to rule this area in the name of Jiang Qin. Father, looks like you'll be busy in the future. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Zhenhai. It's better to be busy than idle. Jiang Zhenhai smiled. He understood the purpose of Jiang Chen's decision. His son was a dragon in the 9 heavens and sooner or later he would soar through the 9 heavens. However, this region would always be Jiang Chen's home. As long as his home was peaceful, Jiang Qin would not have any worries. Therefore, Jiang Qin was trying his best to make the Jiang family stronger. On the same day, Jiang Qin issued his own order. In the following 2 days, all the leaders of the major cities came to the Fragrant Sky City's Jiang family to pay their respects to Jiang Qin. None of them had any objections to the decision to let the Jiang family be the leader. None of them were idiots. They naturally knew what was needed at this time. Plus, they were very grateful to Jiang Qin for saving their lives. Not only would they listen to the Jiang family's orders, they would even follow the Jiang family's orders. Everyone could see that the Jiang family was going to produce a peerless figure. The future of this Jiang Qin was immeasurable. To be able to hold on to the Jiang family was something they had always dreamed of. After the 28 cities were ruled, the people finally found their backbone. Under the leadership of the Jiang family and the Yan family, all the major cities were rebuilt. The haze that was left in people's hearts by the disaster also began to dissipate. In the next few days, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to return to the martial palace. Instead, he stayed with Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Qin cherished the time he had with Jiang Zhenhai, because he knew that he didn't have much time left. At night, the moon was hanging high in the sky. On the top of the Jiang family's tallest building, 2 figures were standing side by side. Everything feels like a dream. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the bright moon in the sky with a smile on his face. It was a very satisfied smile. Dad, this is not a dream. Jiang Qin smiled as well. He knew what Jiang Zhenhai was trying to say. For more than 10 years he had been playing the role of the #1 playboy in Fragrant Sky City, the #1 trash. Jiang Zhenhai's only hope for his son was that he could grow up healthily. He didn't expect his son to become a genius. However, as a parent they all had the same dream. Who didn't want their children to be more outstanding? Who didn't want their children to be proud? Jiang Zhenhai was the same, even though he knew that it was just a dream. But now this unrealistic dream had come true. Jiang Zhenhai felt like he was dreaming. My son Jiang Zhenhai must be extraordinary, Jiang Zhenhai said proudly. Of course. Jiang Qin didn't forget to take the opportunity to be narcissistic. Qin, when do you plan to leave this time? Jiang Zhenhai asked with a serious expression. During the few days he spent with Jiang Qin, Jiang Zhenhai hadn't asked Jiang Qin anything about the eastern continent, because he knew that with Jiang Qin's abilities he would be able to handle everything by himself, and there was no need for him to worry about anything. Jiang Qin didn't mention anything about the eastern continent either. He just wanted his father to live a peaceful life, and he didn't want to give him any pressure. Tomorrow, Jiang Qin said indifferently. He knew that it was cruel for Jiang Zhenhai to say these two words, but he had no choice but to leave. There were still many things waiting for him to take care of in the eastern continent. Furthermore, he couldn't stay here for too long. He didn't want the Jiang family to be involved in the battle between him, the Shangguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect. The Jiang family was too weak compared to those giants. You're leaving tomorrow? Although Jiang Zhenhai was mentally prepared, he still felt sad when he heard that Jiang Qin was leaving. The time they spent together was always so short. Sometimes Jiang Zhenhai really wished that his son wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, and that he would still be the playboy who only knew how to cause trouble for him. At least the father and son could still be together. However, Jiang Zhenhai understood that someone like Jiang Qin couldn't be trapped here. He belonged to the outside world and this place was too small. Dad, everything here is almost settled. Now that the Jiang family has become the leader, all the cities are being rebuilt in an orderly manner. It's time for me to leave. But don't worry, Dad, I'll come back to see you once I'm done with everything. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Alright, just do what you need to do. Don't worry about the family. Jiang Zhenhai patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder. Oh right, Dad, I have some things for you, they'll be of great help to you. After saying that, Jiang Qin handed a storage ring to Jiang Zhenhai and said, there are some herbs and combat weapons in here, they can help increase the overall strength of the Jiang family. As for how to use them, Dad, I'll leave it to you. With the help of the Xianyuan skill in these herbs, I believe it won't take long for Dad to break through to the Divine Core Realm. Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh. The Divine Core Realm was too far away from him, he had never even dreamed about it. He took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He found a lot of different herbs, but he couldn't name any of them. Besides that, there was also a huge amount of human elixir and even some earth elixir. There were also a few combat weapons that shone brightly. With Jiang Zhenhai's experience, he had never seen such powerful combat weapons before. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't be blamed for this, the Red City area was just too barren, it couldn't be compared with the eastern continent. Here 100% of human elixir was rare, let alone the rare herbs and earth elixir. The wealth that Jiang Qin had left for Jiang Zhenhai was priceless. With these things, it would be hard for the Jiang family to not become a powerful force. Dad, take good care of these things. Try your best to increase the overall strength of both you and the Jiang family. The stronger you and the Jiang family are, the more I'll feel at ease. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. He had no other choice, his enemies were too strong, he could only try his best to solve the problem. Be careful when you're out there. Remember, no matter when, this will always be your home. Jiang Zhenhai said in a serious tone. Words like this coming from a father's mouth were always so warm. This was the feeling that Jiang Qin enjoyed the most after his rebirth. The next day, in front of the Jiang family's courtyard, a group of people stood facing each other. On one side stood Jiang Qin and the others, and on the other side stood the people from the Jiang family and the Yan family. Dad, father-in-law, we're leaving now. Jiang Qin bowed to Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun once again. Yan Qinyu, who was standing beside him, did the same. Be careful, don't worry about us. Jiang Zhenhai said. Dad, you won't be by your side, you have to take care of yourself. Yan Qinyu looked at Yan Zhanyun with tears in her eyes. She was a very emotional girl. Don't worry, Dad's body is still strong. Yan Zhanyun patted his own chest, then looked at Jiang Qin and said, Qin, I'll leave you in your hands. Take good care of her. Don't worry, father-in-law. After saying that, Jiang Qin grabbed Yan Qinyu's hand and flew up into the sky. Han Yan, De Huang Dog and the others also flew up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a few black dots and disappeared in the sky. Jiang Qin didn't like the feeling of parting. Therefore he chose to leave without looking back. Although he didn't turn his head back, he could still feel the eager gazes from behind him. Even after they disappeared, his eyes were still fixed on the void for a long time. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.